Hey. Is that you? Hey. No, it's alright. I just got here myself, so. Busy. My wife's parents were in town from last Wednesday to this Wednesday, and trying to get as much time as possible in with them. Oh, we're audible on the stream, by the way. Just so you know.
Hello, YouTube. Sorry I'm running behind today. Life sometimes catches up with you, but I am very grateful to see how many people have turned out for the finale of Shining Force 3. How you doing tonight, Teodrin?
I'm doing all right.
I say finale of Shining Force 3, but it's not, is it? The finale...
You're playing in the United States.
Oh, yeah, true. Oh, I forgot to look up the thing. Dang it.
No, we'll have to look that up later. If we, like, finish it off quick enough, we could definitely find it tonight.
That is my plan. I did do all the grinding. We talked about that. Everybody is at least level 10.
Okay.
So, we've got that going for us. I kind of wanted to watch this intro one more time, because this is the last time we're going to see it.
Do you want to share it with me?
I would love to share it with you. Let me do that real quick. There we go. Let me re-pull up chat real quick. Sorry. It is being difficult. Here we go. Teodrin's really quiet. I will fix that. I don't know why it's different every week.
I guess I should pull up the guide, although there's not much left, so I'm not sure there's much that it'll tell us.
Let's see, he's maxed on that. Let me turn it up in my headphones then. And I think that should do it for y'all. There we go. Alright, Taya should be louder. How about now?
Blah, 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 blah.
You might have to say a little bit more.
Blah, 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 blah.
Whoa.
I'm checking my microphone input just in case.
Alright. Welcome, Justin Other Dragon, Mahane, Sirius Lol, Jebister, Ramtasm. Sorry, you said you were checking that and then I cut you off on accident.
No, it's alright. Everything's all good.
Maybe even quieter now. What?
Even quieter? Really?
They both say really even quieter. I raised you on my end. Alright, let me just crank that. How about now?
Blah, 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 blah.
Okay, now you're substantially louder on my end. Surely that's good.
I've got my mic maxed on my end. I don't know. I can try and talk louder. I'm minorly distracted because I've got a baby crawling around the office.
Oh, she's crawling now.
Oh yeah, she picked it up probably about 2 weeks ago.
Aw.
She's now on the move.
I was about to say awesome, and then I was like, well, that sounds stressful. Raise it even more?
Huh?
Serious Lol says even more. I over doubled it. Yeah, I can raise it more. Let me
I sound like Grace with a deeper voice.
There's some funky stuff going on. Okay, hang on. Okay, let me just say something real quick.
Hello.
Let me figure out where you're...
Score in 7 minutes ago, Bill and Ted took me through an adventure through time. Or something. Something like that.
I can raise you and the game together. Let me just delete the audio capture and then make a new one. So they shouldn't be able to hear you for a sec. Okay, device should be that. Okay. I gotta see if the game's coming through too, because I believe it's on the same line. Alright, you wanna say something?
Hello, speaking. This is your captain speaking.
Alright.
I think the microphone on my side does look like it's a little low, but I've got it cranked, so I'm not sure what the deal is.
I don't know. Let's see if that fixes it. Hello, Play All the Games, and Sheldon. Sorry it's
Especially
taking
if
a
I
sec.
sound good to you. Okay, Jebster says we're good.
Sweet! I don't know, I didn't change anything other than recording music stuff in between, which usually I thought I'd learned how to swap it back at this point, and I thought I had done that.
I'm good now, but the game's quiet.
Okay, I will raise that as well. I'm getting our finale thing set up real quick.
What would a finale be without the final scuff? As long as it's this and not internet issues.
Yeah, the game's gonna crash. It always does.
I never had a game crash until scenario 3, so hopefully we're good.
Okay, I can raise the game a bunch. Okay, that's where the game will be then. But y'all know we gotta do something before we start the game. I'm adding it to the capture real quick so y'all can see. Take just a hot second. There we go. Get my music going. Okay. So last time on Shining Force 3, we got back to our homeland in Aspinia, I believe is called, the Republic, and the doors are still locked, but we have the key, but only to the catacombs. So we spared Spiriel, who I thought would join us, and she totally didn't. It was kind of a dick move, but we got access to grinding. So I've grinded everybody up to level 10, at least. The Walkure is still out there. I'm starting to think we're not going to see it in this scenario. And there's a Titan outside in the moat, waiting for us. I don't know what is happening. I think that's everything else. We defeated, what's-her-face? Oh. Okay, Play All the Games has now flipped her upside down because she is also in waterfall mode. Just like Julian over there. And she's got her staff that was destroyed, or not destroyed, but taken with her. And I believe that brings us up to present. Is stream only dead for me? What?
It seems okay to me, but there's some intermittent. I had a little bit of
that.
Like, mine's still going.
Yeah, it's still up for me. Seems better now? Okay. I don't know what happened.
Solar flare.
Sweet. Alright. Let's get into it then. Let me know if there's any audio issues or anything like that on y'all's end. It's pretty loud in my ears right now, but I can live with that.
So
We'll go through status.
In the bar yet?
Oh, right, the mercenaries. I forgot about that.
Okay.
We'll do
I
that.
don't think we did it last time.
We did not. We'll do that in just a sec. Let me go through status real quick. I'm gonna have to reduce the game just a little bit because it's totally drowning you out in my ears. Like, I cannot even begin to hear you. I don't know why it's giving me so many audio issues today.
Sound is just a mystery.
Okay, so let's go through status and I'll show you all what I did. So who were we not using? Who did I do off screen? Let's see. Alright, so he's got the Gaia Axe now. And those are his stats. Can I scroll through side? No, okay. But yeah, he's level 9. I thought he was 10, my bad. Oh, here we go. I did.
Stack over it.
Dang it, this is not going to work. I just cannot begin to hear you now. It's all I did was turn it up on my end because I can't control you and the game separately very well.
Who can control me?
Very true.
I say doing the bidding of a very small baby.
It's like Ratatouille.
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't know if I can make it so y'all are separate. I'm trying to figure out if I can. That's the game. Can I make this one just Teodrin? No, it really won't let me do that. Crap. Okay, well let me know if that balance works for you guys. Because I think that'll work for me. The game might be too quiet though, on your end, I don't know.
I don't know. Really hard to say.
Anyway, we've got Sybil, who's got the Arc Halberd. We've got Khan, he's got the Wire Cestus.
That attack is not great.
No, it is not.
I wonder if we should make him a mythical weapon before we go.
I believe that is.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'll double check. That's just a very sad amount of attack.
We've got Justin with the Mithril Quarrel. We have Horst, who's got the Revenge Mace. Hagane, I gave a Mithril Shuriken to kind of differentiate him from our other ninja, Murasame. And that's everybody.
And the Wire Cestus is a mythical weapon. He's just not great.
No.
Well, that's sad.
It is a little bit sad, but I had totally forgotten. We need to go to the bar.
Although now that I'm remembering, I think we might have needed to make a slight bit more story progress was the issue we were running into.
There you go, I approved your message. It doesn't like you saying kill the giant for some reason. Okay, we can go progress the story if we need to. Here's the bar. Here's our guys. What do you say? I don't mean to boast, but I work twice as hard. Yeah, this is still the same thing. Okay.
Okay, so we need to make a little more story progress.
Then we go make a little more story progress. I am very excited.
Remember where we're going?
Yes, we go through the catacombs again, out the other door.
Okay.
Just don't ask me how to get out of this town. Did you turn on the data sharing setting thing? I have not yet. But I will take care of that off stream. I'm gonna have to do like just a little session trying to figure all that out because I do not know how to do any of that. But I'll figure it out. Is the game audio okay for you guys? Audio for everything okay? I'm like paranoid about it now. It's kind of a quiet song, but... Alright. Yeah, we go down here, we go back up here. You gotta go to Triscuit's into Mallory Castle?
Yeah, I think Finding was going to talk to him or something.
Oh! My bad. Me and the baby saying "oh" at the same time.
Read through the guide to figure out where exactly we were, but yeah, I think that's what was going on.
I'm just too excited to go back to the catacombs.
I think we were getting ready to leave, and that's when Finding stopped us and was like,
Yes.
Crikey, go talk to Triscuit's.
You are right. That is exactly what he said. Alright. Let's... Game's kind of quiet, but it's fine. Let me... What can I...
You can always play the game on your own time, but you can't play me.
I know. I know what I can do to fix that. Are you sure? I could ask you to come over. It would take you, what, 15 hours to get here?
Yeah, it's super worth. Just every Thursday, I'll just drive all the way to Texas.
That would be fun at some point.
Not every Thursday.
No, not every Thursday. Okay, I've raised Teodrin and the game in the thing, and then I lowered Teodrin on my end, so maybe that will work.
We'll find out. Oh, you'll find out. I'm about to suck.
Basically, I just got a lot of volume knobs. Too many. Lady Margaret, true to her character, hasn't said anything yet. She is holding on, but she is a mother, after all. Do they all have new dialogue? I heard Lord Triscuit's is taking Wilmer's death very hard. Everyone was so elated that Wilmer was loyal till the very end. Soldiers of Mallory are now united stronger than ever before. Lord Triscuit's knows Lord Synbios and the Mallory army collaborated to deceive him. My lord was quite upset. Please be careful, Lord Synbios. While Lord Triscuit's was locked up, he started to make quite a racket, so the god opened the door. I was told that by then, Lord Triscuit's knew everything about the situation. I wonder how he knew. I think you need to turn on the setting before the end credits happens. Crap. I mean, I'll just replay it if I have to. By order of Lord Triscuit's, Findig has been released from his cell. I assume by now he must be flying around taking care of business for Lord Triscuit's. If Mallory is conquered, the Republican soldiers will be treated like criminals. That means one false move and the cells down below will be filled with Mallory soldiers. I remember that causing some headaches on my first playthrough. Do you think it works if I replay the ending off stream and get it set, or do I really need to go get it set right now?
I wish I could chime in, but I think I used a different, I used a Brazilian switch. I didn't have a problem with that.
I see.
That was not a thing I had to worry about.
To go to Aspia and face all those. Lord Synbios, you're so very strong. I think I'm going to faint. Well, it's a good thing you can stay in this comfy little room here. I heard Braff's mother was an evil priestess. I'm very disappointed. Why are you disappointed?
You should have had a better mother, Braff.
Should work if you replay it? Okay, sweet. Yeah, I'm just not going to worry about it yet. Prince Arrogant, commander of the Imperial occupation, as Master Algernon. That's very bad news. Alright, I think we need to go upstairs. I don't know where he's hiding. Ah, that looks like it. Oh yeah, and his lazy boy. Can I get into this room now? I can. I use save states to speed things up a bit, though. I see. I might be able to do the same.
Yeah, we could always make a save state, like, near the end. Just on the off chance that the save doesn't work.
I was sure there'd be something hidden in here. Okay. Before Master Algernon was kidnapped, we could hear laughter coming from this room. It used to raise our spirits. Lord Triscuit's and Lady Margaret are now in the throne room. You see, we'll see. I heard an angry voice shouting, and I panicked and opened the door. That was the end of their confinement. If only they had thought to get angry sooner. What?
Right.
Judging from the way they managed to abduct Master Algernon, we have a lot of work to do on our security. Considering our enemy's moves thus far, they must know a lot about how we operate. If they're using ninjas to gather intelligence, no amount of security will be enough. Damn ninjas. Alright, here we go. I'm relieved you've returned unharmed, Synbios. From the moment I was told of your journey, I've been very worried. That's you.
Sorry.
That's
Lady
good.
Margaret, please feel at ease. Your brother has proven himself in battle and has become a great general.
Please, continue. Oh, I can never feel at ease with Synbios being so reckless. Like going to Aspia all by himself. I have had to do everything by myself. You literally didn't exist at the start of this game, I'm convinced. I appreciate your intention to rescue Algernon. Even so, following father's death in Flaggard, I can't bear to lose my little brother too. Are you Triscuits?
I don't know, I can be.
What Margaret is trying to say is your father, Lord Conrad, was not the kind of man to take uncalculated risks.
I don't know if we got to speak to him before this, actually.
I think you're right.
If it were me, that would be one thing, but Margaret can't bear the thought of something happening to her brother. Her husband, no big deal.
Yeah, that is a weird thing to say.
However, if Duke Pulsus, Lord Conrad's trusted advisor, travels with you, you must have some chance of success.
To be honest, in this situation, there really is no other choice. Many important lords and generals of the Republic have been defeated or defected. This seems like the only option. Yeah, it's kind of shocking how many have defected. It's very weird.
According to Fightin, Aspia Castle is occupied by the Imperial Army, with soldiers on both sides of the moat. In addition to the soldiers, now that the Bullzone sect is involved, the Titan controls the moat. In this dire situation, is there any hope of regaining control of that stout castle?
Hello, Ragnarocker. Are you doing all three scenarios, or just the first one? No, I'm doing all three. You know what it sounds like? It sounds like Taya's audio is actually coming from Chris's own audio back into the stream, instead of, like, being directly connected into the stream, if that makes sense. I have
That shouldn't be possible, right? So you're using headphones.
Yeah.
So, like, there shouldn't be any way that it goes back into the mic.
Let me see how it's sounding. Audio back into the stream instead of, like, being directly connected into the stream, if that makes sense. I have no...
That shouldn't be possible, right? So you're using headphones.
Yeah.
So, like, there shouldn't be any way that it...
Okay, I have heard what it sounds like. I think you just need to be raised a little bit more, which I can do. There we go. Oh, that's quite odd. I have 2 instances of Discord open.
I wonder if that would be making it sound echoey.
Okay, let
like
me...
you're somehow in both voice calls.
I don't understand how that's possible. Let me kill Discord and I'll be right back.
Okay.
I've never seen that. Okay, I closed one and that killed both of them. Okay, rebooting Discord here. Discord's always being goofy. There we go. Are we down to...
Back.
Okay, hopefully that works. Very good point. Very astute observation. Also of great concern is the safety of Master Algernon.
So, should I advance my army into Aspia, endangering the life of my son Algernon?
Yes. No matter how brave the Mallory army may be, against the Imperial army and the Titan, there would be little hope. I would not consider it wise for you to advance your army and risk your son's life for a hopeless cause.
If that's so, what should we do? Or are you saying it's impossible to regain control of Aspia? Duke Pulsus?
I have a plan.
Well, we were in the ruins. Pulsus spoke of implementing the... Is that what you were talking about?
Oh. What are we gonna do? I must know. I don't know why you haven't shared this with me already. You're gonna make me look dumb if this is dumb. Without Basanda and her staff controlling the Titan, we understand it will attack both Imperial and Republic troops. This would appear to be corroborated by the information Findig shared with us.
She won't be attacked by the Titan. Imperial army is split, half on either side of the moat. see. The Titan views everyone as enemies, but we still must defeat both it and the Imperials.
Yes, I'm surprised. They've adapted by getting out of the moat. He literally just said they are on either side of the moat, rather than in it. Like, what? How'd Spirial go? Pretty good, all things considered. First tried it.
Yeah, we actually didn't have any method of, like, sleep or other disabling, so he actually had to just run past her.
But we fast, so it's fine.
You did make it. I didn't realize that once you went far enough, she would just stop chasing you.
I didn't know that would happen either.
That if she hadn't, we might have been in more trouble.
Yeah, it would have been closer. It seems the Titan appears when people cross the moat on the stone bridge. We can take advantage of that. It's like a T-Rex. It only sees you when you walk by it.
Using the Titan to defeat the Imperial army. How could we pull that off?
I see. The Titan is slow enough that if we pretend to rescue Algernon, we can lure the Imperial units onto the bridge.
It does look like an H when you put an L and a U that close together. But when the horrid thing appears, it will attack not only the Imperials, but you as well. We will use water to defeat the Titan. The ancients didn't know that the planet would still have water on it past the year 2020, so they didn't make it waterproof.
Use water to defeat? How do you mean, Palsus?
You see, we've defeated a lot of people in this campaign already by just throwing them into waterfalls, so I just figured we get a really big waterfall, and it sorts itself out. We'll send a second battalion to open the spillway on the dam. The force of the water will destroy the Titan in the moat.
What a brilliant idea. Even the Titan can't withstand the immense force of the water when it's released from the dam.
Everything changed when the Water Nation attacked.
What about the decoys? They can hide behind the wall of the bridge, but how will they know when the water's been released?
We'll send a smoke signal when we release the water. If they hurry, they'll be safe from the water's fury. Run fast. Use boots if you have to.
There's another Imperial unit on the way. They're still far south of storage. I recommend we hurry, Lord Triscuits.
I entrust you with the future of our Republic, Lord Symbios. Wrest control of fair Aspia from those Imperial swine.
I know quite a lot about the dam, so I'll guide you to it.
Finding the Bird Knight joins the force! Let's go!
Leave the release of the dam and the smoke signal to me.
If you haven't leveled everyone else in your party that you haven't been using, I'm here to carry.
It is actually possible to perform a strat where you solo the map with me, but it's highly RNG dependent, and I would not recommend it for our purposes. But it is technically possible to do it with nobody but Finding, I believe.
I love that. Well, it's good that they had some sort of redundancy for you.
Yeah, I don't think it's intended, because it's very RNG dependent to pull it off. It's like you have to hit the exact right special move, or you die.
Oh.
So, it's like you get one shot kind of thing.
One shot, one opportunity. Hello, Lord of Oshu. No way I actually caught your stream. I'm a huge Shining Force fan. This is great. Well, welcome. She finished the lines for us. The people are devoted to Master Algernon, and Wilma proved that with his life. That's why he stabbed him in the back. Lord Triscuits now understands has decided not to mobilize the Mallory army. He plans to wait for Lord Symbios. Everyone with Lord Symbios is so brave. You're badly outnumbered, but you continue to win battle after battle. I like the way you utilized your backup party for the final battle. I literally was saying, I love Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn because it has you split your force into multiple units, and then you can, like, use all of your characters that you have. And y'all had such restraint to not be like, give it 5 minutes.
Yeah, I do think the one shortcoming here is that they're not super clear on how you determine your second battalion. The fact that it just is your reserve party.
Yeah, it would have been nice, like, to give you a screen to say pick your 2 parties.
Yeah.
Because we're going to have to talk about that.
That's my one, like, real personal gripe with it, because the way it caught me off guard in my blind playthrough was not exactly pleasant.
Yeah, I can see that. If that is the Guardian of the Ancient Kingdom, then it all makes sense. It confirms our theory that Aspio is one of the centers of the ancient civilization. If so, how do we beat that thing? The giant fending saw can't be beaten by ordinary means. I have my own conclusions, and I've already discussed them with Lord Triscuits. I recommend you ask him directly.
Actually, can you talk to the first guy again? There's something about his line
The Guardian of the
Yeah,
Ancient
next.
Kingdom?
in the next line. Purpose of theory Aspio is one of the centers of the ancient civilization. And that's part where, like,
Oh, yeah. I glossed right over that.
find interesting the idea that if we're talking about the 1,000-year kingdom they're talking about being the same ancients from Shining Force 1, it means it was kind of a widespread civilization that covered, you know, both the continents we know of.
Yeah, and that makes sense because Max washes up on shore. So he
And
could
the
have
fact
been from he could have been from here.
And that this Titan came from the ancient civilization fits with our technologically advanced ancients from Shining Force 1 who built things like the Colossus.
Yeah, and Dark Dragon.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's not direct like proof, but I feel like it fits.
Sirius
It's one of
Lowell
the things
says,
that makes a lot of sense if it is matching up.
welcome Sheldon, by the way. Sirius Lowell says, Aspio was the capital of the ancients of this region. It also has an effect on one of the fights in Scenario 2. I don't really know what you're talking about, but I don't know if I want to know yet. But yeah, I mean, I think you're totally right. The main question I have remaining, and, you know, I've still got to play Scenarios 2 and 3, and then the Gaiden games and Final Conflict, but I'm like, what did the Ancients build all of these things for? Was it just to fight the Vandals? Because they built Dark Dragon, they built this Titan, like, the Nazca ship. Like, they clearly were into building these large, very powerful things.
Yeah, and I guess one of the questions is, like, how much do we assume that all the ancients were one united civilization?
Yeah.
Right? Because, like, if we're talking about multiple continents being spanned, there's a chance they're separate factions that could have theoretically built them to even do battle with each other.
Yeah, it's highly possible, because that's how I would look at it. Like, if I was 1,000 years removed from now, looking back, I'd also probably be like, why did they build so many nukes? And it's like, you know, what were they waiting for? Did they know the demons were coming?
And it, like, I don't know, I feel like we could maybe make an assumption that the ancients were not necessarily, like, inherently good, and that they were a bunch of morally gray, and eventually maybe united against the things they made, because something like Dark Dragon, for instance, was so destructive that they were like, we have to just get rid of this. And that they, like, kind of went through, I don't know, maybe a demilitarization, or, like, decommissioning some of the stuff they made to fight each other. Who knows?
I mean, it clearly didn't work.
No, but... Well, I mean, to be fair, most of the stuff gets reactivated, so it was decommissioned to some degree. It's not like it was active and causing damage.
True,
They didn't dismantle it.
Yeah. They just took the key to the seal and hid it away, and then, yeah.
Yeah, like, they may not have done the best job of it, but...
Clearly not. Well, I don't know. It's like, you always could just go get the key if you were determined enough, and I guess it takes somebody like Dark Soul who's determined enough.
Yeah, and Lol has an interesting point that the Titan here is described as the guardian of the capital, and Colossus is the sentinel of the castle of the ancients. So if some of, like, major civilization centers had specific, like, security systems effectively that were these creations, that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess if this was just the guardian of their capital, I can see maybe why you would want that. And yeah, that's also... Welcome, Shining Force World. I think I'm subscribed to you. Colossus, yeah, as far as I know, was also kind of the security system. My question is just kind of like, how... Funny how they built all these things but didn't think of building a gun. They built guns.
Have you not seen the armed skeletons?
Yeah. Like, they totally
Or the
built...
artillery? Like, there's plenty of gun representation in Shining Force 1.
Yeah, I think that Lyle as well, like, I think that when you promote Lyle and stuff, in my head, it's that you started finding more of the ancient tech. To me, that's how all of it is, because that's like where the Chaos Breaker comes from as well. It's
well,
not
I
that...
feel like the implication is that the brass gunners in Shining Force 2, that's also semi-ancient tech, right? Because your first one's Road, who's a historian.
Yes.
And my assumption is always that he, like, repaired or refurbished something he found.
Yeah, there's also that, it would take me a little bit to pull up. Oh yeah, the laser eye as well. There's also that, it's not canon. It's one of the few things that I'll fully grant is not canon. But, in Shining Force, The Curse of Xeon, which is a great video on the channel, it was a fan comic that was done in the Sonic the Comic. They totally break into the Ancients' bunker, and they just have, like, AKs and tanks and stuff. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I think that's one of the ones that, like, purports the theory that the Shining World is a post-apocalyptic Earth, like, actual Earth.
It very much is in that.
Yeah,
and
which is less confirmed in canon, but could theoretically be the case still.
I've not gotten to talk to those guys. I really want to at some point, because I want to ask them. It's a really wonky version of Shining Force 2's plot, essentially. And they use different characters and stuff, but like they use what's her name? The blonde that you get eventually. I think it's Taya that is the summoner.
Oh, uh-huh.
They use her and call her Sarah.
Oh,
I think.
weird.
Or something. It's something like that. It's been a while since I've looked at it.
Well, you're laughing at tanks, but the silver tank is what you use to make a brass gunner in Shining Force 2.
Yeah.
There is, like, while we never see, like, a literal tank, like, the artillery exists, the silver tank, the brass gunners themselves. So, I don't know, like, tanks aren't far off.
Yeah. And I promise we'll move on with the plot in a second, but you know this channel. We gotta talk the lore. Oh, my point for The Curse of Xeon, though, was that I really wonder if the authors were just given a very early version of what Shining Force 2 was going to be. And then it changed a lot from that. But I wonder if that's what happened. Because they clearly had some design documents. Maybe not a lot, but like I said, they had like Taya, they had Zinc, and he doesn't look anything like Zinc, but maybe they didn't have the art finalized for him yet. They just said it's going to be a robot, and his name is Zinc, so they pull Zinc into the story. It's real weird.
Yeah, it is strange. I was a step away for a sec.
Okay. It might just be like H.C. Bailey says, as we all know, in JRPGs, ancient technology is always more advanced than modern technology. Absolutely. And I love studying that kind of stuff, even IRL. It's a really fun, like, hypothetical. I've listened to several debates about, like, could ancient civilizations have built the pyramids, that kind of stuff. I think it's fascinating. The main issue I run into with that is that the people that do it just go a little too far. They make really good points, and then they're like, but if you add up all of these numbers and then divide them by 7, then you get this formula, which is really important. And I'm like, why would you just picked a random number to divide by? Like, you didn't have to do that. Like, I don't know. I'm also curious if I can go talk to those guys again, so I'll check. They could have effectively nuked themselves back to the Dark Ages with their hypertech inadvertently. I do think that's what happened. I think Dark Dragon had something to do with that. And as we continue the season of Shining on the channel, we gonna get more into that. You've grown quite a bit since I last saw you last, Symbios. It seems like just yesterday. You're a man now, and you hold the key to Aspia's future. I would pray for the success of your mission. I wish Father could see you now, leading your own army so bravely. You have an important mission ahead of you, but I know you will be alright. I have faith in you, dear brother. The operation sounds so dangerous. Just listening to you talk, I started to shiver and I can't stop. Lord Triscuit's by his nature is a man who strives to take on the most dangerous missions, except for this one, have fun. He would rather take command at the front line than sit back at the castle and wait for news. Well, you know, I'm giving him crap for sitting back here, but also, as the king, that is what he should do. I offered a snack to 2 of them, but they refused. They're also not eating their meals. I'm worried about them. If the people in Mallory knew the dire situation in Aspia, the town would panic. I'm a servant of the lord of this territory, so I'll never tell what I hear inside the castle. Well, that's good. You need faithful and loyal help. If I recall, the main character of Shining Force 1 had robot armies to fight against Dark Soul. From those robots, there were 2 robot generals, Adam and Chaos. They are the last 2 left after fighting Dark Dragon. Yeah, it does seem that way. Adam and Max, I do think, go way back. Chaos, I'm not entirely sure. I really wish we could get it restored. I don't think there's enough left to restore, though. But there actually is a leftover scene in the code that I think is a flashback to, like, Waves of Atoms and Dark Soul, and Max and the Ancients and stuff. If you go in the Shining Force 1 data editor, and you go, like, outside the boundaries that you can actually walk to in that scene where you recruit Adam, there's, like, assets for Dark Soul and other Atoms and Chaos, are all, like, outside the borders of that. It's really interesting. I should do a full video on that at some point. Heck, in the game I'm working on, I have something similar, effectively post-apocalyptic ancient tech being essentially modern tech, but due to the apocalyptic nature, the history is not fully passed down properly. I love stuff like that. Like, I've also got my collection, it's not finished yet, but of Fist of the North Star manga over there. Very similar. Humanity nukes itself into oblivion, and then it's kind of Mad Max world. They find, like, technology like farming. It's great. I know the road one. He comes as a brass gunner using the cannon you found to open the way to North Parmesia. Yeah, but it's kind of implied because he's a historian that you're discovering the tech of the ancients, and that's how he jumps ahead. I think they did nuke each other trying to kill Dark Dragon. All that was left was their buried weapons and tech. Very possibly. I'm wondering too, like, if the laser eye was developed to fight him, like, lots of things with that. But then what was Dark Dragon developed for, you know? Is it to fight Lucifer? Because Lucifer is the only greater devil that is very conspicuously absent from the rest of the lore. We deal with Dark Soul and Xeon, but Lucifer, as far as I know, is not mentioned. I'm really hoping once we finish the Force games and move into, like, Shining Force EXA and further things out in the timeline, that eventually Lucifer comes up, but I don't know that he ever will.
So I do actually kind of lean into one of the things that Resurrection posits, honestly, as far as it comes to why was Dark Dragon created, which Resurrection, I believe, states that Dark Soul was a head scientist back in ancient times, and I kind of lean on the theory that it was some secret project of his that he was going to use against the rest of the ancients.
I see.
I don't know how much that's, like, really supported, but with the concept of him being a head scientist / researcher, the idea of it being a project he made, basically, makes sense, I feel like.
That makes sense to me as well. Like, I kind of accept that as well.
But it's definitely one of the things that if you told me, like, I don't agree, I can't give you any, like, information to really support it from the main franchise.
I know exactly what you mean. I also, while you were gone, explained the hidden assets that are out beyond the boundaries in that Atom scene.
Oh, gotcha, yeah.
That, I mean, I think kind of lends credence to his relationship to them being a little bit more... Like, that kind of lends credence to that, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Magnus Zero. Thank you again for that shout out the other day. I greatly appreciate it. Magnus just did a great, like, 2-hour retrospective on Shining Force 1 and 2. And I would absolutely recommend you all go listen to it. And he makes reference to my video from years ago on Silver Ghost being the inspiration to Shining Force. Which, by the way, I went back and rewatched the parts of the video I made as well. And gosh dang, I hope I've come a long way as a co-host. Chaos Wizard is hilarious in that. And I, like, play off of him so badly. Like, I just, rewatching that, I was like, dang, I am not very good at that point. But I just wanted to, like, kind of take ownership of that, like, years later. Like, looking back, I was just like, he's hilarious. And, like, I'm trying to kind of keep things moving, but I definitely do not play off the things he says nearly enough. And I don't know. Yeah. I am hoping I'm doing a lot better now. Things you live and learn. But we were told that Sirius Soul said everybody has new dialogue, so. Lord Conrad was a master of both strategy and politics. You, Lord Symbios, are also quite talented. You're a great warrior who has led the battle against the Empire and the rebels. You may even surpass your father. I mean, see, now I just want the, like, the prequel, the Lord Conrad prequel. Because I've almost...
That would be interesting.
I've single-handedly won this war for the Republic, just about. And they're like, you might almost surpass him. It's like, what did he do? I know he established the Republic, but jeez. Hearing of your concern for Master Algernon, Lady Margaret reportedly wept aloud, as opposed to weeping silently. Though the time changes us all, family bonds always remain strong. I was sent to inform you of the Imperial invasion, and I got out just in time. They'll be here sooner or later. We'll do everybody outside, then we'll go inside. Lord Triscuits is in his study. He's waiting to see... Okay, yeah, we did that. You say the same thing? No. Now that Lord Triscuits is free, there's no need to continue our charade. Access to this gate is now open. Thank you. Did I talk to you already? Since Lord Triscuits is so patriotic, you feared he might sacrifice his own son, so you lied to him. Lord Triscuits now knows the truth, and I've heard he's quite upset about it. The Symbios army is so strong and reliable that they managed to defeat the traitor Brath. Mallory can't move into Aspia because of poor Algernon. I hope you'll continue to battle for the future of the Republic. Algernon's gonna have to carry that with him the rest of his life. That because he got captured, like, this army could not fight. Although the Empire took Aspia, we don't have to surrender. We still have Lord Symbios and the Mallory army to protect us. We'll save the bar for last, since y'all have me really anticipating it. We'll talk to some of the other people real quick. Let me address to Sirius Lowell said, I actually have a headcanon of Lucifer being a summon spell in this game. So I'm curious when we'll see that. I'm not opposed to that entirely. The summons, like, clearly, to me, should be deities that exist somewhere. I don't know. We'll get into that later.
Shining Force is pretty strict about pulling from, like, a couple of particular mythologies for their summons, I feel like.
It does seem that way, like Greek kind of stuff.
Greek and Norse, I believe, pops up here.
Okay.
But I think it's pretty much just that.
Didn't the GBA game give Max an orbital laser spell? Yeah, and they say that, like, they commune with satellites to, like, cast magic, and that's what all of it is. And, like, I believe, like, the shoulder pauldrons or something that the mages promote, like, there's, like, theories about the shoulder pauldrons being there to help them commune with the satellites better and stuff. A lot of people, myself kind of included, pretend that that part is not canon, because, I don't love magic just being greater technology. So, yeah, there's supernova, but, like... Let's see. I don't recall Kane having anything. I don't recall Kane having anything like that either.
Yeah, it seems like there's some confusion about him having a drop called Soul Buster, and the fact that that's a weapon and not a spell.
I don't remember that either. It's been a while since I've played.
It's just one of those, like, various weapons they added in the remake that are, like, effective against specific things.
Okay. We'll play Resurrection on the channel at some point. It's just gonna take a little bit. The city of Aspia has fallen. It's fortunate that everything has already been packed. If the occupation force in Aspia starts to move, we must be ready to grab our belongings and get out of town. Even though the situation is dire, my son remains very calm. He makes me very proud. I wonder if we talk to his son, if he's just gonna be like, I don't know what's going on. Let's see. A leader of the Shining Force walks into a bar. I don't know how to finish the joke. He recruits the old man sitting there that just wanted to tell a couple of old war stories. I don't know. Max and Kane have the same armor, so Kane probably could use Satellite Nova too. See, but Nova is your advisor and nothing else. That's all it is. Nothing else ever happened. You know my daddy? He came back. He seems happier than before, so I feel silly for crying. Yeah, you shouldn't have cried. Your daddy was just a war prisoner in the dungeons. It's fine. That always works out well. My daddy came home, but went back to Mallory Castle right away. He seems happier than when there was nothing to do, but that might be my imagination. I can't believe my husband, Fiddler, was locked up in the castle dungeon. That's just too cruel. He didn't even eat crackers. And now he doesn't even seem to mind. He said he'd forget the whole thing and went right back to his duties. Alright, he does seem like a good dude. We also need to go check his stats. Alright, we did that house, we did that house. We'll do the church last, because they probably have new dialogue. We got these two houses. Wasn't specific on a spell or weapon. Oh no! My worst fears have come true! Prince Arrowant has taken Aspia. If he's anything like his father, Emperor Domeric, he'll torment the people of the Republic. Is it just propaganda that has all of us see the Emperor that way? He seemed pretty chill. If Prince Arrowant is anything like Emperor Domeric, there will be hell to pay for the Republic. He'll most likely hunt down the major figures of the War of Independence and execute them one by one. Yeah, I've played EXA a little bit, Lord Oshu, as a kid, and I think I got soft-locked. It was kind of rough. I don't think that's a hot take, though. I got into, like, a mandatory battle, and I do not think I had the stats to actually win it. Now this is a weapon shop. Their selection of axes is quite interesting. Once the war is over, I might try one of these for my logging. Could just do that now. We can buy weapons now, but I don't know what to buy. I don't know anything about weapons. I heard you were going into battle in place of the Mallory army. Here, let me express my appreciation. Synbios receives the healing rain. Really? That is not much, but it comes from the heart. Please accept it. Wow! Did you know that was here?
The healing rain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Like, not just that, but, like, I've kind of had the criticism that, like, some of the shopkeepers in games just feel like such non-people. They literally feel like the NPC meme. That it's like, you know, you're just here, you don't really care about the events going on. It's really cool for her to be like, yeah, here's, like, a special thing to help you. Because if you fail, it's going to be bad.
Yeah, so that's one of apparently only 3 healing rains in Scenario 1.
Okay. I thought you were going to say all of Shining Force 3, and I was going to be like, what?
No, there's more later. It's just in this particular scenario.
No grindable enemies? No. In the spot that I got to, I was completely stuck in Shining Force EXA, as far as I could tell. So, when we play that on the channel eventually, I'm gonna take special care to not get stuck there again. Because, yeah, it had me use the girl main character. I can't remember her name. But I had to use her squad, and they just did not have the stats to even remotely repel, like, the space invasion that happened. It was rough. Where will the Imperial Army go next? I'm guessing their next target must be Flagard. I told you so. Aspia has no generals who can stand up to the Imperial Army. I told you the Republic would lose. Thank you for having faith in us. Alright, it's bar time. I get to see what all of you have been so much anticipating. The Republic finds itself in crisis in its 20th year. If she survives this threat, Aspia will prosper for a long time. That's what I think, anyway, but... Following Aspia, Mallory will be the next in danger. We know this, but what can be done? You see, all we can do is continue on with our lives and hope for the best. Yeah? The town's front gate is now open and people can come and go as they please, but since Aspia is now occupied, no one will want to visit Mallory. It's good Mallory's gates were open, but the Imperials have taken Aspia. Now we have no place to go. The truth about the renovation delay of Mallory Castle has been revealed. I had no idea the reason was so serious. Certainly the work will not resume until the child is returned and safe in the castle. Okay, now, yeah, talking to the barkeep is tough. The hitboxes make it really difficult. There we go. I know I shouldn't be asking this, but what will happen to the tavern if Mallory is invaded? Some of the Imperial Army will probably be stationed here, and they will need somewhere to drink. Yeah, it's a very scary thing to not know. The Republic used to be united, but once that unity was weakened, the Empire was able to take advantage of it. We're left with this mess. It took so long to build this nation, but so little to destroy it. If the Imperial Army is getting close, I've got it. I'll hide in the dam until all the turmoil passes. Oh wait, I forgot I can't swim. Oh, that's not good. There's other reasons that's not good, but I can't tell you right now. Please don't allow the Mallory army to mobilize. The son of Lord Triscuit's Master Algernon is the only one who can succeed him. I mean, I'm family. Technically, I could do it, but hey. I'm Eric, an experienced knight. If you want to hire me, I'll lend my services to your cause for 1,500 gold. Oh. Well, there's an Eric at Creed's mansion. The name's Tyron. I'm a roaming mage. If you want to hire me, I see what we're doing here. For the son of a lord, you sure are a cheapskate. My name's Karna. I'm a famous monk. If you didn't know me, now you do. If you want to hire this great monk, there's absolutely no discount. I'm worth every coin. So your name's gonna be Randolph. They call me Randolph. I'm a soldier. It's your lucky day, because I'm giving a discount. How does 1,000 gold coins sound? If that price is no good for you, I wonder what you're willing to pay.
So, while this has been editorialized by the translation team,
I was gonna ask.
The original names are the Japanese names of those 4 characters in Creed's Mansion.
Okay. I think that's a potentially okay editorialization, because I would not have gotten it otherwise.
Yeah, because they're like Piper and Twiggy and whatever all their original names are.
Okay. I do wish we could get an uneditorialized version, but I would start that with Shining Force 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so... Again, I appreciate y'all not spoiling that. Do we think that... Oh, don't even worry about it, Lord Oshio. I'll get behind on chat, but I'll try to catch up. I love you guys talking and stuff and nerding out about Shining Force with me. So, this is just the Shining Force 2 Creed's Mansion cast.
Mm-hmm.
Is that in dispute?
I mean, it's one of those things that if you're somebody who buys into the original timeline, it's just a reference. I personally think it's the same people.
It has to be. That would be ridiculous. That would be like...
It's one of those things where it's like, it's too much of a coincidence. And like, while it is a reference, I do think it legitimately is those characters, personally.
I have no reason to not think that. And this goes back to our timeline discussions of like, no, it's just that Hanzo has the same name, and that all of these people also all happen to share the same name. Like, it is a much smaller coincidence if these are the same people.
Yeah.
What do you say? Oh, yeah. Alright, we're gonna hire all of them, I assume. Can we do that? Or do I have to pay?
So the number you can get depends on how many of the characters you found. You can only take one because you got every side character. I got two because I didn't get Pen.
Okay, wait, what did he say? If you want to hire a mercenary hanging out here, just talk to one. If you want to dissolve a contract, just come back and let them know. But if you do, you'll only get half your gold back. That's the way it works. Okay, so if you don't find Pen, who do you not see?
Huh? No, it's you only have room in your force for one. Because I didn't get Pen, I had room for two.
I
see. You'll just only get to pick one. And they will have to go on your backup force. So on the secondary team.
Okay, yeah, Serious Lil's saying that too. Lord of Oshi, if you haven't joined too, you should join the Discord, because we need more people nerding out about Shining Force stuff. You got all the hidden characters on a blind run? Well done. Well, I had some helpful nudging to the right directions, and the hardest one, like Frank, I knew about before. I knew that I needed to push somebody somewhere, so that was kind of a heads up. That would have probably been the one I struggled with the most, I think. Okay, so do I put this up to a vote?
I guess, have you distributed your forces between the two teams yet? Do you know who's going where?
I don't. We can come back in a sec.
Because to me, it kind of comes down to, like, what support do you need on that side?
But at the same time, Karna's really popular, and I know people are going to want to see Karna. Like, you're right, that makes sense. Does the Force have new dialogue? Dig might. Hey, Fitzgerald.
If you're worried about the battle, let's go see Doily in the tavern. I'll bet we can find some mercenaries there.
Oh, okay, well that's helpful.
Oh, I just have to control the train will be wise to be here. It's truly the worst scenario was symbiote.
I think this is the same dialogue.
I think so. I probably made my joke about scenario 1 when she says it's truly the worst scenario.
Okay, so he's level...
I always make that joke.
He's level 15. Yeah, because then we had our whole discussion about, do you really think it's the worst? And you were like, kinda.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got a foil, which I don't think I have a rapier user, so that's cool. Is that a... what's it called, weapon?
The foil? No, that's just a regular rapier.
Okay, so let's go get him one real quick. I'd rather see how anyone other than Karna specifically, because of how popular she is. I pick, if I'm left to my own devices, I actually pick Tyron. He's my favorite out of them.
My main thought is, like, we've got, I think, 3 healers among our force, so kind of the last thing we need is another healer.
True.
Yeah, so the foil is actually just the tier 2 rapier. It's pretty under-geared for this point in the game.
Wow. And he matches Hagane.
What's Hagane using?
Mithril Shuriken.
Oh, yeah, the shurikens aren't super strong, so that makes sense.
Alright, let's organize our force real quick, and then we'll go get him a Mithril weapon. We've got 20 more Mithril.
I think we can spare a couple.
I think probably. Alright, so we do...
Oh, and don't forget, we did discuss that anything you want to carry over with your save file needs to be in people's inventory, not in the HQ. So
Okay.
we should also determine if there's anything from here that we want to keep with us, like any of the rings or the power undeeds could be good.
Everybody has stuff. So I think we're okay. We could grab power undies for somebody.
In case we might want it in the future for anything.
Alright, Findig,
Like
you
some
hold
extra
that.
mithril or dark matter, potentially.
Oh wait, he's full now. Yeah, let's take some dark matter for somebody. Also, the grinding was really not tough.
No, the grinding is actually pretty tolerable. It's kind of why, like, I'm willing to forgive the grinding in 3, because they make it pretty decent. Oh, and we should either use or bring with us the bright honey and the brave apple.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that real fast. I'll give it to Hayward.
Thanks for saying it's a fitting voice, Mahan. I don't know why, but, like, I looked at Finding, and the first thing I thought was Australian when I did my playthrough.
Alright, the brave apple. We know who needs that. There we go. Pen's HP goes up by 1, attack by 2, defense by 2, agility by 1. Excellent. And then the bright honey, you said that increases max MP.
Yeah.
I think we give that to Hayward and we just hold it. For the next scenario. That's what I think. So here's the squads as they stand. This is my scrub squad. So I can fix that again. But I'm wondering if we should put somebody from the main squad on the scrub squad.
Let's see what we're dealing with. So we've got one healer on the scrub squad.
I'm still swapping it back here. We'll go over it again in a sec.
Okay.
So that's how it looks. I am thinking Murasame is a little bit better of a ninja. I'm thinking we swap him with Hagane.
I think Eldar should go on the scrub squad.
Okay.
I think she'd be useful there.
Okay. They've got one healer. Do they need a second?
I think one healer's fine, especially because he's got support,
Okay.
which will be useful.
Do we want to switch her and Findig, or...?
Finding has to go on the second squad. Even if you put him in your first party, he'll go to the second team.
Okay.
I would say we maybe switch Horst or Obright back over so we have a warrior on the main squad.
Alright, Obright has a little bit better stats, so we'll take Horst.
Okay.
And then they don't have a mage. Do they need one?
Does Hagane have... No, he doesn't have offensive magic. We could swap him with Murasame and just put Blaze over there on a ninja. I guess if we put a mage, who would we take off?
I don't know. I do think we swap Murasame and Hagane. Because I think we can... With this squad, we have Dentaris, who can carry us. Hayward hits like a train. Yeah, I think we're okay.
Yeah, the main squad deals better with Hagane being a shuriken ninja, where he just has much worse attack, where Murasame can fend for himself a bit better.
Yeah. And then who's their wall? Yeah, it's gonna be Eldar.
Will says we should give Obright's mace to Horst. I thought Obright had an axe.
Obright, yeah, he's got the axe.
Yeah, I think they're in
he's got
the
the
right
mace.
place. I think you probably just got confused and we're switching between.
Give his macho mace? Maybe he's got a macho mace. Let me double check.
Yeah, I guess we can see.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he is holding on to it. We can give that over. I don't remember if it's I don't remember how it compares to what Horst has right now. Oh, it is a strict upgrade.
Okay, I want to equip and look at all his options real quick. Equip.
Oh, he's got the Revenge Mace, which is increased counter chance.
I like that this gives him a little more defense, though, so we'll do that.
Yeah, we can always switch maces if we decide we really want to go for a counter, but it's not super reliable.
And then we really don't need his Angel Wing. So let's deposit that and take anything else. I think we grab another of the Dark Matters. Alright, let's go get Findig equipped. You're not saying anything, and Domingo just saying his name also... Oh, Yogurt not saying anything, and then Domingo just saying his name also felt a bit sad. It's like they talked in the first one. Why did they go all Pokemon with them? I don't know. Another editorial decision that was done. I think that's in Resurrection, right?
Yeah, they're talking about Resurrection. I disagree with a lot of the changes in Resurrection, but I've talked about that plenty.
Yeah. Okay, let's make Findig something. Oh, he's not on this squad. Whoops. I gotta move him to the squad. It's so awkward. I gotta go move him to the squad, and then we can make him something. I gave him a couple of Mithril so we could make him multiple things if we don't get something good. But I don't know with rapiers if there's a correct answer or if there's not.
Rapiers, let me see. Rapier.
Shining Force, once again, making inventory management a nightmare. Hey, they had to improve in some ways and then make it worse in some others.
The only thing he doesn't super want is probably the magic rapier.
Okay.
It isn't great for him, but either of the others are good. Like, it's not bad, it's just it has an MP regen effect and he doesn't have any spells, so it's kind of wasted. It wouldn't be bad though.
Do we need to kit out Tyron?
No, you can't access his inventory.
Shiny Rapier.
Ooh, that's like the best one you can get.
Perfect. Yeah, that increased him by a lot.
Yeah, so that gives him 3 HP regen a turn, a new crit, and +5 agility and crit.
Wow.
So,
all right, let's
it's
go.
pretty darn good. It's also got A scaling for both attack and magic. It's the best Mithril Rapier you can get pretty definitively.
Well, all right then. Let's go sell his old one real fast.
It's got a good special move too. Sick.
All right. All right, let's go recruit Tyron, and then I think we're locked and loaded. My first ever game I played was Shining Force 1. I played the Sega Classic Collected version. I remember playing it with my bro and staying up because we had no memory card. Oh. That is such an old school problems. I remember stuff like that. And you know, there's not a great solution for it. Like, I think memory cards was probably the better thing. Because now if I go to a friend's house or something and I want all my character unlocks or whatever, it's like, you better bring your console. It's like, that's lame. Alright, sweet. Let's go grab our man from the bar and head out. Try not to... I knew about that already, but don't give any spoilers for Gaiden and stuff, because I have not played it yet. Let's see. I needed to go... Okay, yeah, the bar. But yes, I already knew that. So it's not that big a deal, but I'm trying not to get spoiled on any of the games I have not played yet.
We don't talk about CD... Gaiden 1, Gaiden 2, Final Conflict, or anything in 3 beyond this.
Alright, Tyron the Mage received 1,200 gold coins, but since he joins your force, it's my 1,200 gold coins. No, I'm kidding. So they just tell me...
upside down and shake his pockets out.
So if I say I want to, You can't have an... let's see. Oh, I said yes, but then it said organize your army and come talk to me again. Okay. That's alright. I know you're new. That's fine. Gotta go for dinner. Good luck storming the castle. Thank ya. We might still be going when you get back. Okay, so... I can't kid her out, or him out, or anything. So we're done. We got the church, and
Yeah,
we go do the thing. Algernon is so cute. His eyes are sparkling and irresistible. Please bring him back safely. Okay. I'm watching you. Master Algernon was abducted. That must be hard for Lady Margaret and that old woman standing over there. Worrying about what a son might be enduring in such a situation is difficult for a mother. How did the battle go, Lord Synbios? Now do you believe the 30% luck is on your side? To bring luck to your side in battle, you must pay attention to and understand the flow of battle. I heard Aspia Castle, as well as the town itself, is filled with Imperial soldiers. Taking on that many enemies at once seems like an impossible task for a tired Republican army. Good thing they're not doing it. Good thing it's just me. We shall save. No, we don't wish for anything else. Really? Even Aspia. If Aspia was taken, it won't be long before Mallory's invaded. This war is between two countries that used to be one, and it doesn't look like it's going to have a happy ending. I don't know. I'm kind of curious how definitive of an ending we're gonna get from this, anyway.
Mm-hmm. Not as definitive as in the official English version.
Yeah. Oh, wrong door. You know, it's really interesting to think about, like, we talk about, changing the names and stuff makes it hard for a community to, like, talk about it sometimes. That comes up a lot with Fire Emblem Fates. That, like, they all have really different names. But I can't even imagine if they just had whole different endings. That it's like, no, that's the end of that story. And it's like, what? No, it's not.
Yeah.
Alright, here we go. Thank you all for being patient with lore talk and technical difficulties and all sorts of nonsense. Y'all are really the best. I'm so excited to see what awaits us. I know it's the Titan, but, like, how is this gonna go? I had a friend make the thumbnail for today, so y'all, I saw some questions like, did he play ahead? No, I did not.
Gotcha. I was concerned about that too, because I was like, did you, like, spoil yourself on stuff, or?
No.
From here, I'll lead the second battalion into the dam and release the water.
How definitive the ending depends on what version you're playing. The US release only released part 1, so they changed the ending to wrap things up better. Yeah, we're gonna go look that up at the end of stream. Lore talk is endlessly fascinating for me. I appreciate that, because I'm like, this is the Shining Force channel, you know? So I'm like, if we're not gonna do it, who is?
Yeah, which, did you see my reply to your thing, Lol? I did message you back a reply to your theory.
Okay. I can't wait to get there and see what that is.
Yeah, you won't see that for a while, but I feel like the Lucifer assumption is not correct based on what I'm looking up.
Lore talk and nerding out is why we're here, man. In town is the best place to do it. True. The water from the dam is key to defeating the Titan. I'm sure the Imperial Army has guards posted. Be extremely cautious as you proceed with your mission.
Once we release the water, we'll send up a signal. The success of this mission depends on our teamwork. To be safe, let me give you this.
Pulse has received a calling whistle. Now, if somebody touches you and you don't like it, blow that whistle.
If you need to retreat for any reason, use that and I'll meet up with you here.
Oh, did he just give us, like, a super egress?
I think he's more or less, like, he's giving us an in-universe reason that they would also leave if we aggress.
Okay, cool. Let us proceed as well, Synbios. That's actually really well thought out.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I feel like a lot of games just wouldn't even think about that.
He's going that way. Where are we going? Before the final showdown with the Imperial Army, is there anything you still need to do, Synbios? No, we've done it all. Let's head to the battlefield. Where is that?
Down this hall.
Oh. Okay.
The direction he's making you go.
Oh, do y'all have any final parting words? I'll guard this entrance. No one will enter Aspia Castle from here. I wish you well in the battles ahead. I don't believe the Synbios army has much hope of victory in this battle, but elevate some speed anyway. Thank you, random nameless guy. There's a reason I have a name and you don't.
Have you ever seen Galaxy Quest?
No.
Ah.
Y'all have recommended it a couple times. I really need to.
Yeah. I want to make a reference to that, but I also, if you haven't seen it, don't want to spoil anything.
Oh, hey, I saw this leaving the town, and I was like, huh, I wonder how I get down there.
That's how.
Look in the moat, Synbios. It's a Pokemon! It seems the Titan is indeed at the bottom of the moat. At least it is no longer assaulting Aspia. I thought it would be big enough to be standing out of the moat. Oh. Hey, I see you there. I don't know who's saying that. If you're planning an attack, forget it. Even if the Titan is out of control, you can't win.
Was I this guy?
I think so. That's the main character of Scenario 2's brother, right?
So, Synbios shows his face. Yeah, this is Prince Arrogant. You rescued Benetram and have managed to overcome every obstacle they've thrown at you. You even defeated Basanda. Since we lost control of the Titan, we haven't been able to cross the bridge, but it seems you have found a secret passage.
I'll secret your passage.
Even without Basanda, I will crush the Republic and take my true place as Emperor. And I'll even keep my promise to Triscuits if he keeps his.
Uncle Synbios, don't worry about me. That giant in the moat, it's too dangerous. Please go back. What an evil bad guy thing to do.
Even without the Titan, we far outnumber you. You won't survive, much less rescue your precious nephew. Soldiers, intercept the Synbios army. We must hold them until the Bullzone reinforcements arrive.
Just as I thought. Prince Arrogant will sacrifice his army to prevent us from rescuing Algernon. He sounds evil! Engage the Imperials until Finding's signal, and keep casualties to a minimum. The Republic's fate is in your hands. Ooh. New music. You want to be this evil bad guy?
Oh, I'm about to be Finding, I think.
Oh, okay.
Be
So,
this guy.
the Republican scum have arrived. I don't know what they want with this dam, but we are here to repel them. Prince Arrogant deployed us here on a tip from the sun. The Republicans were not expecting us, so we have the upper hand. Prince Arrogant was skeptical, so he only sent one battalion, but we are more than enough to defeat this pathetic lot. They've not even been properly leveled. Now they die.
The damage to fate is expected. We should be able to handle them.
So when you hit this, you were like, oh no.
Yeah.
Defeat the defenders of the dam. We must release the water to help Synbios and the others defeat the Titan.
Welcome to stream, Mike. You're not going to get me with your whole name. I have been on the internet longer than 5 minutes. You can always watch Marauder EX's first playthrough of SF3 if you want to see the original translations, ending dialogue. Okay, we will have to do that. I wanted to do it with Total Biscuit, but I don't know if his are still up. The Giga Breaker, okay. What are you?
I'll be right back.
Sorcerer, okay. Am I gonna have to play on both these maps at once? What are you? Bow Knight? Okay. Silver Knights? Okay. Cool, cool. Oh. Griffin just off in the distance there. Alright, well, Dentaris, you're our wall. Go wall. Mask Room can go there. Yeah, the music is really good. Yeah, you can stand there. You're tanky as heck. Giga Breaker, where's his drill? Oh, is that... I'm trying to remember what that's a reference to. Is it the old GBA game, or is it a mecha anime? I don't remember. SF3 really likes its random critter on the battlefield way out of the way. I don't know why they keep doing that. For a while, I thought they were giving us wyverns like that because it was like a secret. You need to not kill the wyvern or something, but Taya told me no, they just do that. It treats it like the ruins. Oh, that's weird. I might have rather done that as a separate battle. I'm not sure. You know what? No, I'm down for it because it's interesting. It's different. Okay. You're our tankiest thing, Eldar, so go stand in the way. Got Tyron here. Oh, we can check his stats now. So we got Tyron from Shining Force 2, which is super cool. He's got Blaze, Freeze, and Spark. That, I love the crossover stuff, so it's really cool to know what happened to more of the cast, that they ended up here. It's a good bit of show, don't tell to help sell the battles are happening at the same time. Oh, for sure. It also is just an interesting challenge to, like, have me fighting on two fronts at once, and I've got to think about that. Do I have heals? I don't. Oh, we could Power Spear, though. I don't know how much that's going to nuke my attack. A lot. I'm not even going to worry about that. That's not going to do any damage. Okay, you can probably... Oh, you can't reach. Of course not. Oh, that's Khan. He looks like, our Shuriken Ninja a little bit. Isn't that Wizard Aleph, the fox girl from SF1? I'm not sure who you're talking about. I don't know what wizard.
I don't know. I'm back.
Welcome back!
My Prince Arrogant voice woke up Mira.
Oh.
Speaking of which, I need to ask if you'll let me promote something in the Discord.
Of course!
So she's in the running for the Baby of the Year contest.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And it's a vote-based thing. So
we gotta crush this, is what you're saying.
yeah. We made it to the quarterfinals. But she's kind of stuck in 10th place in her group, so we're trying to promote it a little more broadly.
I hope you know you don't even have to ask at this point. You have far earned the right to promote whatever you want.
Where would that make sense in Discord?
That I don't know. Maybe off topic, but like you could...
Okay.
I don't care if you do it in general.
Okay, I'll just do it in general.
Okay.
I'll type something up with a little context for anybody who's not here right now.
Let's see. Hard to reach. Yeah, you can spark them, can't you? Yeah, you can. We'll start that.
Spirits, help me.
I was also giving thoughts while you were gone about both battles taking place at the same time, and that's interesting, and I instinctively don't love that, but at the same time, I'm like, it's very unique, so I should like it.
I really like it. It's something I wish we saw more often in SRPGs. I really loved in Advanced Wars Dual Strike, there is a two-front battle that's happening in the air and on the ground at the same time. and that made me want to do that in my own SRPGs because I think it's really cool to have like simultaneous battles that impact one another.
Yeah, I do kind of like it, thinking more about it, that I was like, it definitely is pushing my strategy brain. Okay, I was about to say, Penn lives this, yeah. Yeah, he does.
In some ways, it's just a further splitting of stuff like the like maps where you travel between sections in like Fire Emblem, right? I'm thinking of like Fates having the battle on the wall. You know, you move up and down stairs, but you effectively got 2 battlefields.
Yes.
They're just, now these battlefields are completely distinct. Other Fire Emblems also do kind of split maps. I think Fire Emblem 7. Have you played 7?
Not enough.
There's a map, but you have played it.
Only the first couple.
The first couple battles?
Yeah, because that's Lynn's game,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. So there is a fight in that where you have to deploy your forces into basically 2 sections of a map where they cannot cross between sections. So
I like
you're
that.
effectively doing the same like 2 battlefields. It's just on the same map.
Yeah, it just takes more brain power to me to like be on completely different maps, I think.
Yeah, which I don't know. At least I feel like this is easier because you aren't looking at your other units and thinking they can do anything on the front you're currently on. Especially because they make all the turns on one map happen together. So
I
you have
appreciate
kind of
that.
clear break.
It would be
Otherwise,
harder.
It would just take forever.
That, and it would be a lot harder. I think we're tanky enough that this is fine. Yeah, we're okay. I wish I had this game when I was a kid. I'd skip school to play it. Oh, same. As a kid, I, like, didn't have tons of access to the internet, so I could, like, not even imagine that there was a Shining Force game that looked like this. Ow. I thought Grace was LF. Oh, no. No, that would be crazy. Wow. All the crits. Or specials. Is he gonna die? Oof. Well. That sucks. We might die too. We'll see. Horst. You're not very tanky, but go do your best. Oh, we got a stun at least. Got Earthquake special. Yeah, Symbiosis is definitely getting wrecked. Can you reach to finish the other guy? No, you can't. Alright, just... How do I want to have you do things? I want you to come around. No. Just attack across. Do what you can do. There's actually an interesting tidbit about Grace, where in an interview, Hiroyuki Takahashi referred to her as a foxling. I would assume they're the same race. It would be weird to me if they weren't.
I feel like the thing is that I believe her official race is Cantal. I think that's why that's notable.
I see.
I could be wrong. The whole thing Grace Cantal got auto-modded.
I saw that. I can't even fathom why.
There's like, that's a word I don't recognize. It must be a slur. Slur lasers.
I do feel... I don't know. I'm like... I do feel like this map could be a little bit better. It does feel like it's just going to be a lot of running.
Yeah, that's part of why I recommended Eldar here, just because she can traverse better. But yeah, the theoretical way you can do this is with just fending is just like flying him across, and then if he manages to land his strongest special on the boss, he can one-shot them.
Huh.
But it's super RNG dependent.
Yeah, that would be
obviously.
crazy.
And he has to, you know, not get killed by all the archers and stuff over there, so... Or, no, wait, there's no archers. Oh, there's one archer. Okay. My eyes were playing too many tricks on me.
I assume the big guy, the Giga Breaker, is the boss.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Alright,
But I do think it's a route map. I think you have to kill all of them.
Okay.
It's just like, he has to crit the Giga Breaker to be able to do it. Otherwise, I think they one-shot him in return.
I need some good spells here, I think. You're totally lost in the sauce. Can we... No. Alright, let's just try and attack something. Ah, yeah, that figures. Alright, Noon gets to do big play here. Yeah, let's just freeze... No, not freeze. Spark 2. There we go. I think he kills all this.
Spirits, help me.
Yeah, we've had a lot of debates about Kyantars. Like, where does the actual wording come from?
Well, the main thing is the Shrine Force 3 World Book makes some really weird claims about Cantals that don't seem to line up with anything else we see. If I remember correctly, it's something like it discusses Cantals being like a next evolution of other Beastman races, like any Beastman can become a Cantal or something, and not that Cantals are a specific race, which doesn't seem to be the case anywhere else we live.
Yeah.
So I'm not really sure. It's really odd and doesn't fit with any other established lore about Cantals. So I kind of lean towards just discarding it because it doesn't really make sense.
That makes sense to me, what you're saying.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, I don't know, when the information in the World Book conflicts with every other piece of information we have, I feel like that's just spurious information.
Could be. It's definitely tough to know how to handle that.
Yeah.
Let's go, Pen! I had not seen that yet. What was that? Why can he do that?
Good question.
Alright. That's my favorite thing now. Oh, alright, you need a heal before you get thrown in. These guys must have insane special rates.
It's pretty high. Well, and also because they have weapon advantage. Or was that? No.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's pretty high.
Goodness.
In Neo, they start referring to them as lings. I'm pretty sure that Aleph has always been called a foxling. I'm pretty sure that that comes from even official sources.
I think so too. I think I've seen stuff that says that. This gives credence to Yogurt Special. Would be him pulling out a pistol and capping someone. Yeah, I'm still very grateful to Captain for making that a reality. Hey, we nuke. Let's go.
Xylo was called a Wolfling in Shining Force 1. I thought so, but I couldn't remember that for sure. Because it's one of those weird things where also, like, I'm pretty sure his class is technically Warwolf and not Werewolf.
I believe you're correct, in English at least.
Which is just like... you definitely would not think of Warwolf unless you've read it somewhere. Because WRWF, you're gonna think werewolf because he's a wolf, but he's not a werewolf because he is a wolf guy. I'm trying to... I was gonna say, like, I should check my Shining Force 1 guide and see what it says about Aleph, but I don't know where it is because I haven't unpacked it. Look, most of my books are still packed up.
Hmm. I mean, that's fair.
I've had too much else going on.
You've had a lot going on.
I'm trying to see if I can find scans of it, because surely there's scans somewhere.
For a second, I thought you said scams.
Yeah, I'm trying to find some scans.
Some Shining Force crypto pump and dump. Speaking of, the CSGO stuff.
Oh, yeah.
A hot day.
It's one of those things where, like, I don't know, like, it's too bad if you lost a bunch of money on that, but also, like, I feel like expecting a game economy to be, like, stable enough to be a big investment source does not make sense to me.
I agree.
I'm like, that's kind of on you, bro.
I would not invest my entire life savings into a skin market, but...
No. Especially because, like, game updates are just a thing. So how can you expect it to not do that?
Yeah. Let's see, what do you have?
You think Geralt is a werewolf official source? I'm having a hard time finding official sources that list races right now for any of those characters. Oh, that's right. So I'm looking at the Shining Force 2 English manual, which says Wolfman is Geralt's race. He's not werewolf or werewolf. He's Wolfman.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get him and Dantari's next to each other so I can aura them both.
Hmm.
Can't do that anymore. Do I put you up there just to get rid of that guy? I think I do.
Now bear my Arctic blast.
I just realized there's a mod with Yogurt as the hero. Is that on your channel? I forget where I was watching it. I don't think so. Captain made a mod for the channel that was great, where Yogurt replaces King Guardiana, and then I believe he joins the Force and he's got a little gun. Which, you know, I'm all about.
Did play Jogurt?
I have not yet.
Okay, I couldn't remember.
We finished Badly Translated last week, and then people wanted to see it, but I really want to make that its own video. So we just did Late Block instead.
Gotcha. That's a lot of damage.
It was a lot of damage. That was a lot more than I thought it would be.
It's pretty strong.
Strong enough for Pen to get the kill? Let's find out. Aw, not without a crit.
Still only 1 damage, even leveled.
Hey, when he specials, he does more. It's fine.
Yeah, he does about the amount of damage as a normal character.
He's doing his best.
When he crits, he acts like a functional unit.
He is functional in my heart. Yogurt crypto worth 1 yogurt ring. Yeah, I should start that. I don't get why people, like, start cryptos still, honestly, or why people invest in them. Like, at this point, I'm like, Bitcoin, Ethereum, maybe Doge, and a couple others I think will stick around and are maybe sound investments. This is not financial advice, if I have to clarify that. I don't know. But, I don't know, outside of, like, those maybe 5, why you would invest in anything else at this point. Like, I genuinely just don't understand. And I don't get what creators, like, why you would want to do that, even.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, I don't understand what I would get out of it. Like, I get money, but, like, I could... I don't know, I could make a t-shirt and get money. You know? Like, I just don't understand why I would go to crypto. But...
I see Shiny Force 3D uses Foxling. That's the first thing I've been able to finally find. Although I find interesting that, like, Foxling and Kanto are distinct from... They also use Beastman there, which is very generic.
I feel like
And it doesn't,
Beastman...
like, clarify the species.
Yeah, I feel like Beastman is the generic catch-all for all of them.
But it's like Shining Force 3, I'm pretty sure distinctly uses a couple of, like, animal-type name man. I was about to call a specific character, but I think it's Nero too, so I'm not going to talk about him. He's not, like, mega notable, but it's a race we've never had before, so you'll find it interesting.
Okay.
We actually get a lot of interesting races in Shining Force 3. I think you'll be very interested in a number of them. Especially Scenario 3 has, like, a ton of oddballs. It's probably the most misfit crew you get. But I like them.
Yeah, there's definitely some seizure warnings on some of these spells.
Ooh, air dance.
So over the top, I love it.
It is. These are the kind of things that are making me want to... I want to, more than I should, find a way to, like, export the 3D models and make a fighting game out of the Shining Force 3 cast.
I would love it so much.
And, like, I was asking in the Shining Force 3, like, modding Discord, and I was basically told, like, yeah, it wouldn't be too hard to do. There's totally a way to do it. And I asked, well, can you tell me how? And they said, you'll have to figure it out. So, that's how the Shining Force 3 modding community is, in my experience.
Love that.
Yeah, it's great.
Can you give me a hint?
Yeah. Yeah. You're saying, like, oh yeah, it's not too bad, blah blah, and then I asked, you know, I would love to have some information on this. Well, you need to figure out, but the information is public and open source. I'm like, well, could you, like, link me?
Yeah, could you tell me where?
But no.
It's funny that you've gotten more support from the Flame Dragon Knights modding scene.
You know, you're not wrong. It's one of those things where it's like, well, yeah, obviously I can tell it's possible in theory, but, like, I don't know where to start with that. And then just saying it's available in open source doesn't tell me where to look or what I'm even looking for.
No, it really doesn't.
So, anyway, I'm salty about that. But on the other hand, it wouldn't even be that hard in theory to, like, recreate these models if I just paid my modeler to.
True. If you could... I don't know, can you get your modeler to, like, down-res it enough?
Probably. People wouldn't know it, but the Paladin Green models are a lot lower poly than they look like they are.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I kind of forget until I tweak some settings on the shader I'm using. The shader that they use really hides how low poly they are, quite a lot.
Huh.
They're a lot less than they look like. I just have a very nice shader that makes them look a lot better.
Because, yeah, they look really good.
Yeah, no, they totally work for what it is. Like, they didn't need to be higher quality, so they fit exactly what they needed to be. You know, there's a 3D fighting game maker. I have programmed a 3D fighting game. I'm a 3D fighting game maker. Like, I'm a game developer. That's what I do for work and as a hobby. It's kind of my thing.
Just a little bit. I've got a whole stream that is just looking at Taya's games, so if you haven't watched that, I think there's 2 streams actually, because there's so many. It's really, really fun going through his whole past of every small project, side thing, and huge thing he's done.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. Obviously, I do like watching people play what I make.
Best job ever.
You would think so, but
yeah, I was
there's
about
a
to
lot
say.
of burnout in game dev. I am currently going through a phase of being very, very burned out.
Mm-hmm. It's one of those things that on paper sounds great.
Yeah, it sounds really good until it's actually your, I would say 9 to 5. I work 10 to 6. But it's stressful. And then when you have to hit deadlines, especially.
Yeah. Plus, it's just whenever you turn your passions into a job, it definitely changes your relationship with those things.
It's very much like, it's not like when I was working at Kroger and I would finish my shift at work and come home and be like, I'm ready to work on game dev. It's I finish my shift doing game dev and then I'm like, I really don't want to program at all.
Yeah. I finished my shift at game dev.
Yeah, I finished my shift at game dev. Okay, but there's a lot of code to deal with in testing. Yeah, it's true. But yeah, I've made like a 3D Shining Force-like game, or at least, you know, a demo of one that I'm working on turning into a more fully fleshed out engine for my next major SRPG project, which is Arden's Armatra, which started as a Shining Force 1 mod, and now I'm flipping to being in my standalone engine. Because just between a full-time job and being a dad, I don't have the time to finish a whole Shining Force 1 mod and then also remake it again as its own game.
If you want to see how that's started, though, I do have a video of that as well. If you go to the playlist section of the channel, that's where you can probably find stuff the easiest. And yeah, I believe I just have it saved as Arden's Armatra.
Yeah, it's also available on sfmods.com if you'd rather just play it yourself.
Yeah.
But it's recommended for multiple playthroughs.
Let me
because
just grab it real fast. That should take like 2 seconds.
Okay. If I show a little bit, the whole point of Arden's was to make a game where both character deaths affect the story and your choices affect the story. So it's very much meant to be played multiple times, letting different characters die, making different choices. You'll experience different parts of the story and different battles. It was kind of to push Shining Force 1 to the limits of what it could do, with the intent of eventually making it its own game as well. But I just, realizing how long it was taking me to make the mod, I decided to pivot to making a standalone game and kind of scrapping the mod, or leaving the mod where it was, basically.
I would still say it's worth playing through, though, in its current state. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, and there'll be some changes for the final version, but it kind of gives you a good feel of kind of what's going on there. I'm still pretty proud of it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's got mittens on. Look there, Symbios. The Titan has emerged.
Ah, you have shown yourself, Titan Warrior. Now the Symbios army must retreat, or face annihilation.
We will not retreat until you return Master Algernon to us. I love that Pen is next to it.
What? Are you suicidal? Soldiers, I command you, hold the line until Symbios retreat.
Does this thing have stats I can look at? It does. 70 attack, 56 defense. I see. Can we kill it?
Not in this version, I don't think.
Okay.
So it's not intended to be killable. In the Japanese release, it did actually have 6,000 HP and was theoretically possible to destroy.
Wow.
It is not meant to be, and in the international release, I believe they did make it impossible to actually kill. I do think there's a change in the patcher for the translation patch that you can either choose to make it destroyable or not, but it's really not worth your time trying to do with a regular force.
I'm kind of curious what happens if you do.
I believe it just prevents it from using one of its skills.
Oh.
It doesn't end the battle or destroy it or anything.
Okay.
I think it just turns off one of the attacks it can use. Yeah, like Lil was saying, I think it's an option in the patcher. I don't know whether it's applied in the version you're playing.
Okay. I want to see what it looks like, at least. Titan takes 3 damage. Yeah, that would be tough. Pen run! Okay, Mascaron has health. I don't know if resist is needed. Maybe I start hitting people with that, just in case. If you deal a certain amount of damage, you can destroy one of its arms, like 1,000. Ooh. And then for another 2k damage, it disables an attack. That's a lot of damage. It can be completely disabled, but you'd have to do some weird switches between the Japanese version and this version after its arms are disabled. Okay. I love this thing. I was a bit disappointed with the Colossus and SF1 being the only floating head. Or only being a floating head? I see.
I love a little spin.
It's like you punched him at the bar or something.
Yeah.
Dang, he just constantly cannot reach. He doesn't have a ton of defense either, so I need him to not just go get bodied. This is kind of the definitive part of this fight, but I need to, have this engagement go well. Y'all don't have a mage coming up or anything? No. Okay, he's finally done with the illusions. Do you have defense? Also not really. Dang. 35. I mean, higher than him, I guess. Oh, right, you have a little more defense. You get up there. Well, I'd rather have the 15% land effect. It really is there to tempt you to try to kill it. It's like those unwinnable boss fights in games. Yeah, they've hyped it up enough, though, that I, would assume it cannot be done, at least. Eldar's just gonna be your tank for this group. Does seem that way. It was a good call to put her over here.
Take this.
Oh, that's why the terrain is that way, to keep you from getting there too quickly and make you deal with the Titan. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the Titan is the soft hurry-up squad. It's like we're playing Onderon Saga again. lots of hurry-up squads on in those maps. Oh, hello. I would like you two to not be a thing. Go away. Just after I move Symbios away. And Antares. Okay, you stand here. Heal him since he got slapped in the face. I usually destroy one arm since that corresponds to the most dangerous attack. We'll try. I just need a squad to deal with these guys too. Haganai's really doing nothing here. I think I would rather him go to the other side. Pen can go to the other side. We probably want a healer, so Irene can come with us. Frank can kill that guy. Thank you. Good, he needs more attack. Frank is, like, I love Frank, but he has consistently been, like, our most mid unit.
Yeah.
Really preferred if you could stun him, but... Ratchet might be able to damage this thing. I'm not sure. If he specials, he might. Do you do more than 2? 44! Okay, yeah. We take that. Hammer? Okay. Alright, we gotta start moving in. They are not gonna come to us, it seems. I guess we just blaze one. I'm curious the hammer thing, what that did. Didn't really give me any feedback on that. The Titan has 3 different attacks it cycles between. They all have different ranges and AoEs. Okay. So I've seen 2 of them. We're gonna have to heal Sybil. Come on, Scrub Squad. Yeah, this would be really hard if I didn't give them any additional levels. Even with some additional levels, it's still kind of rough.
Yeah.
He should handle that fine. It'll attack even if nothing is in range. I see. Okay, so it just attacked nothing. Alright, let's see how well you take hits. Yeah, that's about what I thought. It's almost like he's a Birdman or something.
Sounds about right.
I did kind of think they would give us something a little bit better.
Oh. Like, in what way?
I don't know, it just felt like they were handing us a Jagan here at the end to be like, this will get you, you know, potentially get you across the finish line, and it's like, his stats kind of don't reflect that.
Yeah, no, he's a decent unit, but he's definitely no, like...
He's not a carry.
You know, no.
He's some extra damage here and there. Findig doing his best Bulbaroy impression. Yeah, it's kind of what it feels like. Unless you're talking about the speedrun, and then Bulbaroy's the most important thing. Alright, how much do you do? Let's find out. He's not Goto. Yeah, pretty much. But I was kind of expecting not a Goto, but like I said, kind of a Jagan. Something softer than a Goto. Goto is like, I'm here to win the game for you if you don't have any units. At least the difficulty makes for an interesting watch. I appreciate that. It's not been too tough so far. Okay, so he actually has a bigger hitbox than I thought, too. That makes sense. Let's go. 46 damage. Not too bad. Noon, you're kind of out of MP. You kind of get to chill. Kagane, go help with the stuff they need help with. I don't think I've seen that one yet. That's cool. Oh, and he's in the illusions. Okay. I would assume the Titan is immune to statuses.
Not sure. What's his luck stat?
I will check momentarily. That is Kangas. Kanagus. I never say it right. In Radiant Dawn, Path of Radiance was neat that you got to choose between Gifka, Tabarn, and Naysala. Yes, but it always bothered me that, like, oh, you know what we can do? I bet you didn't expect me to have the Elmersim Orb that does exactly 5 damage. Let's go! MVP right there. Yeah, I think I'm good with that, and then I want to give y'all resist, because I don't know what's coming. Titan was just sleeping and got mad y'all were fighting above his head. Now he's getting attacked for saying be quiet. It's gotta happen. I was gonna say about Path of Radiance, though, it's weird that, like, Tabarn and Naysala are really cool options. It's weird that, like, you don't even really get a great idea of who Gifka is. I picked him in my first playthrough because I was just like, who even is that? He feels very forgotten about. Ow. Pen stealing kills with that true damage. He's not stealing, they are rightfully his. With his disco orb. How much health you got left? 4? Oh, that looks like another pen kill. Let's go. Okay, he's aiming for Franks. What's the last one? X-Laser. Okay, he doesn't do too much damage. Oh, that hits... Oh. Oh yeah, they did say it would hit either.
The main damage this attack does is to your eyes.
I see that. Yeah, we can out-aura that real easy. That's not very bad. Does that work under summon rules? Okay, yeah, Seriously literally just said it works under summon rules. Okay, that makes sense. Dang. That's like no damage. Still more than 2, though, I suppose. Alright, we gotta kill some stuff. I'm good to feed kills to Finding, because he really needs it. Were you hurt already? Yeah, you can maybe get that. He's really cool, so I like him, but yeah, he's rough. How are his growths?
Findings?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how available that information is for Shining Force 3.
Okay.
I'll see what Junson has, but documentation on stuff like character growth is pretty lacking for this game.
I see.
Yeah, Yeah, it doesn't list anything about growths.
Every ancient weapon from the past has a laser. The ancients really love their light shows. Does Chaos, or not Chaos, does Colossus have a laser? You removed that message? Okay. I didn't see what it was, so. With just Khan as a healer, it's nice that a lot of these guys have heal items. Like heal swords and stuff. I believe Fending just has ones for growth since he is past the level 10 promo. I see. I assume he...
On this SFC post, you can get up to +2 in defense, but his other growths do not look great.
Okay.
I know there's somewhere like a spreadsheet or calculator for stats. I think I saw it in the Trying Force 3 Discord, but I'm not sure how easy it is to find.
I might need an invite to that one. I'm not sure if I'm in that one. So if I stand here, we can heal everybody easier. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, we need to get rid of you. Dang, I wish I could just soul steal. Okay, we'll just freeze, do something.
Now bear my Arctic blast.
I hate having to pull Symbios away, but I might have to deal with that. Yeah, let's do that just to make sure Noon doesn't get taken out by that.
Huh?
Colossus had magic mainly. Yeah, I remembered that. I just didn't remember him having... Oh, come on! I just didn't remember him having a laser. Okay, let's aura you guys up. Yeah, Mascarin took like nothing from that. Frank's the one I was worried about. Does Colossus have a unique crit animation? I don't think so. Oh, you can actually come help us out. Yeah, get rid of that. Please and thank you. Perfect. So the next thing should be the slap. So Noon is probably in death range to that, so let's fix him up. There we go. Probably not anymore. Oh, okay, it has AoE. Had not seen that yet. Oh, that's fine. He's not particularly scary. The main thing is just gonna be, can we sustain for long enough? But we're starting to get this figured out, so I think we're okay. I also assume there's no items to find.
I don't believe so. Let me double check. No. Nope.
The metal claws and the torch eyes? Yeah, actually, I forgot about that. I was just thinking bosses, but yeah, they definitely have lasers. Murasame, don't go stand at the front. Sybil needs not to either. Y'all both need heals. Oh, right. I appreciate healing himself. Main thing the Titan does is Star View of Healing MP. Yeah, but with Grace, we can, like, she's gaining MP every turn as well. So I appreciate that. It's going to be hard for them to totally starve us at that. Yeah, you can go here. Shoot that guy. Yeah, we're about to we're about to get to the gate, so, or the little winch thing, so I'm not too worried. It's gonna be like 2 more turns, I think. 3 if we really want to kill everything. Yeah, it is about to be hammer time, and I worry I'm not going to heal Dentaris fast enough, so let's move him back. Yeah, you don't have any heal anything. You vibe here. We'll just not get hit by stuff this turn. Oh, it's summoning Griffin still. That's interesting. Mascarons are almost out of MP as well. Yeah, I'll move everybody out of the way. I assume they need to be to either side. Because they told me that. Do we all need to be on this side? Probably, because what if we destroy the bridge? We'll start moving that way. Probably just have Grace heal herself. Okay. We do that. Yeah, you can heal Dentaris. Because he's pretty low. Because, yeah, they said we need to run. There's one specific area people need to be in to not get swept away. Yeah, I would assume it's up here. If we get swept away, does it matter a lot?
I believe you can get swept away, actually.
It can't happen?
No, I'm saying I think you can. I don't recall where the safe areas are.
I see. It's where the wall of the bridge is bigger next to the castle. Oh, he could reach me with the hammer. Okay, that's not
That wasn't too bad.
They die? Well, the character dies? Okay. The wall of the bridge is bigger next to the castle, so here. Yeah, that's kind of where I was expecting. But yeah, we'll run that way. So if Synbios gets caught up in that, it's just a game over.
I would assume so.
That's funny. You do all that, and then you just aren't paying attention, and you catch a quick game over.
Yeah.
What happens if you lose all your characters on this map?
I believe Finding is Trio's your commander on this map because he's technically leading this force.
Ooh, that was really cool.
So I think Finding dying is a loss, and it just, like, you lose the battle.
That is good to know. Because that was not super clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. You only get 1 turn after pulling the valve? Okay, I was just gonna do it before we pulled the valve, but... Dang, Eldar needs heals too. Do you have heals? You do. Let's use that. There we go. Now we can press on, and you heal 2 more as well. Can fix up Murasame. And then the next turn we can swarm the last couple guys. Yeah, we can start with the sorcerer. He's the scariest one, I think. Nice, good start. I wonder if this is supposed to make you regret benching some characters.
It definitely made me regret benching some characters.
Who did you start regretting?
Oh, I meant the fact that they were benched and had no levels.
Oh. Well, yeah, I suppose that makes sense.
I did not grind nearly as much as you did. I just kind of split my good characters between the two maps. And it made it all the tougher for it.
Oh, I would assume. Do we want to damage the Titan until we see the change? I'm kind of curious about it.
I mean, you can try to. It'll probably take a while.
Can I stand here and do that? I sure can. I mean, you said it was 1,000 damage. We've done a couple hundred already, for sure. That's not helping. Not antidote. Or yeah, heal those two. Just in case. They can handle a couple more hits, though. So the main scary thing is just getting hit by that laser if you're by yourself.
Yeah, primarily.
That would
it's really
do
not
a
that
lot.
threatening. And I guess if you were lower level, the physical attacks would do more, but like your force is reasonably leveled.
Yeah, there's the laser. But yeah, with how big that AoE is, I feel like that actually makes the laser worse.
Oh yeah, because it's almost always catching a bunch of units and splitting all the damage.
Yeah, it does hurt my eyes, though. I kind of don't want to look at it. Obright can also use his axe to cast Aura. I had totally forgotten about that, thank you. You know I'm terrible about using items. Birdman should be able to fly to avoid being swept away to make it more realistic. Yeah, I suppose it would definitely make that more realistic. Alright, I gotta be careful with Fin. Speaking of mispronouncing things, I saw that Dark Deity 2 just launched on, I think, Switch and Xbox and PlayStation. So if y'all are into SRPGs, definitely check them out. It's sad how few SRPGs are coming to consoles. I really thought that, and maybe they did, I don't know their numbers, but I felt like Lost Eidolons 1 would do pretty well because they were the only SRPG I could think of that was on, like, Xbox.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of the problem is just, you know, a lot of SRPGs coming out are indie, and
Yeah.
it's harder to get indie stuff onto console. You
Honestly,
have to be, like, big enough to be able to get a dev kit and stuff.
if I put her up there, she might die. We'll see. It seems like Xbox is kind of throwing in the towel to me.
Oh, 100%.
But if I were them, I maybe would just try to really simplify it to get indie stuff onto our consoles.
I mean, the big problem with Xbox is everything's co-releasing on PC, so why in the world would I ever buy an Xbox?
I thought you were going to say Game Pass, so why in the world would I buy anything?
So they're making Game Pass worse. So.
I've heard that. Because devs are starting to be like, it's really hurting our sales to launch on Game Pass and not have them count, and then, you know, like, I think Call of Duty, like Activision, maybe was upset about that.
Wouldn't be surprised. It's one of those things that, like, the friendlier it is to your players, the less it's monetarily useful to you as a dev.
Yeah. If we kill that last guy on the other map, is that what does the thing? Or do I have to interact with the wheel?
I think it's as soon as you kill all the enemies.
Oh. We go ahead and start moving.
I'm not 100% sure.
We might not be able to wait. that. Shining Force almost made it to the phone. The trailer was epic. Yeah, I really want that to be a thing, but it is seeming like it just may not be. It ends when the...
when the dude man dies. So it might just be a kill boss. I really don't recall if it's a kill boss or a route. I remember being a little confused at the end of the battle myself, but I may have thought the wrong enemy was the boss or something.
I just needed him to get his damage in.
Hey, he leveled off it.
Let's go!
That +2 attack is going to make a big difference.
It really is.
As soon as we finish the second battlefield, I have to step away for a sec.
Alright. Finally, he does more than 2 damage. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to get the thing.
It's just a lot of damage to do.
It is. We probably are going to have to just start moving. I thought that was a sound you were making with your mouth for a second, and I was like, whoa.
No, it's just the squeaky chair I've got.
He's gonna slap Masquerin? That's rude. He could have AoE'd that, and he just didn't.
I think Boomerang has a set range. But maybe not.
Alright, we'll set. We'll do one more. I'll try to buy us one more turn here, but then, yeah, if we can't damage him enough, we're just gonna have to go. Findig could get attacked, probably. Well, if he gets crit, it's gonna really hurt him. Eldar, you just vibe. Tyron, yeah, you blaze him once. I just want to use Tyron, it's cool. I wish he looked like Tyron, but I get that it might be a thing they didn't have the resources to put into.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it's mercenaries you get to use for one battle. It doesn't make sense to put that much effort into it.
No, I suppose not. She can handle getting smacked one more time. We'll just vibe. Boomerang hits a row, Hammer hits like a square. I see. He really looked at just Masquerin and said, screw you in particular. That's kind of what it felt like. Alright, this is our last turn damaging the Titan. Off to a great start. Noon's got nada for us. Symbios. Ah, we can't do the Phoenix. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna... I don't know. I really want to see the damaged animation.
The witch animation?
What it looks like when he gets hurt.
I honestly feel like there isn't a change at all.
Oh, it just, like, stops?
But I could be wrong.
The mercenaries were renamed by the translation team, or so I was told. That's not their actual names. Yeah, Taya brought that up and said that, yeah, they just changed them to be in line with what our names for those characters are.
Yeah, you can see there was a thread on, I think it was SFC, where they were discussing whether or not they should change them to be the equivalent English names or not. And the general consensus was because they are those same names, we should go ahead and change them to be consistent with the English translation of Shining Force 2.
Yeah, which, even the purist that I am, I would probably agree with that.
Yeah, because, like, enough people more or less accept the existing versions of Shining Force 1 and 2, it doesn't make a lot of sense to go and, like, we're not renaming the characters in those games, so...
Yeah. I think I think we maybe should have that conversation at some point, but yeah, as it stands, I think that it's important to convey that those are probably the same characters. And yeah, if you had named him like Twiggy, I would have been like, huh, what a quirky name anyway.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of explosions and stuff. Okay, yeah, so there is an animation.
Okay.
Alright, I want to
Usually
try to
there's
see
not an
that.
animation for destroying the body, though, since it's not meant to be done.
That makes sense. He is getting a little tough to keep up with the heals. We are running very low. That helps. Let's go. Did he dodge? Oh no, he took it. Okay. Alright, this crew just vibe. Tyron, let's move you out of the way. Oh, well, maybe I shouldn't put Tyron right there. Surely that doesn't work like that, but you never know. Alright, Khan's got 2 turns of heals for Eldar.
His blessings are upon us.
Actually, if you destroy the body, the animation of the Titan getting swept away by the water does not play.
Oh, interesting.
I wonder if that's because it's, like, considered a different entity or something. So it
Well, if it
doesn't...
removes it as a targetable thing from the map, it probably can't find that target when the water happens.
Hmm.
Right? Because if it
True.
is hitting all the player units and stuff, it's probably finding all those targets. So if the target doesn't exist because it was destroyed...
Yeah. Alright, Mascarin, you don't have a lot of MP. Let's just have you move. Symbios, I really need you to do a special here. Come on. I appreciate that we're getting a lot of supports out of this. Can you imagine if Penn destroyed it with the one attack? Be great. Alright, if I put Hagane here, I think we can reach with, maybe our last aura. We'll see. I wish I knew how much damage I had done. Y'all been counting? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. We do that. If we lose Grace, we're in deep trouble. Okay, Irene has a little bit more heals. I can move her back a little bit to help out in case. Oh. Alright, well, Frank is over there. Really? Yeah, Frank can probably help us deal with that. That's something. Yeah, they're gonna start reaching us. I think Horst can hold them for a little bit, though. Oh, definitely can. He took some damage from that, too. It's like they keep making the Fox girls the best units. I'm not sure that Aleph is the best in SF1 now.
I find Aleph to be pretty bad.
I still think she's good. I just don't think she's, like... With how good Teo is, like, Teo just has so much longer to grow that...
The main problem with Aleph is that unless you grind her, she really doesn't have the MP to be useful for much of a fight, and she doesn't have enough health and defense to survive a hit in the end game.
I just find
you
her...
really have to grind her to just make her functional.
I just find her useful... Oh, that might kill Noon. Crap. I just find... Well, they have magic res, I think, or something. Because Mascarin takes...
is affected by magic res.
Oh, there's not enough people, though. Yeah,
It
Noon's
seems to be
out.
doing the same damage to everyone, or the same range of damage.
I don't know, I thought it did less to her before, but maybe not. We'll move Tyron. Yeah, let's get him not there. Alright, there's our last heal for Eldar.
His blessings are upon us.
By the time you get her, Henri already has pretty much the same spells with better stats. Yeah, I just find Aleph is good if you don't train mages. She's a decent, like... I feel like her and Tarasu are both, if you didn't train up these classes, these are decent alternatives. But the problem is that training healers is way harder than training mages. So, like, if you haven't been using Teo or Henri, I feel like it's probably just because you don't like mages. Because they're both quite good. So it's like, you know, if I'm giving you a replacement mage at the end, do you even care? Really? Thank you, Symbios.
I mean, them being replacement units almost makes me wonder, you know, was there ever a concept of Shining Force being more Fire Emblem-like where you would need replacement units because you lost them?
I don't know.
You know, where it's like... But, like, that trend kind of continued into the other games where you get units that are, like, promoted versions of the classes you already have. Even more than Shining Force 1, honestly. Shining Force 1 tends to give you more and more unique classes at the end of the game, where other games of the franchise begin just giving you, like, the same classes but promoted. So I don't know. There's a lot of things that I'm curious about the original, like, development conceptualization of Shining Force.
Can I res people in, or are we locked in?
This is an endgame segment. You're locked in until the end of the game.
Okay, so losing everybody would not be ideal.
Correct.
Alright. We may have to just move on. I can fix that. There you go. I don't know why it didn't like you saying that. Aleph... Oh, smutty, that's why. Yeah, Aleph also likes a smutty alt outfit. That's a deal breaker. It's her personality.
Did she get an alt in Resurrection?
I don't
know
think
Resurrection
so.
gave Chris an alternate outfit, I think. Yeah, they might not have given one to Aleph.
Do I need to be hidden behind this completely, or is standing up here okay?
I really can't tell you. There's no, like, info on that on the guide, and I don't remember, so...
Alright, I think we gotta pull out. We are kind of out of time. Glad we healed Masker in there. Don't stand on the stairs. Can we even fit our whole group then? We'll sit for one more turn. But then, yeah, next turn this guy dies. I forgot you had a medical error, but that's fine. Give that to Eldar. In case she catches a special or something. I think she lives like that. I think it's the 12 spaces where the wall is the highest. Okay. So we have, like, the exact amount of space we need. Okay, cool. Eldar's about to just kill this guy off counters. That would be funny. Alright, we might have to do another thing. I might do it off stream and just get the footage at some point, because I'm curious, but yeah, we gotta move. Alright, let's filter in here. You are the lowest. Let's try to keep you alive. called it a few streams ago, Eldar MVP. Yeah, it's been Eldar and Grace have really been our MVPs. It took, like, I don't remember how many games there are in the series off the top of my head, but it took this many for them to make a healer that was half decent. I guess more than half decent, that's really good, but you know what I mean. We had to have terrible heal. It's kind of like Fire Emblem with archers. Fire Emblem has just had terrible archers until Takumi, and then it was like, oh, now he's the best thing ever.
To be fair, archers in general and Fates were really strong.
Yes,
Not
they
even
were.
just Takumi. I'm trying to remember what other archers the game gives you as archers.
Setsuna?
Setsuna, is that it?
No, Pen!
Do you get
He lives.
a native archer on North side?
Niles.
Had to have an archer. Niles, that's what it is. I was like sitting here trying to think of it.
Alright, we start attacking him. Was Takumi good? I remember benching him pretty early. Yeah, he's one of the best characters in that game, and I think
He's
is
really strong.
the best archer we've ever had in Fire Emblem.
It's definitely possible. I mean, the thing with Fates was just like the male nobles were all really busted. Leo was probably the least busted, and he
Yeah.
was still strong.
Prince Arrowant, I'm sorry. Yeah, Ryoma, though, set a new bar.
No, Realm is nuts. It's insane. Lobster Man for the win.
Usually the spillway should be open carefully. Too much water flowing is quite dangerous. Well, in this case, we need the power of tsunami, so here it goes.
I think Detruth DT defeated the Titan on his LP. Ooh, okay. So, there might be footage of that already. I will have to peek at that. Oh, hey, you got the special I think you would have needed for the speedrun? Alright.
Was it Dance Macabre?
That's what we did, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one you have to hit on the Giga Breaker to solo with Fending.
Our work here is done. Now, let's hope Lord Symbiote and the others can take cover in time.
The tsunami will wait patiently, but only for 25 turns.
Or hurry over to Aspia Castle. Follow as fast as you can.
It's because they gave the male nobles all the super weapons, and Camille's axe had a dumb minus 2 strength on use stacking effect. Yeah, both that and, like, part of the problem is because you had the whole your protagonist is a dragon, there's a whole bunch of anti-dragon weapon around enemies, and she's also a dragon unit.
Yeah, even that, like, I really thought it'd be super cool to play as a dragon, or a, like, shapeshifter unit, kind of like the Lagoos. And then Corrin happened, and I was like, this is not as cool as I hoped.
Yeah. What was that noise?
The signal! Oh, it appears Fendig and the others have succeeded. Good timing. Everyone, head towards the castle. Get behind the bridge embankment before the wave arrives. Hurry! Okay, it does tell you where. I am behind. We will not game over. Is there anybody else that needs healing we can reach? No. Pen, let's go!
Yeah, it's a lot of emotion we're seeing out of Symbios.
Yeah, he's using exclamation points instead of dots. There is footage, yes. He ran a more expert LP, but unfortunately abandoned it by the end of Scenario 2. I may have to do my own, we'll see if I want to include it in a video. Some people are, like, totally down for people using their footage, like I am. But some people get really upset, so I'm like, eh. Technically it's transformative, so I can, like, whether they want me to or not, but I still try to be nice about it.
all the anti-dragons want you to make Camilla Berserker and Boichi Wreck Shop, and Electro Magic says ain't good anyways. I think that's an additional part of the problem, is now that I'm thinking about it, like, all of the male nobles have range as at least an option, and Camilla has magic as an option, but it's not great. There goes the Griffin.
When you're in the club and you're an introvert, sometimes that's just how it feels.
What just happened? How is this possible? The Titan, said to be unequaled in might, and my Imperial army have been wiped out?
That's right, Prince Arrogant. We used the Titan to force your hand.
I see. By opening the dam, the signal earlier. Damn, I've been tricked.
Damn.
Surrender. My strongest soldiers are still intact, and reinforcements will arrive in a matter of minutes. Once I destroy you Republican scum, I can usurp my father's throne and dispose of anyone who would challenge my rule. Neither my father nor my brothers will be able to stop me.
Prince Arrogant has lost it. He not only wants to stop the Republic, he wants to destroy anything that gets in his way, including his family. The Dark Power must be twisting his mind. There's no way you could just be evil.
I feel like when you name your son Arrogant, you're kind of setting yourself up for this. A little bit of, like, nominative determinism there.
That is the vocab word of the day. But yes. Oh, okay, so it does reset us and stuff, but this is cool.
Mm-hmm.
A bridge
It's
map.
a little awkward how it shoves you back onto the, like, side there.
A little bit, yeah. I'm also just really surprised that, like, for one of the last maps, we have a bridge map. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Yeah.
A double bridge map, even. Okay, we've got High Wizards. What do you have? Spark and Aura. Okay, we need to not catch a Spark. Another new song, I think. Oh, there's Blue Dragons off to the side. Uh-oh. He probably won't care. He makes a ton of money now doing DBZ stuff, plus he seems nice. Okay. Yeah, I still would probably ask or look in his bios and stuff. Some people have it in their bio. I have a box I can tick on YouTube that I do have ticked that says people can use my footage for other things, but I don't know if that's publicly visible or not. Or if that's just for, like, content ID things. I think if you just fully ripped and re-uploaded my videos, then I would come after you, but anything short of that, I probably wouldn't.
What if I mirror it and put a border around it?
I mean, you got me there.
And then I put that little, like, blurb about fair use in my description.
That is totally how I watched the anime Bleach growing up.
That's how everybody watched anime growing up, let's be real.
That's true.
Like, if you were into it in that era, that's where you were finding it.
On YouTube with the weird border, and it was like 13 parts an episode.
Sometimes they would, like, mirror the top portion of it, so, like, subtitles would be the right direction, but, like, everything else is mirrored.
Yeah. Ah, those were the days.
They certainly were.
YouTube apparently made some sort of announcement today about more changes, by the way. I don't know if you've seen...
What kind of changes?
I haven't read about it too much. I wrote it down. YouTube has announced they're going to crack down on violent gaming content, like GTA 6 and other games that are coming out, as well as gambling or gambling-adjacent content.
Do we even know how graphic GTA 6 is going to be? It's, like, not out.
No, I think that was just used as an example.
Gotcha.
But, I do find the gambling-adjacent content interesting, that I'm like, is this gacha stuff?
I don't know.
You might want to make a backup
Okay,
save.
this article says
I
that
can
no specific examples of violent video games were given.
Let me do a save state real quick. Okay. Yeah,
I do feel like that's probably going to hit Mortal Kombat harder than it already gets hit.
Yeah.
Which is already pretty flagged.
I've seen people freaking out, but I'm like, I don't think that should affect this channel.
I don't think it should affect most things.
No. I agree.
I wonder whether it'll let them go after some of the, like, more graphic AI stuff.
Maybe, I don't know. I haven't really seen that. Have you seen the NBA controversy with gambling? I have started assembling a list of topics now that I'm not using my phone as a camera, or this phone at least. So yes, that actually is on my topic list. The NBA thing was crazy. Did you see that?
No.
The FBI, it was like the head of the FBI right now, I think, is Kash Patel, and he did a big press conference saying that they arrested a bunch of current and former NBA players and coaches for gambling and fixing games.
Huh.
So that's kind of
I've
interesting.
got no horse in this race or, like,
I don't either.
cognizance of the NBA, so I'm kind of...
I don't
I have
really...
no idea if it has any merit or anything.
Oh, it seems like it. They've got text messages between them, like, saying... I don't know if they have them fixing games, but they definitely... I saw text messages from, like, one of LeBron's guys that was telling people he was injured before that was public information, so they could place bets better.
Huh.
Because knowing he's injured, like, the odds really shift. But yeah, that was crazy. And there's been lots of rumors that it's been fixed for a long time, but having some confirmation of that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I kind of feel like all sports probably has some degree of tampering with results.
Yeah, probably.
And definitely gambling. Like, there's 100% people gambling on the side who shouldn't be for all that stuff.
Yeah, and I'm not, like... I don't care about gambling, really. Like, I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think you should do it. But if you do, I'm not, like, super anti that if you have the money and you're being responsible. But it does, like... I've seen a couple of videos, like, from YouTuber Drew Gooden did a really good one on how invasive it's become. That he was like, you know, I didn't want to participate, really. But, like... It's on their microphones now. So if you struggle with problem gambling, like, it's really hard to get away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a few of the players, yeah, I saw that, were directly involved.
I'll be right back.
Alright. He also downloaded one of the gambling apps and was like, I just wanted to see how that would be. And he talked about, like, during a game, they sent him, I forget how many push notifications it was, that, like, you should place bets and stuff, and he was like, this is nuts. Like, it's like every 2 minutes, it's like, you should place a bet. He was not super happy about it. That, and he talks some about just how bad your odds are. Which, again, is not something I really know, because I just am not... Oh, you're really hurt. Let's pull you back. I'm just not an NBA person, or a sports person in general. I keep forgetting there's a dragon out there. I want to look at him. I'm against rigged gambling and gambling that targets kids. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's a hot take. Interesting, just blue dragon out here. I assume he's going to come for me when it's least convenient. Yeah, I don't like all the gacha stuff being in kids' like games that kids would be playing and stuff. I think that's bad. Loot boxes and stuff, but we have kind of stopped doing that so much. Because some countries started cracking down. Alright, we finally bring Ratchet around. Out there, I think. I should look at what Arrogant has. Spark Blade. I wonder if that means you can cast Spark. I don't really know what that means. gonna move Symbios so Dentaris can get a heal. Yeah, he can probably get that kill, and then Grace can heal him. A Masquerade kind of chill. I'm kind of taking this slow and steady wins the race. Gambling is like health insurance, a sucker's game. Yeah. If you're gonna gamble, assume that it's money you're losing. Like, don't ever assume you're gonna win. There we go. Really didn't want to lose Dentaris that quick. Pen, I don't have a lot for you to do yet. How do I want to handle this? Maybe we throw out a resist here. And then we send a group forward. I think we do that, and we can maybe send, like, Dentaris and Hagane forward. To start pulling those, mages. I kinda like that. Yeah, you're gonna have to be a little more patient to get heals. Even in, like, I don't know if this is the last map or if there's one more, but, like, just having that one creature still out to the side, they really committed to that bit. Alright, Horse can start moving forward. Ratchet kinda can. Okay, he still doesn't want to move. Oh, I don't know if they're gonna move. They have moved. Yeah, they have 5. They technically could. Alright, let's just come stand right in the way and see if they'll do anything about it. Oh, another Blue Dragon, cool. Oh, I can't see Pen standing there. Alright, and then I was gonna move up Hagane, but he is also working on the knight, so we'll see if Dentaris is enough to pull. You coming? No, they're not. Alright, we fix up Frank. And then maybe we res up a couple more people and then just run in and start fighting Arrogant. Oh, or a level 3, cool. Okay. Yeah, I think we res up this group. Does that have bigger AoE? Oh, it does. Costs more. It would only get us Masquerade who doesn't have it, which I don't think is worth. Alright, let's get that group. And then that group next turn can definitely go in and start roughing them up. Yeah, he doesn't even want to move. Okay. Alright, Blue Dragons are finally moving. Space at a time. That might hurt him a little bit. Yeah. Okay. We go. We'll let Horse start us off. That's a good start. He's probably immune to that? Yeah, he is. Okay. Immune to stun. His armor looks really cool. What's your luck? Oops. Are you fully immune? 9, so probably. I think we start taking out the high wizards. Here he goes. He would have been left with 1 if he was full. Symbios, I really want you to be able to get a Phoenix off, 2 off. That'd be really cool. But I think it's just not in the cards. I think we just Spark and hit all of them. Yeah, I think I like that more. Start to get rid of them.
Rain
Oh.
thunder.
Ragnarocker, yeah, you really called that. There we go, make it a little easier to get rid of those high wizards. Like, maybe Mascarin can finish them. I'm not sure. At least one of them. Yeah, I think we get rid of that one at least. Cool. Oh, I'm trusted with Symbios now. That's good. Yeah, Dentaris can step up and take his place. And now he's got extra damage because he has support with Ratchet that he didn't have before. Arrogant must have like 500 health-ish, I'm guessing. Something like that. Yeah, why don't you finish that guy? Cool. Now he's not going to be messing with us anymore. I don't know why he shifted it. But yeah, we've got our res up, so yeah, it doesn't hit quite as hard. Still kind of hurt. Mascarin didn't have that. Oof. 600? Okay. Is that what I said? Was I right about that one? I really want to get Ratchet in that. Yeah, we do that. Yeah, he doesn't feel too scary to me yet, but we'll see. Might have you resist up everybody. Oh, I didn't hit Ratchet in that, dang it. Well, I hit Mascarin. You said 5? Okay. So close. Well, Ratchet's not worth as much as Mascarin. Surely you live that. Even then. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, Frank can't get in there. Frank can be the blue dragon fighter, I guess. Can you go over here and take care of that? Would be great. Nice. I don't know if we've seen that one yet. Another level for Ratchet. I like how the rushing water sound effect is causing all the other SFX to become echoey. I kind of like it. Oh, he double turned me. And laughs about it. Dang. I kind of don't want to put Symbios up there.
Rise, Phoenix.
That'll hurt at least. $32. Not as much as I'd hoped. Dang, I can't quite reach. Okay. Do that in a minute. Yeah, we can get Hagane helping out. Extra damage from Ratchet. I wonder what he's saying in that. 33. Alright. I do believe the SFX thing is a bug with the sound driver, but it's still pretty cool. Hmm. Yeah, that would make sense. I gotta reset here, because man, do I want a Thanatos. Yeah, I need Irene to, I guess, just fall back a little bit. I guess I could throw Frank in as the new face tank. There's probably worse choices. It doesn't seem like he wants to move, which is beneficial. Okay, yeah, I was like, I would assume he can do that. Ow. We shouldn't Thanatos. We should save it for heals. The Sanskrit spell? Okay, cool. Yeah, I do remember you saying that forever ago. Sorry, it doesn't like using the word kill, I guess. Time to egress and try to kill the giant again. Nah, we'll be alright. $55 damage, I dig it. I don't think I have anything that is 5. No, we don't even have the ability to egress right now. Yeah, we'll pull Synbios back. $14. Oof.
Back. Sorry, that took longer than anticipated.
That's alright. We lost Dentaris. We got double turned.
Woof.
Yeah.
How are we doing damage output wise?
We're doing alright.
Okay.
We've used a lot of our MP, though, on our damaging spells.
Hmm. Do we not have Grace?
The one that's currently casting?
Oh, I'm thinking of not Grace. I'm thinking of... Who's the Chinese girl?
Irene.
Irene.
Yeah.
Does she have resist?
Yes, she does. We've been using it.
Okay, we have. Good. I was gonna say, I think Hagane even has it too, so... Oh, no, wait, it's Mursami has it. Hagane doesn't.
Yeah,
I don't think we have a dagger in Symbios. We haven't for a long time.
Frank is not doing a whole lot for us. Let's throw him in.
But Symbios also has magic, so he kind of doesn't need the dagger.
He's out of MP. We had him do stuff.
Never mind. Symbios doesn't have any magic, so he needs a dagger. Do we have any goddess tears on us?
Maybe.
Nice voice line, arrogant. Oh, he does have a dagger? Okay. I thought we didn't have one lately, but I must have forgotten. It's a good thing those blue dragons advance very slowly.
It is nice.
Otherwise, this would be significantly harder.
We're still, like, grinding them down because we... Oh. Resistance wears off, and then we get hit by that, of course. We're gonna get that res back up, don't worry. He did double turn. Does that kill Frank? It may.
I think so, for sure. I'd be surprised if he didn't.
Yeah. Rip Frank, one more for the grinder. Oh, he's still in play. That took 2 seconds to age badly.
Not for long.
Do you have a goddess tier? You don't. Okay. We'll see who ends up having one. So that's, what, 14? Okay. Well, you can do that a couple times, I suppose. I was saying, too, I really like Arrogant's armor.
Yeah, he's got a great design.
I didn't realize Symbios had a dagger, does he? Oh, yeah.
Oh, he does. That pop one.
Yeah, him not moving at least lets us chunk him down. Yeah, that's real bad.
Yeah, I think there's only one final boss in all of Shining Force who actually moves, which is kind of interesting.
What spells do you have? Sleep, Soul Steal. I would assume he is immune.
We'll still do some damage, but yeah, attacking is probably better because you can get some crits. How accurate is this translation? Pretty accurate at this point. This is like the 35th revision they've done, and they generally put a lot of effort on being true to the original.
It's crazy to me there's been that many.
Although I do believe that they've stated that, like, they kept the tone a little more serious than the original, but I'm not entirely sure what that means, realistically.
Yeah, for this turn you can do that. And then I'd like to replace and get Irene in there so she doesn't have to spend as much MP to heal or give people resistance. Pen melee time? Maybe. I really want to keep him alive, but that might be the play.
Yo, did he skip his turn?
He's not moving and there's nobody in range. It seems like he's only casting once per turn.
So he, like, attacks the other turn?
Yeah. I think that's what we're doing anyway.
Okay. That's reasonably survivable, then.
Oh, for sure. Pen is going to fight the blue dragons for us. Let me see who has the goddess tier, if anybody. No. No. I might not have any. No.
Yeah, it's possible you just didn't keep any on your force.
Nope, I'm dumb. But yeah, I think we'll be okay. I think we're chunking him down fast enough. Yeah, it's gonna hurt Symbiote, because I don't think he's in res still. If only we had Mr. Bullseye, would be
Oh, I
nice.
think he has electric resistance from his sword.
You think he has what?
He has some lightning resistance from his sword. I think his sword gives plus 30 lightning resist.
Oh,
That's why he only took 16 instead of 20-something.
even though he's equipped with the little knife now?
Oh. I actually don't know. Maybe he got some innate resist? He definitely took less than other people did.
Yeah, Hayward, yeah, that was bad. I maybe should have reset for that, but whatever. We're still chunking him down. Can we see his HP now? Yeah, 165. Let me move my mic slightly so I can actually see it. Yeah, we'll get there. We just gotta keep aura-ing. Ratchet sounds like he's saying what's now considered a derogatory word during his regular attacks. Oh, I didn't even notice. I guess if you really squint.
I feel like you'd really have to stretch that. It's a pretty clearly saying return.
Yeah.
I'd also argue it was always derogatory, now it's offensive. I don't think anybody was using it in a non-derogatory way most of the time.
He's saying switch on, he's just bad at English.
Switch on, really? I think it sounds like return.
I thought it was return.
Because it like shoots off and then comes back. I guess it just like made sense to me because he's like shooting off this weapon that then returns to him.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He says that in Japanese as well. Huh.
Interesting.
Oh, maybe Symbiote had res. Oh, I think he might have. I mean, I kind of just want to pull Symbios back. We're risking him for nothing. He's doing a 1 damage with that. And we sit. Hagane and Ratchet seem to be the squad.
Which is funny, because Hagane isn't doing great damage either.
No, but it's consistently something, which is all we need. I remember the biggest controversy that they tried to manufacture was like, it was some, like, they said some, like, it wasn't anything offensive, but it was like, it sounds like they're saying something offensive in the soundtrack to Persona 5. I still remember that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was really dumb.
Huh.
So
I'm not familiar with that one.
I don't get why anybody, like, I don't know, I get why some people care, but I'm like, are we, like, this might be a hot take for me, I'm like, are we, like, in elementary school? It's like, people say bad words, like, who cares? I've just never cared. I just feel like over time, like, what the bad words are just shifts. But yeah, it was when Joker got added to Smash, like, people tried to make a big deal about it.
Huh. Yeah, no, I never heard about that one.
Ratchet has a slight weakness to lightning. Oh. Because he's in the thing? I guess that makes sense. The supposed bad word didn't even make sense in the song. No, but, like, to be fair, in a lot of, like, one of my friends was showing me some K-pop this past week, and it's like, they definitely just throw random English words in there, plenty, that don't make sense. And I know they do that in Japanese, too. Like, it's, in... Oh, well, that's lovely. In Dragon Ball, I believe, one of the intros, they just yell the word sparking. And it's like, it doesn't mean... In English, it doesn't mean anything, like, in context. But to them, it, like, means something, I guess. Like, it sounds cool. Wow, Hagane's really gonna do it for us. Let's go. Learns the attack spell. Now everybody's singing the Dragon Ball theme.
I've been defeated. I fell right into your trap.
If only you had a brother speaking sense in your other ear. You defeated yourself, Prince. The Empire had the advantage, but your ambition blinded you.
Where were my reinforcements? Why didn't they arrive?
Play the next game to find out.
The son of Lord Conrad. You're a brilliant general. You take after your father.
Oh, thank you for saying so with your dying breath. Why would a noble like yourself ally with the evil Bullzome sect? Why did you turn on your family?
By the tradition of the Empire, a second-born prince can never assume the throne. I had to take it. By defeating the Republic, I would have had the people behind me, but I couldn't ignore Imperial law. It was the only way. If my father and brothers were gone, then I could assume the throne. I'd have succeeded. The cult would have taken the blame, but my dream comes to an end. Ugh.
Ba-da-da-do, do-da-do-da. Just start the sad theme from Shining Force 1.
I would say that man didn't explode. Is he really dead?
Yeah, they don't all seem to, but it does kind of... It's still... in my brain, I'm like,
Yeah.
Good night, just another dragon. Thank you so much for hanging out. An imperial battle over succession escalated into full-scale war between the Empire and the Republic, resulting in the near destruction of the entire kingdom. All that for a chair. Although Arrogant's been defeated, we still must deal with Emperor Demeric and the Bullzome sect. Woohoo! You really won! Uncle Symbios really won! I thought for sure he'd get... never mind. Oh yeah, I guess you had a front row seat. The way you defeated the Titan, it was really neat. All that water and... So you're safe now, Algernon. Oh, good of you to come now that things are done.
You really defeated the Ancient Titan. That's no small feat, Symbios.
Lord Triscuits, how did you make it here, and with such timing, just as everything ends? After you departed, he mobilized the Mallory army. Even as his wife, he's an incredible man. What? Okay.
Soldiers were sent to war at a time to avoid notice. When the water was released from the dam, we attacked and wiped out most of Arrogant's reinforcements.
Ah, okay, so that's what that was. That was quite bold. I guess the risk paid off since Algernon is safe. What?
Was I this guy or were you this guy?
I don't know if I've
Have we seen this guy?
I was gonna say, I don't think I've seen this man in my life.
Okay.
Do you want to be Yasha?
Sure.
That is a premature assumption.
He already lost his toes to the blue dragons sitting there nibbling on them.
Nothing personnel, kid.
Who said that?
Aha, can't find me. The venerable Yasha is right here.
You exploded, but you're not dead. He's a freak.
You're a ninja? I was under orders from Emperor Domeric to observe Prince Arrogant.
By the order of the Emperor? Then why didn't you show it up earlier and help him? She's getting more Valley Girl.
I was ordered to cavortily watch him and report back to the Emperor. I only recently learned of Prince Arrogant's plans and that he had allied with the Bullzome sect.
So you just sat and watched all that, huh?
I didn't think Arrogant would be defeated by such a ragtag bunch, but it would not have been in the Emperor's best interest to intervene.
Do you mean this entire war could have been avoided if Arrogant was the successor to the throne?
Another premature assumption. The Emperor still intends to reclaim Espinia from the Republic. He leads a powerful invasion army this way as we speak. You won't be celebrating this victory very long.
But the actual Emperor? Wait, you said it was premature to believe Algernon was safe. What are you planning to do?
I would usually not kill such a young child, but you Triscuits broke your promise. Though Arrogant fought fairly, you betrayed your word.
Yes, but a father can't stand by while his son...
Your treachery is unforgivable. By not keeping your word, you forfeit your son's life.
No, I beg you, take me. Please take my life instead. If I don't hit A, do we just sit here?
Probably.
I've had to pee for a while. I'm gonna go pee real quick. I'll be back in just a sec.
failed the QTE.
I have returned. Sorry it took me a minute.
Welcome back.
I just had to pee for a while, and I know I'm about to, like, lose control at some point. Not of my bladder, but of the, you know what I mean, of the game. Hey,
Sure.
I do have a bladder the size of a squirrel, but you know what I mean. Alright. Fail the quick time event. Game over, restart the battle. That's funny. Oh! the most delayed, like... By Elbison!
No!
Algernon!
I must take my leave and report the events of the past few days to the Emperor.
Oh, Algernon! Okay, so if Play All the Games wants to keep doing the, last time on SF3 segments, then we can have Algernon upside down in the he got waterfalled. He's not dead.
That Yasha. He sent Algernon into the moat. If only I could have stopped him.
My dear Algernon, you could have jumped in after him. If only we had some sort of aquatic member of the army, like a penguin or something. If only he could have saved the day. Yeah, if only we had that. No, we don't have one of those. Synbios, I know you want to save him, but the undercurrent will suck you down. Don't waste your life.
There's no need to risk your life, Synbios.
Is that Fightin?
Oh, we seem to have perfect timing. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Triscuits?
Findic, can it be? It is Algernon!
Got him by the head.
To be fair, that does look like the heaviest part of him.
Algernon, my son!
He flies him over the bridge and drops him on the opposite side.
It's a coconut-laden swallow. Will do. You don't have to keep making them. I didn't want to presume, but I do appreciate it. I do look forward to them each week. Wilmer was defeated at the gates of Mallory Castle. Braff, the son of General Fafhard, and Basanda was defeated trying to stop the Synbios force. Synbios defeated Basanda in the catacombs, but was unable to destroy the Negate Cane. Using Duke Palsus's plan of releasing the water from the dam, Synbios and his force destroyed the Titan and decimated the Imperial army. They bravely regained control of the capital from the forces of Prince Erwent. The hostage preventing Mallory's involvement, Master Algernon was rescued and peace was briefly restored. However, not far away, Emperor Domeric leads an invasion army towards Aspia. Shining Force 3! Scenario 1. That was great.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's so weird to see, like, full motion video like this.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Are those posted somewhere? I missed literally all of your live streams except this one. In the Discord, they are in the Shining Lore section. I believe they're all pinned, or is it just the most recent one that's pinned?
I just pinned the most recent one.
Okay.
Because otherwise we're just going to have a whole bunch of pinned ones, so...
I appreciate you doing that. I forget that that's even a function. Well, that was really good. I was given the suggestion. Let me check really quick who suggested it. Was it Bowie? Ba-ba-ba. Whose idea was it that I need to talk about what I think is going to happen?
I don't recall.
Oh, it was Morgan. Okay. It was play all the games. So, I've been asked for a prediction. There's a long post-credit scene. Oh, I figured. But in the meantime, so I know Scenario 2 is about Medius, and 3 is about Julian. So, I'm assuming we're going to get some... Why is his axe huge? What?
I think it's from one of the specials.
Huh. Y'all have kind of told me that, it's not, like, just a direct continuation. It's, like, different scenes of the same events. Like, we see the beginning from, Median's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
So, I assume there's gonna be lots of that. I assume that several of our characters that have been, waterfalled are gonna end up with the other people. I think in Julian's, in Scenario 3, I think we are going to get, like, a more final thing. I'm really curious what kind of references we're going to have to the previous games. Because this already had a really big one in those Shining Force 2 characters. And I feel like Julian talking about the other people. Talking about Rune and stuff. You can't just ask a man why his axe is huge. That's harassment. Look, I just gotta know. I gotta know if I'm doing the right thing. Ooh, that was a really cool special we didn't see.
Yeah, Khan has some really cool ones. Or I guess, like, the glove weapons have some cool ones.
But what do I think is gonna happen? They're gonna resurrect Balsome. For sure. Like, every time we're like, oh, we have to prevent the resurrection of Dark Dragon, there's like a little pesky subtitle that comes along called The Resurrection of the Dark Dragon. So it's definitely happening. Because then Xeon...
The history of the franchise would give you that impression.
Xeon, same thing. In terms of Force members, I'm like, what else do I think we're gonna see? I know unicorns are a thing. So I assume we're gonna see one of those somewhere. Yeah, because they... the roleplay, the tabletop.
Ah, that's right. I can't believe I spoiled you that way.
No, that's fine.
Rip.
But I don't know what else there is.
There's some interesting stuff.
I don't remember the first game having a legacy of great intention, though. There totally is. That's what the Forces that sets out on. It's a lot of Holy Ark
And to be
references.
fair, the Japanese title of the game is The Legacy of the Gods,
Okay, that makes sense.
which is the Legacy of the Ancients. So, great intention is I don't know where that comes from. I love how it sounds, but it's definitely like a much more ambiguous title.
All Music, Matoy Sakuraba. I've got one of his CDs on my shelf. I'm trying to think what else I think will happen. I think that you said 2 gets a lot darker. So I'm like, I think this was kind of our standard Shining game. 2 seems like darker, and then 3 I expect to just be weird. Because
Yeah, that's
Julian
kinda how I feel.
seems weird. Like, he feels like the most unrefined of the 3 protagonists to me, in the little that I know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that looks cool, too. I kind of... We had a pretty typical force in this game, I think. We had our joke character, we had our Wolfman, we had our handful of centaurs, we had a Lyle, we had a Hans, we had a Teo. I'm not going to say we had a Low, because our healer actually did stuff. Grace, so far, is the highest tier healer in the Shining series for me.
She is pretty good.
She is insanely good. The only reason that I hesitate to say this feels like the more traditional Shining game is because of that final boss segment. I actually was not sure about what the final boss was going to be, because I don't feel like we really defeated the Titan. We got it swept away and stuff, but like, honestly, I feel a little underwhelmed by the end of this, and maybe I'm supposed to because it's a third. But, like, Arrogant not moving was pretty easy to defeat. Like, we literally did it with Hagane, who sat on the bench for, like, 50% of the game. And he did get levels off stream, so, you know. But, like, it is weird that, like, I'm coming from Shining Force 1 and 2, that it's, like, a giant thing. And this is a much more shining, I was going to say In the Darkness, but no, not entirely. Shining Wisdom also kind of has, like, giant things as the end. So it's just weird that, like, I'm so used to giant things being the end, but this really flipped the script on that. Our Dark Dragon hit first, and then the second phase was Dark Soul, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mind that.
That is true. It's a little weird.
I don't mind that,
Honestly,
but
I feel like...
Yeah.
I feel like the end segments of both Scenario 1 and 2 are a little odd. I'll be curious what you think of the end of Scenario 2. Because it's also a little interesting in the way things are ordered.
Mm-hmm. Watering the Titan was really lackluster. Fully agree. Oh!
Oh,
Yeah.
I was him, wasn't I?
Yes.
How ghastly. The Titan went on a rampage and destroyed Aspia, a beautiful capital city.
Nice to see you again. I'm starting to wonder if you were still alive. It'll take some time to rebuild, but as long as Aspia continues to receive aid from Lookover and its gold mine, it will rebound.
All can repair the buildings, but nothing will bring back all the lives that were lost.
Also, it doesn't look the best, but given, like, the console this was on and stuff, seeing this, like, it's nice to have this scene. It was probably a big technical challenge to figure out how to have them overlooking the ruined kingdom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they definitely couldn't have rendered all of that.
No.
At least King Benisham is safe.
Thanks to Synbios and his heroic force. Would you say it's a shining force?
That's not quite true, Lord Symbios. We are victorious because of your great leadership.
Oh, I get it. There's 3 forces, and it's Shining Force 3.
I appreciate everything you have done, Symbios. Despite your father's tragic death, you saved Aspinia.
It appears Emperor Domeric's siege at the inner wall has begun.
There should be no need to worry. Since ancient times, no force has ever breached the inner wall. That wall is responsible for our independence.
That's definitely happening, then. What could they be planning? They wouldn't attempt a siege if they didn't believe they could breach the wall.
The generals are worried, but the castle walls have always held.
There is no war in Ba Sing Se.
Lord Tristus, you have apparently not learned of the secret passage. Arrogant move it, so that Ninja Yasha might know as well.
I see. You fear the enemy might find the secret passage.
I'm not certain the Imperials know of the secret, but I'm still worried about Tybalt. I pray nothing happens to him.
I thought he was dead.
I agree with Lord Symbios. We should go to aid General Tybalt.
Tybalt? Am I forgetting?
Tybalt was the black-haired guy.
I'm pulling up our little name guide here. Because I'm clearly thinking of somebody else. I was thinking of Varlant. Okay.
Oh, yeah, Varlin's super dead.
Yeah, that is what I thought. Oh, okay, yeah, Tybalt. Tybalt's like our elf guy. Okay, he's Elrond.
Mhm.
Alright, that makes sense.
Grumpy elf dude.
The Symbios army needs to get some rest. General Tybalt and the castle wall will protect us.
Crikey, that's the sound of them not protecting us!
What's wrong, Finding? You look like you've seen a ghost. What's going on down there?
Crikey, the situation is dire. The Imperials...
Let me pull up chat again. Maybe the real Shining Force was the friends we made along the way. Now we're the real Well, actually, yeah, it is. We are the real Shining Force. Thanks for taking the time to play through this. Absolutely! I'm gonna keep going. We're doing 2 and 3 as well. And lots more Shining surprises.
The Imperial armies inside the inner wall and headed towards the castle.
What of General Tybalt and the Brand army?
They've been completely annihilated by the Imperials.
I didn't think they'd leave us like this! I guess we don't have time to rest. We gotta go kick more butt.
Yep. Now is not the time for bloodshed between Espinia and Estonia. Emperor Domric, surely you know there will be no Espinia or Estonia if Vandals gain control of this world. But your conquest continues, and so must my birthright. That joke miss.
Oh. It took me a minute. Having some revelations about this. The joke is dead, but, oh, you know. I really thought they were gonna kind of give us a happy ending, but this is rough.
This is why, like, I'm really curious how the official release ended it. What are you doing here?
Dentaries, we meet again. Hello, you. I've forgotten your name, and it's awkward to ask now. It saddens me to meet you again under these circumstances, Lord Symbios. However, fate has brought us together.
Fate, do you take us for fools? You've invaded Aspia. We won't let you get away with this.
I don't
Was that
remember.
him?
He's not talked since the beginning. I have no idea. It's King Garen.
Finally, my dearest wish of 20 years has been fulfilled. I have reclaimed the territory which was stolen by Conrad.
Emperor Domric, this can't be. You were abducted.
I assume it's just fake Domeric.
I should have known there was a master plan behind this abduction farce that put our two nations on the path to war. Isn't that right, Emperor Domric?
Your tactful as ever, Benetron. Have you come to surrender Aspia?
No. Also, I'm not entirely surprised. I don't know. If Domeric does want to do this, I'm like... Domeric's entire legacy, to get, like, politicky for a second, Domeric's entire legacy is going to be decided during his lifetime and how he responds to this. He lost a large swath of Imperial territory. And, I mean, that's going to eclipse anything else he could possibly be known for. Even if he brought about, like, a golden age of prosperity, people are going to remember that we lost a third of the continent under his reign.
Yeah.
So, I can understand why he would be like, I need to reclaim that. I need to, like, fix this stain on my legacy. So, I still think this is probably the false leader, but his eyes are not scarlet or whatever, so I'm not sure.
Lord Symbiote, that's not true. This is absolutely unavoidable.
You sound like Roz from Monsters, Inc.
I've heard that before.
Do you want to be...
Was I also him? I think I was like everybody
we've not
in this
seen
scene.
him.
Oh, have we not seen him?
No, I've never seen this guy either.
Why? Yeah, I saw you in Saravand. Yes, you must be Symbiote.
Symbiote, son of Conrad, eh? The one who defeated Arrogant. There are many things I must thank you for.
I like that they just write out smirk.
Yeah. I won't allow you to lay a hand on Lord Symbiote.
I feel like
I think
he...
you just keep giving me more characters in this scene where I'm already voicing everybody but, like, one.
I was trying to future-proof it, but I mean, I could take over him.
No,
or...
I'll take them all. I've voiced all these characters before, so I've got voices to go with, but...
Dentaris, is that a challenge? I'm ready anytime. Our reckoning is long overdue. Calm down, Campbell. Don't hasten the fight. Save the battle for the battlefield. Now is not the time or place. The hell is happening?
Will you betray the Empire, Prince Mirion? You promised to avenge Prince Arrogant's death. If that promise isn't kept...
Please let me fight Prince Medion, even if I will be labeled as an invader, as long as I can save her life. Ah, they're doing it under duress. I was like, yeah, we were cool with Medion and his career. Medion, choose your next words carefully, or something. It's too late, Lord Symbiote. We would not be in this situation if my brother Arrogant hadn't fallen to you in battle.
This is all you're doing, Emperor Domeric. You're as terrifying as ever.
Benetron, all your knowledge and wisdom can't help you now.
Minion, you've earned my trust. Put Conrad's son to death and deliver Aspia to me.
The Symbiote army's victory was short-lived as Emperor Domeric himself invaded Aspia Castle. Symbiote was shocked to find Prince Medion leading the invasion. Despite the friendship Lord Symbiote and Prince Medion had cultivated, they now face each other as enemies. With Emperor Domeric pulling the strings, battle appears inevitable. That's the end?
Yup.
Welcome back, Symbiote. You should record your adventure. So, if I save state here, that should be fine.
Hopefully.
Okay. Let me make sure I...
Yeah, what a place to end the game, right? And that's where I'm like, I'm dying to know what the official release did with that. Like, what are you supposed to do with that?
I've got an idea. Probably just leave them on the wall. What is it,
I think
Faye?
you played out the other scene.
Ooh. Why the dirty look? I wasn't sleeping or anything. You haven't heard much, Symbiote. It was pretty chaotic out there for a while, but you've surpassed everyone's expectations. Of course, the kingdom has me to thank for that. What did you... Oh, that was her talking. What did you have to do with it, Faye? It was Symbiote who defeated Bullzome's followers, but I was the one who picked our hero in the first place. Okay, you win. But Symbiote must be commended on a job well done against overwhelming odds. Yeah, I guess you're right. Did you find Noon, Pen, Ratchet, Frank, and Hagane? What? If you didn't find them all, try the adventure again and search more carefully. That's funny. Oh my gosh, when I was a kid, if you would have, at the end of SF1, been like... I'm not reading that, Mike, because I want to see it for myself. Here in a sec. We're going to look at it here in just a minute. But yeah, if I reached the end of SF1 and it was like, did you find Hanzo? I would have been like, what the hell is Hanzo? What is a Hanzo? And I would have asked my parents and they would have been like, I don't know what that is. And that would have been the end of that. I would have scoured, though. Since you've completed the adventure. Keep the Scenario 1 complete record in memory and begin a new quest. Check the options screen and something new may appear. Better yet, use the record to continue on to Scenario 2. Cool. Yeah, the official English release. We're gonna check it out here in just a minute. Beautiful. What do they mean by check the options? There may be something new.
I believe it unlocks, like, harder difficulties, right?
Oh, okay.
We discussed that there are higher difficulties,
Yeah.
but, like, you don't have that option to start with.
True,
I never actually looked at it myself, so...
We're gonna peek. Gonna make sure I don't overwrite my save.
Although it said to continue, so it might have been that you have to continue your previous file to have that option.
Maybe? I don't know, we can see what happens. Oh yeah, it says complete.
Yeah, it's not complete, so if you do that, does it... Or is it... No, it really does just... Oh, wait.
This scenario is finished according to this record. You can't start with this one. Please
Oh, no, I
select
guess you do
another.
start a new one.
Interesting. That's really weird that it loads it and then is like, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's very strange. That it doesn't, like, check beforehand.
You just gotta have a complete record saved. Okay. I forgot we named all these guys at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But how do I do it?
I don't know. So yeah, LOL says difficulty setting unlocked, but I haven't seen a way to choose it.
Was it... What were my options?
Oh, it
Erase?
says it's going to take a fair bit to access the options menu. Is it in the options menu?
That's what it said. Check the
Oh.
options menu. But yeah, I don't know if we want to...
Gotcha. I would have assumed you had to select that when you started the game, not that you could just, like, change it.
Yeah, that is weird. But yeah, there is a lot of talking. I can fast forward, but I think this is... It's in the menu where it adjusts text speed and such. Okay.
What a weird place to put it. I mean, I guess it's not that weird. It's just, I'm surprised that it lets you change the difficulty during play, and that's not a select at the start kind of thing.
You can adjust
really
it between
interesting.
battles. Cool.
But I felt like that was more of a thing that we're seeing in, like, more modern games more frequently, so I'm surprised that they did it that way.
Even then, you normally can start on whatever difficulty, but then you can move down at any time. You
Yeah.
can't move up. I
Yeah.
kind of want to peek at it, but, like... yeah, we'll peek at it.
There is so much talking.
There is. Maybe it's not worth it.
I mean, I'm down for whatever you want to do, it's just, it is a lot of talking.
Yeah, let's peek, because I do want to know what it's called, because I need to be able to prompt y'all to... Do we want to do a run on that at some point? And maybe this is a good point to talk about, too. Bowie asked me what we're doing for Halloween this year, and I'm not really sure. What do y'all want to do? I posed the question in the Discord. In the past, we've done an Inktober thing, and done a bunch of drawing and, like, a community game night. So do y'all want to see that? Or another year, I did spooky SRPGs. And it was a lot of indie SRPGs that were, like, vaguely Halloween-themed. I don't know. Y'all, what are y'all's thoughts about that? And then probably
know.
2 weeks, I'll start Scenario 2, potentially.
I probably won't be there for most of where the Halloween stream is, so I don't feel like I should get much say.
Okay.
Although, like I said in the Discord, I'm always pushing for you to play the hard mode of the randomizer.
Yeah, I meant to bring that up as an option as well.
Because that's like... I was trying to think of any, like, spooky Shining Force 1 mods, but I couldn't really think of any. All I
There
could think of
is-
was just it being old.
There is a Halloween mod.
Oh, is there?
Oh, that's Shining Force
Is it
2, though.
good? Oh, it's Shining Force 2.
Yeah, that was
Never
my
mind, it's
first
bad.
Halloween special.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I called it Spooky Force, I think. It's like a weird randomizer thing. It randomizes color palettes, and also randomizes the music a little bit. In that, like, it pitches it in, like, various directions, so it ends up really dissonant. It's really weird. Everybody ends up
Odd.
looking like purple and green zombies.
Huh.
I don't know if anybody other than me has ever done it online. But I was like, yeah, this was made years ago and stuff, and then the mod maker did show up in the comments and was like, whoa, I totally forgot I made this.
Interesting.
It's almost Halloween where I'm at. Oh yeah, same. I've got 30 minutes, or 40 minutes. Happy Halloween, Taya.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, I just wasn't even thinking about it. How do we get to options? I don't even remember.
It's a different button, I think.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. To play with your buttons, find your, like, start button.
Ah!
There you go.
Battle voices
Battle
on.
difficulty.
Battle guide, battle difficulty. Standard, hard, harder, insane. Ooh. Oh, is this sound test?
Oh, yeah. We can listen to the voice lines, the glorious voice lines.
Yeah! Ta? Fear me. Witness your demise. Rain thunder. Rise phoenix. Is this the end?
Ha! Prepare to die. This is it.
Here I come.
Oh.
Take this. Spirits, lend me your powers. Burning flames. Go, Indigo. Go, Indigo.
These are funny.
Go, Thanatos.
Oh.
Rise, Sacred Phoenix. Rise, Dragon Tiamat. Forgive me.
Tiamat? Okay.
Bear witness. This is without any remorse. Celestial Lord.
We did not hear a lot of these.
Grant me this miracle. Father, bestow blessings on us.
Okay, we do that.
Well, a lot of graces come from, like, the crits, and we weren't physical attacking with her much.
True. Okay, what's the highest, like... Oops. It's like the highest music.
Does it not wrap around?
No, it doesn't.
Gotcha.
Watch it wrap around when I get up there. Okay, 44. Crap.
This is a great menu where, without the music, where if you want to rip the voice lines for, like,
I was
notification
just
sounds
thinking
or
that.
something.
I might just make a video at some point that's like, here's all the sound of stuff, because make it easier for everybody. Oh, it's like credits. Can I just, like...
Mascarin's voice actor sounds embarrassed. She definitely lacks a lot of confidence in her lines.
Yeah, and I can put that on and just play the game like that.
It's kind of cool.
That is really cool. Will it reset after there's like a jingle and it's interrupted? How long can...
Assume so.
How quick can we get to Battle 1?
There's a whole lot of back and forthing.
Because I'm...
Battle 1 is... Oh, well... I'm trying to remember.
We don't need to talk to anybody else.
Do we have to have the whole explosion sequence before we get there?
Probably. I'm kind of curious, though, if we just rush through it to, like... Oh, it actually does revert. Okay, so even if you interrupt it... Okay, now it switches. But I could switch it back. That's really interesting. Just head straight for the Imperial District? Okay, we do that then. I'm curious, do we know what Insane does?
I don't know.
It did confirm my
I
choice.
assume it increases the enemy stats.
But how much?
Yeah, I'll pull up the guide so that I can see what their default stats are.
Sweet.
And we can compare.
Would appreciate that. Alright, let's run to the Imperial District here. Because I'm curious how much it jacks them up. If I'm gonna do an Insane run at some point, like, what am I actually in for?
Mm-hmm.
How doable or not is this?
I feel like Insane Iron Man is probably not doable without some kind of insane cheese.
Yeah.
Just because I know I've read online that on insane difficulty, there's battles that in vanilla you just cannot even get to NPCs before they die. Like, it's physically impossible.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Hayward is just gonna insta-die.
I don't know. I know it specifically applies to a unit in Scenario 2, I believe. Where it's just like, on Insane, there is no possible way to save them. So I believe that they did tweak it in the translation patch to make it possible somehow on that difficulty, but...
I would probably, if I was gonna Iron Man it, just not
save them?
Yeah, I would purposefully not if it was impossible in the original.
Yeah, I don't know. Although to a degree, it feels like it's probably impossible in the sense of they didn't test well enough.
Well, it's kind of like I've talked about with Fire Emblem Path of Radiance Insane mode, that they removed it for the English release because it felt like they didn't test it at all. And maybe they were just kind of like, this sucks, actually, when they finally did, like... I don't know, maybe they got player feedback that was like, this kind of just sucks.
Yeah, possibly. Let me see, is this Scenario 2 that big characters? Because the one thing I'm honestly trying to remember is, like, that the character I'm thinking of dying may be a game over condition in that battle.
Oh, that's different.
And that's where, like, I'm double checking the guide for it. Because it's been a while since I played Scenario 2 and I don't recall.
That would definitely change how I'd have to approach it.
Oh, no, okay. The battle does continue if the unit dies.
Imagine the train battle on Insane. I mean, I just would not save the guys. That might not be possible.
Difficulty feels like it was an afterthought. Yeah, I feel like a lot of difficulty settings do end up being afterthoughts, especially when they're mainly stat crank-ups.
Yeah. I definitely think so. And I think that's okay if you're, like, just putting something in for, like, the players that are going to be way too obsessed with your game. Like me.
Although I do generally like when there's a little more, like, care taken to it or new things added.
Oh, for sure.
Like, I know Awakening's difficulty on the highest difficulties is notorious, but, like, giving enemies special skills and stuff at higher difficulties, I think makes sense. Although, like, Lunatic Plus is still just, like, insanely too hard.
Yeah.
There are people who enjoy it, but it's just like, why? Okay, let's check their stats and then compare it to the original stats. So... they have the same HP, 2 more attack, 3 more defense, same agility, same luck. So it probably mainly affects attack and defense, I would guess. The only one that might be different is the boss. Oh wait, was that the boss? The one in the back?
Not sure.
He's got 15 HP, so he's not a boss, but he is different. That's the one I'm looking at. So he usually has 11 attack instead of 14.
Okay. So how much of a difference does that end up making? Let me see,
it's
like...
a difference of 3 damage per attack, and you're going to do significantly less to them than normal.
I'm gonna peek and see, like, how bad this is. Alright, so she's doing 1, but she's our healer.
Although she should normally have enough attack to do, like, 4 to...
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. She was doing damage at the beginning. Or, I'm sorry, at the end.
This
like,
is with weapon advantage.
Whoo!
7. Yeah, that's a bit tankier.
And then, yeah, how much does he take? He was taking, like, 2 or 3. Oh my goodness!
That's pretty bad. Well, says it's more and more pronounced in later battles. Yeah, I assume it's like Shining Force 2, where they just kind of add a percentage multiplier.
Symbios does 2.
Yeah, this seems like a really fun difficulty to play on. I don't think an Iron Man on this is possible.
But see you saying that makes me wanna.
I know, but just like just beating the game on Insane would be hard enough.
Yeah.
Right? Like, even just finishing the game seems like it would be a challenge here.
I mean, it's Shining Force, though, so, like, we could grind. Are they turning me? I don't think so. No. But yeah, we're not gonna win.
I think they're just all in, like, the same agility. They all have the same agility stats, so they're all gonna move at about the same time, which is a problem when, you know, 3 of them kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Raid Rocker said the main character did 2 damage on the first enemy. What is that?
Insane, I suppose.
Yeah, you would really have to lean on magic. Like, Mascarin would be your MVP, for sure.
Does she get 1 hit?
You know, until she dies.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, she does. Exact damage.
I did a playthrough on this difficulty, but I save scummed a lot. I mean, yeah, that does make sense. Yeah, it doesn't even give, like, EXP, like... It gives normal EXP. It doesn't even feel like you're taking down mini-bosses with every character.
Yeah.
I'm curious if we're gonna actually make it out of this first battle. And then we'll switch over and check out the other ending.
I don't know. The fact that even the first battle is this hard is kind of nuts.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing that really speaks to me as like this was not a mode that was really meant to be played.
No. No, I think it's done. Yeah, it's done. This looks like pain. This does look like pain. Oh, he just did 8 to us. Well.
Is this the end?
We didn't hear that much.
Nah, we'd only lost like a couple battles in our whole playthrough.
Oh, alright. Let us check out.
I've never actually seen Insane, and that is pretty insane.
Let me pull it up here. Let's go find Shining Force 3 Total Biscuit. Is this still up? If not, we can do the one that somebody else said. It looks like somebody did collect it here. That might not be all of it. It goes up to Battle 27, this playlist, which is not the end. I think there's 29 battles. Yeah, it looks like he made it to 27, which is the Catacombs. I appreciate how many people have this backed up. Who did y'all say played the American version?
They're saying the original playthrough that Marauder EX did.
Oh, here's Total Biscuit's actual...
TV was...
Hang on. Let me see real quick if it's on here. Shining Force 3 intro, Battle 24, 20. Exploring the village 16 years ago. Dang. Oh, there. Okay, yeah, Battle 27. So I need anything past that. Yeah, it doesn't look like that might be where Sega started coming after him. All right.
That playthrough, I found one of Marauder's playthroughs, but it's the translated version.
Okay.
Trying to see. And that's from 9 years ago. I don't know how old I have to get to find his original one.
Okay, I'm checking. While you're doing that, I'm pulling up the Titan footage. Scenario 1. Okay, there's where 2 starts. So it should probably be... Is it going to be here?
Alright, so here we are in the last battle. I was almost nervous for a second, like, you know, no
Okay,
one died
that's...
in that
Okay, that's final
fight.
battle. So I need one more before that. And we'll see what the Titan stuff looks like. Alright, let me make it so y'all can see that.
Okay, so now we have full control.
I think y'all can hear that.
Is the Giga Breaker, and we're just waiting. Alright, so this is the turn to switch to the Japanese version. So let's go ahead and drop a Saveroo. No.
Oh, okay, yeah, here's the weird thing you were talking about. Let me see if this works, or if I need to get a new one go. Okay, yeah, I've got to add a new source for it real quick. That's fine. So we're going to do... window capture, add source, add a new source. So that y'all can see. There we go. Okay, I don't need to be fully... I can make it a little smaller. I don't care too much if it fully fits. So, he just said I need to swap over.
We'll do overwrite. Yeah, that's our file at the church. Let's just drop it right here. This
Okay,
is
I
good,
found
okay?
the final
Continue
section
adventure?
for you.
Nah, B.
Sweet. Can you
I'll
send that
to
to
you.
me? Thank you.
Yep.
Alright, bitches. I will BRB on the Japanese version.
And I skimmed through it to confirm.
His language is so vulgar at times I couldn't watch his stuff again. Yeah, like... I said earlier, like, I don't really care about bad words, but if you're just throwing them out all the time, it's like... It feels silly.
It does get to me when it's a lot.
Yeah, it feels childish. But I'm not knocking this guy. I've never heard of him before.
You thought you weren't gonna die today, huh, Mr. Titan? Well, you thought wrong, fucker.
So is it just if you... Okay, so the arms are already messed up.
That his barrier is destroyed and we can do damage to him. And we did 4 damage. Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it. Alright, fuckers.
Oh, you could do that?
A very quick, little bit on the...
I didn't know you could
Now
Elbasum orb him.
Let's go ahead and slide on back to the good old
Oh.
English.
Okay, so you're in English, you fight him, then you change to the Japanese, you Elbasum orb him, then you switch back.
I'll be right back, fuckers.
Okay, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of profanity.
Alright, bitches, so we're back.
It's kind of ridiculous.
I guess I should say English version. We're back in the English version. Nothing new there. If the advice...
Continue battle till we see smoke, Synbius. Okay.
Now again, I did mention... So when I'm...
I believe the barrier's only in the Japanese
right,
version,
he would use
Ragnarok.
hammer, he'll do nothing. Then the next turn where he'd use boomerang, he'll do nothing.
Maybe he's abusing that to, like, make him take more damage?
Had a whole errand on crit.
How...
I don't recall.
You know, if only our two ninjas
I know I've definitely
Sagami
read
and
about this
Urasame
before, but I
could
don't
pull their weight,
remember.
I mean, if you have to do, like, 6,000 damage or something, like, you gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, it's most of this video, it seems like, so...
All we've got going on is just us. No
Oh,
one.
okay,
I
that's
do like that. That's
done, I guess.
But anyway, it's time to
Where
get
does it
our
happen? Employing the speed up. Okay, so maybe it's around here. Oh, okay, yeah, there's the health bar.
Finally, the Titan.
Has a visual health, finally.
As I predicted, this did indeed take a fucking...
Not a valid run, though, because he didn't get the final hit with pen.
Fucking finally. Bye, Titan. 3,000...
Oh, yeah, he just vanishes?
Oh, okay, so let's see here. Do we get any new advice? No? Just keep fighting. And notice that the Titan is now gone off the map.
Interesting.
All that's left is just these fuckers here.
Very, very interesting.
I'm gonna fight these guys for a
Okay.
Again, I want to see if they're gonna.
I kind of wanted to peek at the arms thing too. That might be the previous battle or previous video.
So we are in
Yeah.
the
Was that the let me jump back to that. Did that end up being the American version, what you were looking at?
The one I sent you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I
cool.
skimmed through it and made sure.
Yeah, see, this is why you do want to get
It is
these arms
such a
done,
cop out.
because
You'll be very disappointed.
but
Oh, really?
because it's
Yeah.
Damn.
get these arms,
I feel like they could have gotten more creative than they did.
Now, I probably should also mention that Ava, I think it's left arm.
Oh, okay.
since I need
Yeah,
to
here we go.
switch- Oh, here we go. Say goodbye. I think it's left arm. Oh, it's his right arm. All right. That might be random. It might be random which arm.
Interesting.
Okay, yeah.
And then if you keep damaging him, it breaks the other arm
Oh,
or something?
obvious by the
Yeah, because he didn't have either.
no enemies and stuff. If that the hammer time is
It's kind of cool that it has a whole special animation for it like that.
Yeah. I'm a little bit disappointed in what the death animation looks like. Or doesn't look like, that it's just, alright, I guess you did it. But I guess they really didn't expect you to do it.
It kind of makes me wish that destroying the arms was like an intended thing. Because I feel like most people will never see that. Not intended as in, you know, intended to be possible, but something that you more had to do.
Yeah.
I feel like most people are not going to do enough damage to the Titan to ever see that.
No.
Because 1,000 damage is a lot.
It is, and 6,000 is 6 times a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I get why they didn't put a ton of effort in like the defeat thing, but it would have been a cool like Easter egg. I want to see if it says anything when you get rid of the other one. Oh wait, is that?
But any points they've gained towards soulmate will random symbiote.
No.
And then
I thought I saw it change, but maybe not. Yeah, it definitely takes a long time, huh?
Really, any of the guys.
If I skip ahead a lot,
Which
does he
does make
still have
sense,
it?
You know,
I can't
soulmate of
tell.
the opposite sex, but
No.
you know, there is a thing called being gay. That's a thing. And also,
What is he even
isn't a
talking
soulmate
about?
scenario. Crits on the Titan, not just.
Alright, let's see.
Hurt.
I can't check chat while I'm like this, so give me just a second.
Yeah, get the rainbow. Nothing too spectacular. 78, by the way, which
Goodness, it takes a long time.
crit bonus. Oh, there we go. Cool. All right.
Okay, there we go.
Bye. Left arm. Okay, so now
I wonder
Titan
what you have to even
is
do to
unable
do that.
use Boomerang or hammer, but he can still use X laser.
So does he use the laser every turn? Or...
Yeah, when you take away each arm, it stops doing the attack associated with
So
that
in order
arm.
to do actual damage now, we're gonna have to hit him with the Elbasum Orb. You know what would have been smarter? If I would have given the Elbasum Orb to someone a lot slower, like
I see. Okay, so he's saying, like, once you break both of those, you don't do damage anymore, but then if you switch to the Japanese version, you can Elbasum Orb him, then you can switch back, and then you can damage him again. So yeah, they really did not expect you to see it.
Yeah, it was, like, very not intended, I feel like.
Wow. That's crazy. Even so much as someone saying, "Wowzers, you did it," would be nice. He just uses the laser every 3 turns. Okay. That's interesting. So that makes it way easier, but, I mean, it's pretty much moot if you've got it well in hand if you can get there.
Yeah, like, it's just so much damage you have to actually do.
Okay, let's take a look at this. So this is from Marauder EX. Thank you guys for suggesting that. Is this the top quality we can watch on?
I mean, it's a 14-year-old video.
Yeah, fair. Okay. So here is the English version ending.
Let's play Shining Force 3 Scenario 1.
Where does it start changing? I feel like I'm watching, like, with this border, too, I feel like I'm watching this, like, in a GameStop store, like, 10 years ago.
Also want to use the goddess.
It's weird. You'll see through the ending dialogue, there's a number of lines that are almost identical to what we saw, and then there's some that are changed, so it's really kind of... There's no specific place to start.
Okay, we'll just kind of skim through it. You defeated yourself, Prince. Okay, yeah, that's still pretty much the same. Why did a nobleman like yourself, allied... Okay, by the custom of the Empire, the second-born prince can never assume the throne. I had to take it. By defeating the Republic, I would have had the people behind me, but Empire law cannot be thrown away. It seemed like the only way of my... Okay, yeah, this is all the same.
And then he was going to turn on the Bull's Home to make it seem like...
Oh, he kind of... I didn't realize that it was, like, their death specifically. I think in the new translation it says everything could have been blamed on them. But that makes a little more sense. An Imperial battle over succession. Yeah, this is all the same.
Because everyone's betrayed everyone else.
This one problem has been dealt with permanently. There are many others. Huh.
But for sure he'd get... Thank you, Sim. His reinforcements did... One at a time. Really, these armies that they keep talking about is really just a small, you know, battalion.
Every SRPG.
And Yasha...
Oh, the Yasha thing is going to be really unfulfilling, huh? Because he shows up at the end and you're like, who the hell are you? And then the game ends.
Here and we've... And now he's threatened...
Okay, this is all the same. They rephrased that a little bit. Triscuits a little bit. What did she say? No, that's still the same.
Incredibly...
He was my only... What? He was my only son. He was our only hope. Okay, that I don't remember her saying.
Jump into the water.
There's no need to die this way. Okay, yeah, he saves him still.
Mallory captors when confronted with the catacomb Symbos managed a final victory over the priestess, following Duke Pallas's plan of releasing the...
A final victory? I think that's different.
Managed a final victory over the priestess.
Your blind ambition made you stupid. What a line. Yeah, it is pretty good.
Plan of releasing the water from the dam, Symbos and his men destroyed the Colossus and decimated the...
Oh, they call it the Colossus. Okay. That would have been confusing at the time. They gain control of the capital from the forces of Prince Aragon himself. The hostage against Mallory's aggression, Lord Algernon, is safe once again. Briefly, peace is restored, and Synbios and his heroes should be able to take a well-deserved break. Alright, yeah, then we have the credits, so we'll skip past that. It's funny that YouTube tallies up how many seconds I'm skipping now. It's a new update.
Things I'd like. Page and destroyed our beautiful.
Okay. Take a long time to rebuild, but if we continue to get aid from Lookover, the town will come back soon. Okay, he doesn't say the mines this time. The children yearn for the mines, it's fine. Money can repair the buildings, but who will bring back the slaughtered people? Oh. That I don't think was in the other version.
Always the pragmatist. At least King Benetron was unharmed. That at least is some good news for the Republic.
Yeah, that's different.
All these things, Symbos, we owe to your people's heroic efforts.
The credits still say Scenario 1. Oh.
My teams just did what they had to do.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. This would have been really confusing.
And it's like, that's not quite true, Lord Symbos. Like, well, you said all that had to do.
Despite your father's tragic death, you saved all of Aspia. The Empire is still camped outside the inner wall. Okay, then we're breaking through. I wonder what they're planning. Why would they, if they know they can't breach? I don't know why all the generals are so worried. The city walls have always protected us.
Maybe that ninja got away. No. Tristus doesn't know about the secret pass. Okay, so Tybalt's up. Good.
And aid Tybalt. I probably would have just cut it earlier. I would have said, you guys can rest, and then I would have cut it there.
situation is dire. The Imperial Army they have breached the inner wall.
Yeah, this would be horribly unsatisfying. If the Vandals return to power, the Republic and the Empire are doomed. Will you still continue your conquest? That's different.
Taking over the Republic territory. What are you?
This is so weird.
Yeah.
Well, you get away that easy. The Emperor is here. Smirk. Tactful as hell.
If it weren't for us, Erewhon may have succeeded and killed him.
Oh wait, okay. It seems we were unaware. Okay, this is different.
For us, Erewhon may have succeeded and killed him.
It said Tybalt is still at his post instead of annihilated. That's true.
Fidret. I hate Fidret. He's useless.
Okay.
But they're still going to blame us for murdering Erewhon, even though he knows...
Yeah, that's confusing.
They know the situation.
You shall have your chance, but this is not the time or the place.
Notice how... Why is Median holding him back? Everyone else is trying to egg him on. Like, you betray the memory of your...
Yeah, this is... So his dialogue is different.
Like, nothing adds up about this situation. At all.
What? You're right, Symbios. My brother's actions were clearly influenced by the Bullzone monks. If not for you, maybe his evil plans would have come to fruition. For that, we will not take advantage of your current situation.
For his evil plans, we will not take advantage of your current
What?
situation.
To honor the wishes of my son, Median, I will... Oh, he thumbed through that real fast. I will allow you Republican scum to live for now. But now that my debt to you is repaid, next time we meet, I will not be as...
So yeah, this is... All of
What?
this is...
Kurt? Okay. Domeric, you must listen to reason. If Bullzome is revived and the Vandals take over, there won't be any Empire or Republic left to fight over. This is totally different.
Most of it's not.
Our armies are more than a match for the Zealots. You should be grateful that the
Accurate, but most of it's not.
For that strange sect of Zealots. You should be grateful that the Emperor is allowing you to live right now.
Because they're making it sound like...
Although I leave you now untouched, I will return and will reclaim Aspinia in the name of the Empire.
And he doesn't. Not going to. That's not what happens.
It seems the victory of the Symbios army was short-lived. What?
Assistance of Prince Median has left Aspia alone.
Yeah, right?
He just, they went this entire way and then was like, you killed my son, I'm going home now.
Yep.
What?
Away and will have to be dealt with.
It's such an unsatisfying ending.
Except that's not entirely accurate. That's not how it's going to play out. We will see that the dialogue...
I don't want to know how it's going to play out, but... Welcome back, Symbios. You should save. Yeah? We did... Okay, so are they going to say play scenario 2? Pen, Frank, Noon, Hagana, and Ratchet. They're in there! Try the adventure again! That's funny. I like how it's phrased here. Okay, wait. And search more carefully. Since you've completed the adventure, keep it in memory and begin a new quest. Check the options screen and something new may appear. You rule.
Groovy.
Shining Force 3 and... Huh. Interesting. Alright, let me give that a like.
Yeah, it feels like such a cop-out change. Like, I don't know, they did the bare minimum.
I'm gonna leave a nice comment. Had to come check this out after my playthrough of the translated version. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's terrible. Yeah, Ragnarocker says horrid. Yeah, as if Domeric would just back down like that. Yeah, that was awful. Like, I don't know what the plan was. That was terrible. It's so bizarre. If their intention was to make up for not releasing the other scenarios, it feels like they could have gone further with wrapping things up. I assume that they aren't totally capable because they're not programming anything new. It's just
I don't know that that's
text
entirely
editing.
true. If I remember correctly, they found some code that exists only in the English version that implies that they were considering making some changes to some of the battles. I would need to find the information to back myself up on that, but I'm pretty sure there's some like unused code for one of the battles that I think it might be related to the Elbasum statue that only appears in the English version.
Huh. Good night, play all the games. Thank you so much for the last time ons and stuff. It has been really awesome, and thank you for joining and watching along with this playthrough. It's been really great having you. Yeah, like that was... I don't know. Yeah, if I played through that, I still would love it because I love all Shining stuff, but if that was all there was, I definitely would put, story-wise, that would take it down a bar for me.
Oh, for sure. Like, the ending makes no sense.
Not at all. That it's like Domeric just shows up. There's so many hanging plot threads. Like, Domeric, you know, was replaced by a false emperor. And then there's that we got the key or didn't get the key. That's never coming back. There's that Garrosh lived and went off. That's never coming back. There's the saving the guys. Well, I guess we kind of got a payoff from the train thing already. So if we're gonna count just having a payoff, there is one. Yeah, there's a lot that just never comes back. The weird stuff with waterfalling people.
Mm-hmm.
There's the fact that Fiale doesn't use Wendigo in Flagrd as opposed to in the Japanese version. This situation is why the creators of the Shining series split away and eventually created the Golden Sun series. Was it actually just this? Because it feels, to me, it just feels like Shining Force has just habitually not been taken advantage of properly.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like they've just never really gotten proper support. And that's kind of frustrating. And I don't know how much the Japanese feel that way, because I know, like, they're still enjoying EXA over there. It's still a big deal. Like, they're still getting EXA crossovers. So, I don't know. Maybe they want to return to the EXA days. But their fandom seems very different than ours. But it is just weird to me that this has just been left hanging this long. There may have been other reasons, but this was a big one. Yeah, I mean, I can understand that, like, this came out close to the end of the Saturn's lifespan, didn't it? The Saturn already didn't do well here. So I kind of get why it happened. But, God, being an American Shining Force fan just sort of sucked.
So, okay, yeah. According to this video from Night of Dragon, who's one of the Shining Force 3 like modders and helps with the translation stuff, I believe. I can send it to you so you can show it on stream, so I'm not just discussing it if you want.
Sure.
Where the description is, found a little snippet of code that's inaccessible normally. It looks like the folks producing the US version wanted to do something more with the statue.
Oh.
So
okay.
this is a piece of code that apparently only exists in the US version. So, like, they were doing stuff, or considering doing stuff.
Okay. So... there's, like, some weird interactions with the statue? Oh.
Yeah, specifically with the Elbasum.
Yeah, it full zeroed it.
Mm-hmm.
which is weird. Statue is broken. Okay. And then does anything happen here?
No, it's not like it changes a ton, but like the fact that there is code in the English version that isn't in the Japanese version for this interaction does like imply to me that they could have made bigger changes if they wanted to.
Alternatively, though, this could have been a guy playing around with it on his lunch break.
It's true, but they did also change stuff about how the Titan worked as well.
Yeah, that seems to be
as
the
we
case.
discussed. So, like, there were some changes being made.
Ooh, Sirius Lol says, if I recall, Camelot hid a text file into the premium disc expressing their displeasure with Sega. Wow.
Let's see if that's on TCRF. Because if so, they usually have that kind of stuff.
Part of the deal was for all 3 scenarios to be released internationally, but they were refused basically at the very end of it. Oof, that sucks. But like I said, I also get why. A little bit. I don't want to fully put that on Sega, because as a huge Shining Force fan, it would not have done well. Like, Sega also had it in their plans that the Sega Saturn was going to succeed. And I have known of one person that, in my entire life, that was, like, severely autistic and had just collected consoles and had gaming, as like, in general, as his hyper-specific focus. And he's the only person I've ever met in my entire life who had an American Saturn. I've never known a single other person. Like, it really did not work. Oh, economically correct decision. Absolutely. It just... Looking back at it, like, Sega had all of the pieces. Maybe they were just too early. We've talked about that, though. Like, I didn't even... As a kid, I didn't know the Saturn existed. Did you, Taya?
The Saturn?
Yeah.
I mean, it was barely relevant within my lifespan, so no. I was born in 96, which is already kind of late in the Saturn lifespan.
I was 95, so, I mean, I'm not that far off from you.
Yeah, I mean, I was not cognizant of it.
But I had, like, friends and stuff that had N64s and PS1s. Just nobody had this. And then I think I went to a church at one point. Like, when we moved, my parents and I were trying out lots of different churches, and one of those had, for, like, the youth group, had a Dreamcast. And I think that was the only time I've played a Dreamcast, either. I, like, saw it and was like, what the heck is this? And they're like, it's a Dreamcast! And I was just like, there's other ones? Like, what? What do you mean? And they had Sonic Adventure for it, and I was just like, this is weird. Like, this is cool, but...
If you would like to read the letter that Lol is talking about, I have a link to it, and there's nothing in it that's spoiler-related.
Yeah, sure. And then we can discuss that throughout.
Yeah. Just since it's the topic of the moment.
Let me sub to him as well. Yeah, let's...
It's also got some interesting stuff in here that I did not know.
Alright, yeah, let's read it.
It's for context, it's a development diary from the director and main programmer.
Okay. You know what? Let me put on some background music for this. Let's do... oh, I know what to put. What is the... Give me 2 seconds. Let me grab this off the shelf real fast. And then we'll go over it. I said I had a Sakuraba CD. So I can show that real quick since we're in Shining Force Nerd Hours. Yeah, I've got Force of Light by Motoi Sakuraba. And I believe it's related to SF3. But I don't think it's exactly the soundtrack. I don't really know what it is. I just got it for a really good price, so... Here we go. Says Progressive Rock Full Album. Force of Light, 1998, Motoi Sakuraba. Alright, cool. Are y'all hearing that? Yeah, looks like it. Okay. And let me get chat back. Thank you for finding these, by the way.
Yeah, no problem.
Let's see. For the longest time, I didn't realize that my dad having a Saturn in a post-Iron Curtain country is miraculous. It still works, I'm pretty sure. That's awesome. Happy Halloween, also. Yes, thank you. Just the battery is dead? That doesn't shock me. In the days of the Sega Mega Drive, the masterpiece Shining Force ruled the world. Did it, though?
Those are some strong words.
Yeah, I was like, I love everything you've made. I am not sure about that. Press X to doubt. After a long hiatus, the series will finally appear on the Saturn. But as of December 1996, it's not yet decided when the most recent work in the Force series, Shining Force 3, tentative, will start production. Just as Holy Ark's title changed during production. Oh, it did? I do not know what Force 3 will be called. Let's just watch for now. It should be released in 1997. Maybe we'll make a Force 1 and 2 remake. Ooh. Well, he kinda did. Oh, so there's all these different entries.
Yeah, so a couple of these entries are from the Scenario 1 and 2 disc, and then Scenario 3 contains the entirety of this diary.
Okay.
Apparently.
Half a year has passed since I last wrote. I didn't realize there would be 3 parts. Part 1 will be released at the end of the year. Regarding system programs, Holy Ark International Edition and various test programs achieved significant performance improvements via extensive hardware studies, especially the CD-ROM, which is about 200% faster. Compared to our company, various attempts are made to incorporate new functions in the sound system and to improve graphic efficiency. The newly developed polygon animation tool and map-making system can also create colors. This is something to brag about. However, the game's programming is not yet at a stage where it can be played. Interesting. I mean, yeah, it's definitely something to brag about when you compare this to other SRPGs of the era. The master delivery is coming soon. It should be finished in time. Check the website for release details. Well, Scenario 3's completion was welcomed. After Scenario 2's completion, I completely forgot to write an abstract, so I will do it properly now. Regardless of how proper it is, I'm afraid to say that Force 1 and 2 Saturn remakes fell through and were cancelled. There were Saturn remakes, specifically.
Yeah, that's what I found really interesting, that, like, apparently was actually, you know, on the table, and then they canceled it.
So you must feel really vindicated that you were like, I think if we did more, it would look like this. He's saying that
Yeah.
we were going to do 1 and 2 and make it look like this.
That's true.
There was not enough time or labor to develop them. Sega Age's porting guidelines could not be used due to ROM cassette capacity issues, but if a CD were used, it would be reworked rather than ported. So I decided to focus my efforts on finishing Scenario 3 instead. There were also plans to outsource work on the port, but as mentioned above, there are too many technical problems, and unfortunately it could not be done. During this, Sega announced a new console called Dreamcast. Until Scenario 3 comes out, I was told not to announce or talk about it. However, Scenario 3 will come out on the Saturn. Will it be on new hardware? I haven't thought about doing it. Yes, in Japanese, it is literally casting off dreams, which is bad luck. What is a dream template? Casting of dreams? Doesn't make sense. Do you want to watch the interview with Hiroyuki Takahashi about Scenario 1? Absolutely! It's got beta footage in it. If you can throw that to me on Discord or throw it to Taya, who can throw it, you can message me if you have that convenient. But yeah, we're just going full deep dive. I love this. I love that he's like what is this Dreamcast thing? This is bad luck. Like bad juju over here. That's really funny. It also is interesting that it's like it was thought of that this would be on the Dreamcast, but maybe the way he was developing 1 and 2, that it saves going over, that would be difficult to do with 3. Like, he kind of was locked in to Saturn, I guess. But I wonder if he was not planning that, if it could have been done on Dreamcast.
Don't know. I mean, it seems like here he's just kind of musing about it, so I have no idea if it was ever intended at all.
I
Because they
love-
just announced the console.
I love this, by the way. Like, these unfiltered thoughts.
Oh yeah, these are great.
I can't stand Sega's latest commercials. Anyway, the Master Up was 10 days ago. I don't know what that means. It's unlikely we can have any vacation this year. No. Could we get summer vacation? Yesterday, the scenario was completed. This is absurdity. Ah, the server is out of disk space. I'm sorry, Taguchi. There's an English transcript on SFC. Sweet, we'll check it out. It's the day before the Master Up. I wonder if that means, like, when you're presenting or something. Technical... do you know, Taya, what that is? What that means?
I mean, I assume the Master's talking about, like, a production version of it.
Ah.
Kind of like, you know, their, It's probably, like, creating a master copy for review or, distribution somewhere. Obviously, these are probably not the full versions.
Mm-hmm.
But
something internal.
that'd be my guess. Yeah, basically, like, delivering a version of the game.
Okay. Technical complaints. We've had many sound driver issues for the past year. I was able to specify its occurrence, so I'll document it. I don't care who is going to refer to it now. The sound driver can play up to 8 sequences at the same time. However, in the state with the effect being applied, the real song plus sound effect is almost at the max number of sounds in processing capacity. For each sequence, it is possible to control the volume, pause, resume, etc. For example, if you do something like pausing the current song and playing another song, then whether it will accumulate or corrupt the internal work area is not certain. But the number of voices that can be played rapidly decreases, and as a result, the sound effect does not play. The song only plays a few notes, and various other problems occur. At first I was wondering if I missed the request due to a handshake failure, but that doesn't seem right. Even if it is, it can't be helped. Up to Scenario 2, I used a combination of songs and pauses on Battle Map to transition, arrow? Battle scene music plus sound effects, plus to then return to map music. But this is where the sound trouble started. In Scenario 3, the function of restoring the map music after returning to the battle scene from the time position when entering the battle scene is cut off because it is supposed to start sounding from the head of a normal song. Okay, I get what he's saying. So he's saying coming out of the battle scene back into the map, he's having issues with that because it's supposed to start at the beginning of the song again.
Yeah.
Also, switching between stereo and mono does not work properly while playing a sequence. We need to stop the sequence once and make a ringing in order to make it work properly. Please give the Dreamcast a proper sound driver. I will probably not use it. Where should I post it? In the Force games? Why don't you put it in Force lore? Because this is definitely, like, more, like... Force games is more gameplay kind of stuff, I think. I don't have a meta thing for the series, but... The Master Up deadline just passed, and I managed to finish. I took Scenario 3's extra clear data, and attempted to start it. Beginning with this data, some jobs change from the beginning to the top job, or items that should not be taken. And there are places where scenes don't fit well, but don't stand out much while playing. Now there's a premium disc, to be continued. So a month later, he says, both the premium disc and Shining Force 3, which has been in development for nearly 2 years, will be completed. Due to the announcement of the Dreamcast, 6 months too early, and the market declining rapidly, Force is quietly said to be Saturn-conscious, which is a bit extreme. From the late stage of the Saturn, it seems that Sega and Camelot somewhat differ on the direction of the game. It will be more obvious when you move to Dreamcast, because they place importance on visuals. I just hope that they will not leave the essence of the game behind. As for Camelot, we will be focusing on the gameplay of games from now on. Because new hardware can broaden the range of expressions, the fundamentals of the game do not change. That's a very Nintendo mindset.
Yeah, that's true.
Wow. That's
Yeah,
really...
I just thought you'd find that interesting.
I do. Thank you for finding that.
Mm-hmm. Like, when he mentioned there was a developer thing, I was like, TCRF always has these developer notes. So...
Yeah, I think the... Can I post it in translation? Sure. I mean, wherever you think. I'm not worried about it.
I feel like it'll be interesting once you finish the series to go through some of the other stuff on here, potentially, and look at other unused things.
Absolutely.
I think even the ones for the first game will spoil some stuff from later scenarios, so I don't think you should poke at it now.
Yeah, I'll wait. But this is really fascinating. I'm just still stuck on that there was going to be a Saturn remake of SF1 and 2.
Yeah, the fact that it was actually in, like, actual consideration and then got canceled is fascinating.
Yeah, I wonder how far they made it on that, if there's anything. Like, even concept art of that would be bonkers.
Yeah, I don't know.
I wonder, like, Yogurt shows up in Time whatever. I wonder if they, like, were going to repurpose that, potentially. Like, if you asked me to do a mock-up of it for you, I would be like, okay, I've already got Yogurt modeled for this. I have the girl from Shining in the Darkness. I could probably flip her into a Teo pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
I just need, like, 1 or 2 more characters and, like, a goblin or something, and then we can... Even then, I could just make do with that. Just add, like, some enemy, and we can screw around like that. But I don't know. That's really interesting. But yeah, to me, like, the haters having a bad time. Ty is totally vindicated. The future of Shining Force was gonna look like this.
Yeah. It really was.
There was no way we were going back to 8-bit.
And I do find it interesting his, like, complaints about Sega pushing visuals.
Yeah. Which I'm thinking back and I'm like, I mean, to be fair, like, in 64, it's a Sonic Adventure is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it does look a lot better, so I get why they thought that was the way to go. But at the same time, I'm thinking about, like, well, Final Fantasy VII is doing numbers around this time, I think. And that also looks like this. So, I don't know. But yeah, just him saying at the end that, like, we're going to focus on the gameplay and stuff. I'm like... Very, very interesting. Very interesting, like, the butting of heads. This is so sad. Alexa, play Despacito. Also, I am really jiving to this music. This is great. I haven't really listened to this thing. Yeah, I don't really know. It's got Camelot's name on it too. Does this sound like music from later things? Later scenarios?
I can't hear the music.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Because if I had the stream unmuted, I would be listening to you at a delay as well as normal.
True. I'm gonna open the booklet real quick.
But I've listened to Force of Light, and, like, yeah, it's basically the music from the games, more or less.
Oh, I didn't realize he's got composer's notes for all of these things. This album is made up of music that was composed for a game with a vast and sweeping story. Okay, yeah, so this is kind of SF3 stuff. And this sounds very SF3 now that I say that right now. Yeah, okay. This is a note from Takahashi that says, and as such is almost a concept album in and of itself, consisting of a tonal poem on a grand scale. The Japanese release, entitled Shining Force, is more of a true soundtrack, and that the first track consists of a medley of music from all the Shining Force games, sure to entertain fans of the game. However, this release has in its place a completely new piece written specially to complete Matoi's concept for the album. If you have the chance, comparing the two versions might be interesting and enjoyable. Oh, and then he's got a lot of notes. I'm not going to read all those right now, but maybe a video in the future I will. Alright, let's look at the thing that Serious Lol was throwing in. Translation, okay. Pulling that up, and then hopefully this doesn't get me copyright claimed, having this music in the background. But we'll kill it here in a sec. Okay, I see what I can do. So I can put the translation over here. What did you say? Roughly halfway down the page is the translation. I'm looking for it here. Ah, here we go. Okay. So I will just talk along with it, probably. Let me make it so y'all can see. I wonder if YouTube will do it. Auto. I can try. Subtitles. Auto translate. I'm curious how close this will be. So we're going to be hearing from Hiroyuki Takahashi, which is the Sonic team, I guess, CEO. Okay, they have it on here. The so-called Force games. Oh, that's cool that he says it. And the Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy, and the Forbidden series were dominating the scene. It was a time when it felt like people didn't need another RPG. I'm gonna be pausing this throughout, so it like doesn't, you know, it's not claimed or anything. It was a time when it felt like people didn't need another RPG. Have you seen this, Taya?
No, this is new to me.
Okay, sweet. It's interesting too that it's like it's a time when it felt like people didn't need another RPG. It's like, yeah, I guess the competition back then was really fierce.
Yeah, there were a lot of RPGs in that era.
And it's weird now to think about, like, I've seen articles after Expedition 33, which I still have not looked at enough. I have not had time, but I do want to look at that game. I've seen people be like, is the turn-based RPG back? And it's like, it didn't leave, but it is interesting that the more mainstream narrative is that's kind of back. This video is also in the... Oh, premium disc? Okay. I thought about just doing a video of all the premium disc stuff, but I feel like doing it along the way is probably a little better. Because of this, we sought to make a different type of scenario-based game. Well, you made something that I've not seen much before. Not till, like, Mass Effect is probably the first time I saw that. Oh, which led us to creating Shining Force 1. Okay. We were told to make Shining Force 3 from the beginning of the Saturn console. Interesting. But we intentionally wanted to wait until the Saturn reached its peak. A very low peak, unfortunately. We didn't want to publish something incomplete. In a sense, the next generation consoles were said to be the Saturn and the PlayStation. I mean, yeah, that's not inaccurate. The cut together, I'm sorry, of Symbiotes just... Instead of producing the game together with the consoles, we thought it would be best to wait until these consoles had reached their full potential. If we would have produced the game right after the Saturn had released... it might not have turned out as good as it turned out in the end. I mean, in terms of quality, it seems like they made the right choice. Shining Force 2 was released in the fall of 1993. 4 years later, the long-awaited sequel comes out this winter. Through a cooperation in design and technology by Sonic and Camelot, the next generation of tactical RPG is born. It's a 3-part game that uses a story synchronicity system so you can experience a new method of storytelling. This is crazy. Oh, wait, you're probably having trouble following, Taya, aren't you?
I've already read through the transcript, so I can't like respond to it visually easily. But...
Okay, there you go. I'm streaming it to you now. Sorry about that.
It's alright. No big deal.
Imagine if 4 years was still long awaited these days. I mean, I think it is. People, like, the Zelda fans in particular are like, we haven't had a game in, like, a year, and they freak out. Like, it's different when you're talking about something like, F-Zero fans or something. Like, sorry to you guys. Or, what's the other one? Like Star Fox. Like, that's tough. But yeah, people act like 4 years is long.
Bro, it's even tougher being a Shining Force fan, let me tell you.
Ugh, nobody understands. Shining Force 3, as with Shining Wisdom and Shining the Holy Ark, uses computer graphics technology to create polygons which generate the full video output. Okay, so here's like a 3D map of one of the towns.
That's Saraband, I think.
Creating 3D maps that enhance the feeling of realism and thus changing the concept of RPGs.
It's so interesting to me to see this being described back in an area where like games made with polygons was like still a new thing.
To me, it really just emphasizes how little we're progressing right now.
Mm-hmm.
That it's like the PS4 to the PS5, like whenever they're like, look at the side-by-side, look at the graphics, I'm like, which one is which?
A video like this nowadays would be like, now with the advancements of the PS5, we can show twice as many pores.
Yeah. And
it's
I'm like,
okay.
For this, we're talking about, we have 3D maps. Insanity. And I'm like, wow. We're not going to progress again until we hit, like, holodeck, huh? This is wild. Thank you again, Serious Lol, for throwing this in. Oh, and so this is, like, beta footage. That looks pretty good. Beautiful 3D maps invite the player to the magnificent world of Shining Force 3. Just the dots on the ground. Okay, that's pretty close to what that ends up looking like. Also, the generated polygon visuals enhance the realism of the cinematic battle scenes. Oh my gosh, they've got a moving...
I don't think that is Saraband. I think I'm incorrect.
It's the moving city, the one I was commenting on.
Yeah, I was sorry, the one at the start with the like clock tower that they were showing, or whatever. That was not Saraband.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't recognize it.
It's a different town that we don't actually visit in Scenario 1.
Interesting. But they've just got symbiotes running around it.
Well, actually, so, wow, okay. So it's a town that's a big part of the game, but you never visit it, and it isn't even present in the game's files. The map is reworked for a different town in Scenario 2.
Interesting.
Apparently.
Huh.
Yeah, it's not Aspia, at least not based on what TCRF says about it.
Okay.
Which I'll send to Lol, but I won't send to you because it does talk about later stuff.
Okay. Yeah, just imagine. I'm just putting myself in the shoes of somebody in like 1993, looking at that and being like,
I might be conflating sections. Anyway.
That's alright.
There's so much information on here.
Oh, I bet.
You know how I lose hours on this website.
I love that though. But to finish that thought, it was just putting myself back in like 1993, just being like a kid and being like, there's a train that moves. Like that would be wild. Are they going to show us about creating yet another upgrade, the full polygon battle scenes? Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. Windmill and like walking around here. Let's look at this new generation of battle sequences. Oh, there's tree houses and stuff. Oh, is this the bird town that got cut?
No.
Okay. The eldest son of Conrad, the hero of the Republic. He's the main character of the first scenario. Warrior serving Conrad. He is a pillar of the Republic and mentor to Synbios. Okay, yeah, so if I was an SRPG nut in this, 2 years before I was born, I would be like, oh, this is, your Jagan. Grace, like Mascarin, was raised as a companion of Synbios. The way they phrase that's really weird. She's a close friend of... what? She's a close friend of Mascarin and a foxling. Priestess. So he uses the word foxling, yeah. As you can see, the player characters and enemies can move freely during the battle sequence. The player can enjoy such sequences thanks to the power of full 3D polygons. Whoa. We've also paid close attention to the effects. The effects are generated through various programming functions. Furthermore, Shining Force 3 uses a completely new scenario system, Synchronicity, which is used throughout all 3 scenarios. Now, can you imagine if they patented that and we never saw that again? It'd be crazy.
Whatever would ever have to be disappointed by Mass Effect 3.
I guess not. Whatever the main character has done in Scenario 1 and 2 will affect the other scenarios. Oh, and he's using Blaze there. Or no, he's not. That was Phoenix. Sort of. With this game, we have made big advancements with the engine as well. Both new and old players of this series will realize this when they play it. Okay. It's a whole different way of experiencing a story. This is thanks to the data that carries over from one scenario to the next. And there are many things to do in each scenario. We're doing something that other media can't. I'm not trying to sell you on the game, but sounds like you are a little bit. But it is very, very cool. I do think the game will bring you a lot of fun. In this RPG, we've used the next generation technology to create fully 3D imagery. It's a game system. It's a game system that evolved from tactical battles to strategy battles. An SRPG, if you will. We've utilized a new concept, the synchronicity system, to progress the storylines, as we've said about 4 times.
Like, they're very proud of it.
Yeah, I get why, though. We've built in various new systems and visual technologies. A new beginning of strategy RPGs is here and continues to evolve. The visuals are the best, bar none. This will repaint the history of Saturn RPGs. Was that a competitive field? This winter. Yeah, my little 10-year-old mind would have exploded. Especially since I didn't know there was a Shining Force 2. So yeah, just getting hit with this, I would be like, welp! I'm gonna die if I can't play that. But yeah, like, I didn't even know to ask my parents for a Saturn. Huh. Well, very, very cool. Thank you, Serious Lol. For,
This is cool.
That is absolutely awesome. The description of that video, too, says, to my knowledge, this is the only video interview of Hiroyuki Takahashi of Camelot fame. Reminds me of something from a Nintendo Direct. Yeah, it was kind of Nintendo Directy, which is kind of funny. I had another comment I was gonna make too. What was it? That there's something else that stuck out to me like that. I'm trying to remember now. Maybe if I flip through. It's very, very cool to see all this like early stuff. Oh, right. I was gonna say too, it's interesting he refers to it as a single game. Because I still don't know where I stand on that, but like Fire Emblem Fates has kind of done that as well. It's just weird because these are full games. Like that was a full Shining game that we just played. So it is kind of strange to like. I don't know. Fire Emblem Fates is considered Fire Emblem like 15, I think. And it's all 3 entries are 15, but like those are also all 3 distinct games. So I'm like,
yeah, I feel like the interesting difference is like Fates is playing each of those 3 games is a complete storyline, where Shining Force 3 is you really have to play all 3 of them.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like I feel like if we're counting Fates as one game, I feel like Shining Force 3 has more one gameness than Fates does. Because like you could just play Revelation and you don't need to play Conquest or Birthright. They're all like, oh, we recommend playing it first, but you don't need any of that context.
No, you need the DLC to actually know what's going on.
Yeah, so it's like there's no reason that you need to play those 3 games. Where 3 is kind of like if you jumped into scenario 2 and 3 without playing 1, I'm not going to say you'd be entirely lost, but like you've seen how convoluted the whole like political stuff going on here is, and you would lose a lot of that context because you're just not seeing it. Like there's stuff we're missing on the Imperial side, particularly with what's going on with Medion between like last time we saw him and here at the ending.
A ton must have happened.
We're waiting to see that context, and without it, we're kind of like, well, what's going on?
Yeah, and that's part of the downside of like just long stories as well, because I love long stories, you all know that, but like there's plenty of times too that I've had to accept that sometimes things just don't get wrapped up. So like as a kid I probably would have just accepted that, because it's also like, you know, TV shows I've gotten into just get canceled, they never have an end. You know, some game series it's like there's a cliffhanger, it's never resolved. Star Wars is that way in the old canon. Luke is dealing with like the greatest force entity we've ever seen out in deep space, and that's where the old continuity ends. And it's like, will that ever be remedied? Will that ever be finished? And it's like, no, probably not. So it happens. But yeah, like, ooh. This was great. I'm very, very excited to see what happens next in Scenario 2.
I'm excited for Scenario 2, because as you know, it is my favorite of the 3.
Sweet. Well, yeah.
And 3 is not bad, but 2 is just great.
I don't know where I would rank Scenario 1 yet. I don't know how I'm going to judge these, even. If it's like... I probably will judge them separately. But I'm really grappling with, do I like this more than Shining Force 2? Like, I'm going to have to make a tier list at some point when I'm done with all of them. But it's...
I do feel...
It is like choosing between my children. Like, I adore all of them, even Wisdom. Wisdom is just the kid that came out a little bit weird. His eyes don't quite line up, but I love him all the same. But I'm like, I liked this more than Wisdom. I like it, I think, more than In the Darkness. Do I like it more than Holy Ark? I'm not sure. Holy Ark was real good, surprisingly.
Yeah, I was also surprised by how much Holy Ark really, like, hooked me. I was not expecting to like it as much as I did.
Good night, Ragnarocker. I greatly appreciate you hanging out.
I think part of it for me is like Shining Force 3 suffers a lot from the fact that none of us played it as our first Shining Force.
Yeah.
So like pretty much everybody who's into Shining Force right now picked it up sometime in their preteens and is very attached to generally whichever one they started with.
Yes. I feel that goes for
it,
Fire Emblem as well. That's just kind of how SRPGs work in the fandom.
But that's kind of where I've had to like just definitively say I feel like Shining Force 3 is the best Shining Force, and I think 1 will always be my favorite. Where it's like I just have so much nostalgia and bias for Shining Force 1 that it will always be my favorite one. But if you were going to ask me like what's the best Shining Force, 3, like no question for me.
Yeah, if it was like one of my IRL friends and they were like, I've never played this, I will give it a shot. What do you want me to start with? 3 might be my answer. I do.
Although on the other hand, I do think 3 is probably one of the harder ones. So as the one for somebody to start with, I don't know if I'd recommend that. True.
I just mean in the sense of like it doesn't have any moments that were really slow so far, at least for scenario 1. And yeah, I think Shining Force 1, possibly because of nostalgia, will always be my favorite. But yeah, I will say that if I'm going to be objective, this was objectively better. Like, it just didn't have those slow moments. The combat feels good. It's very snappy. The music is good. The story is good. The secrets are still there. They're really fun to find. Yeah, this is a better game than 1 and 2, for sure. I also never got lost.
Yeah, it does. Honestly, if anything, it puts you a little bit too much on rails, because there's a few times where it's like, all right, you finish your battle, here's the next one. You're like, excuse me, I need to aggress. I've got 4 people dead.
Yeah.
But it definitely... It's kind of funny that like Shining Force 2 is the only Shining Force game that lets you free roam that way. It kind of feels like they experimented with it and realized it was a mistake. But if you talk to most Shining Force 2 fans, they're like, I really want another one that has that kind of free roaming. And I'm kind of like, I really don't. I feel like it was a misstep and really took away from like what the series does well, which is telling a story.
Yeah, and I feel like too, whenever I see people talk about it, they're like, well, you can go back to previous towns and stuff. And I'm like, that's really cool on paper. But the problem is the same problem that we still have with open world games today, which is that if you go back to Creeds, there's a secret for you, which I love. That's awesome. What else is there to do? Why else would you want to go back? Their dialogue really doesn't change past a certain point. And so, like, there's just no reason to go back.
Yeah, I mean, that's true of pretty much all RPGs, is just, like, any of the ones that let you go back to places really don't do much with it. You know, it's like, oh, yay, I can go back to the starting town and buy the basic weapons, I guess, and read the same dialogue that everybody had when I left. Like, okay.
Serious Lil says, you can go back to Creed and you can fight the Kraken early, that's it. Yeah, and
there's a couple hidden things technically, like the Fairy Village is like an optional hidden thing that you can do because of free roaming, but you also could have hidden that in a non-free roaming game.
Yes.
Like, I could have put a secret area in Shining Force 1 somewhere if I wanted to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there sort of is with... I mean, it's kind of Gong's Hut, I guess. I don't know if that's really a secret, but...
kind of does that.
You could do more.
I mean, it's not a secret, but it is, you know, fully optional location.
Yeah.
And you've got a couple little oddball places, like the summoning room in, I think it's Manarina, and, like, Kokichi's place, and, like... You could just make one of those places be a whole own area, and then, well, there you go. You know,
I was gonna say too, the Kraken, I've harped on it a lot already, but yeah, I think it takes away from the game more than it helps that you can run into that early. That like all that happens is the player, like, if you're not like a veteran, you're just not ready for it, and you wipe. Like, that's what happens.
Well, and I think one of the biggest problems with it is that going to the Kraken early is not something that you usually do intentionally. Like,
No.
a lot of first-time players do it on accident because you don't understand where the story wants you to go.
No, not at all. That was my experience. Like, I don't think that was on stream, but it was when I was first screwing around with SF2. I did make it to the Kraken, and yeah, I hit that early and was like, am I supposed to win this?
Mm-hmm.
And the answer is yeah, and it was just like, oh, okay. We didn't test this. But then it was like, no, they did. It just... yeah. We just hit it at a different time, but... do I have any wrap-up thoughts about SF3 Scenario 1? I think that's about it. Do you have any more thoughts on that?
I don't think there's anything in particular. I do think it's really interesting to see how much, despite starting from a we don't want to be Fire Emblem, how much it really did start taking a lot of cues from Fire Emblem. And in some instances, I feel like doing it even better than Fire Emblem kind of ever has.
Yeah.
Why
do you say that? Like, let's...
I mean, one of the things that stands out to me is weapon levels.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the way weapon levels work, and the fact that they, like, they don't give you access to better weapons, but they give you new techniques and things that your units will use, which makes it more interesting.
Mm-hmm.
In some ways, one of the things that bothers me about Fire Emblem's weapon levels is that from a realistic standpoint, they don't make any sense. I can pick up a sword made of any material, regardless of my skill level with a sword.
Yeah.
But I feel like the weapon skills in Shining Force better reflect, like, being more skilled with that weapon, as well as the fact that you're able to basically spec into a weapon type to get even bigger bonuses when using that weapon type. And it really better benefits really speccing into a weapon type compared to Fire Emblem, where I still find myself using, like, iron weapons 75% of the way through the game because I don't want to run out of uses.
Same.
Of my big weapons that I just don't touch.
And I get made fun of for that.
I also think the support system has way more clarity than even modern Fire Emblems do, where you can just pull up a page that shows you all your relationships and exactly what stats they give you. One of my big complaints about Engage is that different units give different stats from support, and nothing in game tells you what you're getting from supports at all. Period.
I'm just putting up footage from earlier in the playthrough so people have something to look at.
Yeah, and also, like, it's very clear about friendship tiers. Just the way it works is better in general. So, you know, we don't have our little conversations or whatever, but that's interesting. I do think having different dialogue for every unit after every battle is, even though they're not all stellar, does a lot for really, like, shaping characters who aren't doing much in the story or have much importance. And again, I just feel like it's something Fire Emblem even still struggles with sometimes.
I think so.
So
it is
just
weird.
Kind of interesting to me how much it feels like this game got right that the current king of SRPGs still struggles with on a regular basis.
You're very right. Mom, look, I'm on screen.
It also, I find interesting, one of the things that stands out to me about Shining Force is that every game retains everything from the previous one and builds upon it, where I've complained over and over about Fire Emblem reinventing the wheel with every game.
They do.
And I just kind of feel like it's a better approach to continue building while keeping things familiar.
Can I say how weird that is, too? That this series does a better job of that, being one that spans, like, 3 genres.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's really bizarre. But I do agree, especially in the tactical stuff, that, yeah, it does feel like they just kind of are getting better at it every time and figuring out things that feel a little bit better. But also, like, keeping these concepts going. Because, yeah, you're right that Fire Emblem does reinvent the wheel every time. And that's why I'm glad we're doing Fortune's Weave next, even though I wasn't big into Three Houses. Because it feels good to do another sequel and to, like, just... Let's build. Let's not scrap it again.
And even then, I'm curious to see, like, how much will it be like Three Houses, and how much will this whole, like, flame and shadow meter or whatever they were, I don't remember at this point. But, like,
Yeah.
we've got more new mechanics that are there, and it's kind of like, is this going to be building upon it, or is this a narrative sequel but also reinventing the wheel gameplay wise? I'm really curious to see where it goes.
Yeah, that's very true. I didn't
the last
consider
direct sequel we've had was Tellius, right? Like, isn't
no,
that the last, like...
technically it's Shadow Dragon and what's it called? Shadow Dragon and New Mystery of the Emblem, but we didn't get New Mystery of the Emblem in America.
Gotcha. So I can't really speak to those.
So that was what, Fire Emblem 11 and 12?
But those are also remakes, weren't they?
Yeah.
So
okay, if
I
you're
don't
not
even know if I would count that.
If you're not counting that, then I mean, yeah, Fates is like sort of a sequel to Awakening, but not really. I know what you mean.
They're like related, but like alternate timeline something.
I still say not alternate timeline, but it was referred to as the Fates Awakening era for a reason.
Right. I think those are two of the games that are closest in gameplay that we've had lately.
It was
they
not.
Also weren't narratively like sequels.
It wasn't explicitly Awakening 2.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess you're right. I guess we haven't had another sequel in quite a while. But yeah, I do. Yeah. I thought it was going to be Fates. That's what I was hoping for. Because I just feel like they could make that something. But maybe we can make Three Houses something. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll find out. But yeah, the scenario thing, I get why you wouldn't continue to do this as well. Because, like, you're going to get less sales from each one, I would think. And especially in the era that we're in now, like, do people want... Are people begging for longer games? No.
I'm going to have to step away. Somebody popped up.
Oh, right. Well, let me think if I have any other thoughts, and then we will do late block. Because we got cut off last week by me losing power. A big storm rolled in. And I just totally... my internet went out first, and I was like, dang it. Well, it held for a long time. And then all the lights went out, my computer shut off, and I was like, oh. And I sat in the dark for a little bit. I never read that. Sorry, Serious Lol. The story makes it seem like you need to fight the Kraken first because you need to get to Hassan, and you have no clue about the wooden panel or the Achilles sword. Yeah, it's very clunky. If they were going to build and iterate, I wish they would have picked anything but Three Houses to base it on, though. Gems can be made out of coal. I know that's a hot take for Three Houses being coal, but, you know, maybe they can do something cool with it, but... Yeah, it is very interesting how much they iterate on Shining Force stuff and keep growing, and that if you believe that email timeline, you don't even believe that's true. So, what you gonna do? But the fact that Tyron, I guess I could comment on that too. Tyron, Randolph, and the others show up. That's crazy. I was really not expecting that. I'd never heard that. And it's just interesting to me that we're still seeing stuff from SF2, but, like, nothing from 1. The only thing we've gotten is Hanzo mentioned in Holy Ark, and then Julian potentially talking about Rune. It's kind of surprising to me. Because now, you know, in Wisdom, we got Kaizen and Sarah, and kind of the conclusion of their story. And then here, yeah, we get these 4. I'm like, who else is going to show up? Is Slade just going to waltz in? Like, very weird. But I'm excited to see where it goes. But with that, thank you all so much for joining me on this journey through Shining Force 3 Scenario 1. I cannot wait to come back and do Scenario 2 and keep it going. But for now, let's shift over and do... the late block. Did I already close RetroArch? I sure did. Perfect. And I'll make sure off screen. Is there any message or anything that says at the beginning, like, we recognize you have a save? At the beginning of scenario 2? Because that would be very helpful. I open Steam and the first thing is like, Expedition 33? Do you want that? Like, not right now. So, we left off last time doing Sin Vengeance. And I think we got close to the end. Sorry, that might be loud for y'all. Let me double check here. Yeah, that might have been loud for y'all. Sorry about that. I did want to finish this game. You know, you guys know I like to finish every game we do. And we were pretty much at the end. When you boot up Scenario 2, when you begin a new record, Faye will ask if you want to continue your adventure from Scenario 1. Okay, cool. So I can just hit start, not watch the opening cutscene and stuff, and get that, making sure it looks right. Sweet. I'll go through that then and look for that message, and if I see that message, I'll know we're golden. Okay, so I was making saves as we went down. Ah, we gotta redo part of this. Sorry about that. Alright. So, I remember our thief. We were kind of playing as the bad guys in this. We were not very good people. Our archers need to be positioned a little bit better so they can help us out. There we go. Yeah, and I remember the mage... Okay, maybe I have to walk into their range to start it. I remember the mages were really weird. Like, they have explicitly 5 range. There were more enemies on this map. They're all dead already. Did I save state at some point? No? Yes, I did. Oh, cool. Okay, we don't have to redo nearly as much as I thought. We can kind of just pick it up. Okay, let's heal up our people then. Let me know if the music is good, by the way. And when Taya gets back, I never know when he can hear me, because sometimes I know he takes his phone with him. When Taya gets back, he can co-host the end of this if he would like. We're gonna heal up our people. You, I believe, have heals as well. Yes, you do. Yeah, we probably need to full heal our guys. And then, I was kind of just brute forcing it, because there's not a great way to do this. Because the ballista have kind of insane range, and like, there just isn't a great way to win. So, we can run down. I don't remember how strong he is, if he can just attack into stuff. Music's good? Sweet. Oh, yeah, we handle that just fine. Alright, so let's do that, and just kind of attack in with all our guys. Maybe our archer can take out some of the guys on the side. Oh, you can go too. Okay, what's your dodge rate? Pretty good. Alright, you can go for it too. Oh yeah, and then there's just a bunch of nonsense that happens, because we're an SRPG studio. I feel bad saying that, but like, that is just a hallmark of these games. And if you're just watching Sin Vengeance, we're coming off the end of the Shining Force 3 Scenario 1 playthrough. So, we're going to be talking about that a little bit still as well. It is interesting to me as well, just another thought I had, that I'll bring up later, I'm sure. I should look at kind of what's happening, but there's just so much nonsense happening. It's interesting to me that Shozo Kaga, the father of Fire Emblem, had issues with Nintendo. And then, like, the guys at, you know, Camelot and Shining Force also had issues with, like, Sega. It's just like these SRPG creators just really can't catch a break, huh? Always squabbling, always being difficult. But it feels like, I don't know, kind of not their fault. It usually feels like for good reason. Alright, so we need to punch through if we can. And get rid of this. This guy that's doing spells at us is a problem. Can you... Ah! We crit, but we didn't get through. Yeah, and we're just out of... Oh, we're not out of range. Let's go! Our 5-range mage. Oh, this is our mages. Okay, yeah, our mages learn stuff. It's interesting that the mages all learn stuff at the same time. And we got an extra turn. I think I want to just start moving to go pick these guys off the walls. Is this, defeat all enemies. Alright. A little awkward, methinks. Also that they do 9 damage, like we could just get wrecked with RNG like that. Or maybe it works out. It's just kind of... It's just kind of silly. Who got that low? Oh, okay, we at least double turn. Is it an archer? Yeah, it was Tyr, our archer. Okay. Well, I can put you here. And then we can start healing you up 10 HP at a time. Our sharpshooter can start doing that. I don't remember how much I said I paid for this game. I'm curious if y'all feel like it's worth it. I'm gonna double check. This one is 99 cents. I love the audio soup of SRPG Studio. Yeah, I'm really interested too. Like, I want to play a couple of his other games first, so I have more of a comparison, but did y'all know the creator of Fire Emblem has games in this? Like, he uses SRPG Studio now to just independently make his games, which I think is awesome. Yeah, we can get rid of that guy maybe, or not. I need you to move up and take hits for us. That would be helpful. What is their hit rate on our main character? I don't know. Vestaria Saga is bonkers. And how he still uses the default assets. Yeah. Yeah, I really want to play Vestaria Saga at some point. And he's got a sequel out now, too. I'm really excited for him. That's going to be a big series for the channel. I really think that, like, if you are able to design games, you can shine through just about anything. So, I think it could be really good. I might be eating those words, you know, when I eventually get to it, but... Alright, we're finally starting to pick some of these off. Let's offer up tools as a target as well. I don't want spoilers, but why do you say Vestaria Saga is bonkers? Like, what about it is so crazy? Okay, let's send our thief to go wipe out this wall. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they can hit 9 on them, but they have a 30% chance. We just have to win a bunch of dice rolls. Oh, we got Vantage to attack first. Maybe? I don't know, that guy didn't even attack. It didn't seem like. Okay. Our mages, I think, are the biggest part of this. Okay, well, we can get rid of that guy with anybody. Yeah, you got low health. Let's move up and fix you up. It's so weird that nothing is like 1-2 range. It's all like, no, it's just 2 range. He's might die. We'll see. Why did I not do 40 damage? Why did I just do 20? Skills, I guess. Just cut my damage in half. Hard to say. Some maps are very overwhelming with how much is going on. It's very Kaga, which has both good and bad sides. Yeah. Yeah, Kaga is very much not everybody's cup of tea. I'm not sure why that just happened. That was like a bug. I need to play more Kaga games. Like, he's extremely important to the medium. Oh, I haven't moved the thief yet. It's a little bit hard to see. The gray and the blue don't look super different. But I've made it this far in the game, like, maybe I shouldn't complain about that now. I'm expecting this to be the second to last chapter. Oh, we lost somebody, but that's fine. Alright, there goes that one. You can come and help us. I've been playing Berwick Saga lately, and it's pretty cool, too. Well, that's good to know. What is that on? I know he has one on, like, PS something. That was, like, Tearing Saga or Emblem Saga. I know he got in trouble with the name. And I believe there was a lawsuit. I think that was, like, Emblem Saga. They didn't like him calling it Emblem anything. Which, you know what, if I was them, I probably would feel the same way. Would be like Camelot making Shining Saga tomorrow. That would be nuts. Wish they would do it, but... It's a PS2 game. There's also Tearing Saga on PS1. Yeah, I really want to play through those, too. I'm doing the Season of Shining right now, minus, like, some late block stuff. I may have to do the Season of Kaga at some point. I don't know, I just feel like I need to pay my respects, you know? He really blazed the way for a lot of things. Alright, you have health again. This, I will say, is not the best designed map that this game has had thus far. If I don't attack in, we cannot die. I don't think. Okay, yeah, this one's fine. Dang. You know, audio soup is a very good term for this, I think. I had not considered that, but yeah, there's just so much going on. Also, I know it's 1 RN, but like, the fact that I missed so many 95s right there, that was something special. Alright, you finish those guys off. And get us out of here. There we go. Tearing Saga is very Fire Emblem, while Berwick experiments a lot more. Yeah, there's some stuff that are just Kaga-isms, I think. You take the city. Many of the city's civilians have evacuated, but those foolish enough to remain clamor about and flee as your men approach with steel in hand. Sir, as you promised, let the civilians go. They can do us no harm. You watch as one of your man grabs a woman by her hair and drag her into a nearby building. Sir? You walk into the building where the soldier is... Oh, goodness. You kick him off the woman. He turns around with fury in his eyes, but when he meets your gaze, he turns pale and shrinks his shoulders. You grab both the dress-torn woman and the soldier by their backs and thrust them into the street, where your men stand watching. What should we do? Tolls here wants us to let all the Gaians go. They are just civilians, he says. They can do us no harm. But did the Gaians afford us the same flowery sentiments when they raided our homes? Were your mothers, sisters, and daughters safe? And now that we've come all this way to enact our vengeance, are we to pretend we're better and let our prey go before our eyes? Where is the justice in that? Where is the satiation of our vengeance? It would be unjust of me to enforce you to Tolls' standard of conduct, but I'm a fair man. Let's give Tolls a chance to explain himself, to instruct us in the proper way of conduct. You turn to Tolls with a small smile. All eyes follow, and for a moment, all that can be heard is distant screams and the whimpering woman in torn dress. Murdering to show that murder is wrong is hypocrisy, not justice. It may perhaps be called vengeance, but vengeance is no reprieve to me. What I seek is to put on trial those responsible for the atrocities that happened at Gowan. I wish to hear their reasons for the senseless violence. At the very least, they have the right to plead their case. It is the benefit of a civilized society. Only then can we administer meaningful punishment. I didn't come all this way to use my anger and sorrow as a scapegoat to abuse innocent civilians caught in the net of my purpose. If you, however, wish to continue down this path of senseless indulgence and gross misconduct, then I'm powerless to stop you. I mean, you could set them on fire. However, I won't take part in it, and I urge you all to do the same. Don't become the monster you sought out to slay. We are better than hatred and violence, and there are more things to our credit. The soldiers pause for a moment to digest his words. Some look moved, others dumb and confused, while the rest simply look indifferent. Well, you heard the man. Do with it what you will, I won't stop you, so long as you perform your duties. And Tolls, this is as much compromise as I can offer you. I don't ask you to conform to your purpose, and so let our men make their own decisions. You turn and walk away, leaving the torn-dressed woman cowering next to the confused soldier, looking around with a dumb look. After all, one man's vengeance is another man's justice. That is so, like... I don't know, I don't want to be mean, but it's like, that's so, like... It's deep if you're, like, a teen. All throughout the night, you hear pulses of screams answered by silence. The two seem to battle for dominance as darkness settles. Later that night, you hold council with your lieutenants about sieging the capital. The road to the capital is open before us. We will leave behind some soldiers to hold the city here, but the rest will march within a week. Our goal is in sight. We will be outnumbered as usual. What awaits us may very well be another desperate battle, but it will be our last. We really did make it right to the end. It will be to fulfill our purpose. Call it justice, vengeance, or senseless violence. It matters not. We are all here to see Gaia on her knees before us. I care not for glory. I care not for wealth or territory. I am here to be satisfied. And we set forth with similar sentiments in mind. I like the similar doing a lot of heavy lifting there. And you know what? I will say of this game, I don't see this kind of mentality from SRPG protagonists, so it is at least interesting. We've come a long way. Let it not be in vain. Your lieutenants look at you in solemn silence. We are indeed at the eve of our final battle. All the more we must be cautious, and therefore I must suggest that we wait for reinforcements. Madame Yill and her army will be an invaluable asset in our attack on the capital. We need not be subject to their command, but still work with them. The alternative is to brave unnecessary dangers with real possibility of devastating failure on the eve of what should be our greatest achievement. So what this is if you didn't see last week, it's that Madame Yill's army is blockading the capital. And we basically, she was like, we can just starve them out, but we went and cut off their supply lines and took this town so that they would have nothing. I agree. We don't need to brave any more unnecessary risks. The end is near. The advantage in our favor. I believe waiting for reinforcements is the only sensible option as well. No need to make things more difficult for us. Your lieutenants murmur in general agreement. We don't like her, though, because she wants to tell us what to do. I care not for credit. But if we ask aid from the Mistress of Renal, she'll try to assume command and take over all consequential proceedings. This means we may not be able to seek vengeance or justice as we envision. We may not have any say at all in the proceedings. After all that we've been through, are you willing to give up the singular outcome of our efforts to be at the will of another? That I cannot bear. That is a fate worse to me than to face defeat at the gates of the Gaian capital. I'm sure she would want the same thing as us, and enact justice upon the Gaians responsible for the atrocities in Celestria. Can you guarantee that, Tolls? We could talk to her. There is no need to be suspicious of her. She's done nothing to deserve our doubt. No. I won't wager everything on her capacity to be trusted. If we must cast the die, let us cast it ourselves. I know that I've asked a lot out of all of you. I know that I've asked what may have been unreasonable and reckless, but we made it this far together on our own, to decide our own fate, to decide the fate of our enemies. Let us then end this together. So, what is she gonna do, though? Is she gonna just, like, watch as we seize the city in front of her? Like, that would be weird. I'm with you, Fallen. We did all the work, after all. We can't have some lady and her army take over. It wouldn't sit right with me. Ah, well, you're the commander. You look at your other lieutenants. They look back with a silent nod. You've led us this far, sir. I will follow you to the end. As will I, sir. You look at Tolls and tilt. Doesn't matter to me either way. I don't believe it's the most optimal plan, sir. However, the decision is ultimately yours to make as the commander. Then it's settled. We march as soon as we're ready. The meeting thus over, your lieutenants leave the room to prepare. The final bout is nigh. Chapter 12, Taking the Capital. So, the enemy has taken Vorlon and march upon us. I know you will not wish to hear it, but perhaps it is best that I surrender myself. They were quick to pivot. How so? Oh, they all thought it was just made sense to go with Lady Yill, or what, Madam Yill. And then, yeah, we were like, no. And they were like, okay. Yeah, I mean, they've kind of folded under us the entire time. We're kind of the anti-Thor from Flame Dragon Knights. Like, rather than just be the most passive protagonist ever, everybody bends to our will and does everything that we say. Which also is kind of interesting to do. I feel like we've been on, like, just a train of, like, passive protagonists. Because, like, Corrin and Fire Emblem is very much that. Byleth is extremely passive. He makes one single choice in the entire game. And that's only if you're on, like, the Crimson Flower route. Pretty much. If my death can ensure peace and safety to my people, then that is my duty to fulfill, no matter the degradation that I must suffer. Our scouts report that their numbers are smaller than estimated. We have newly recruited militia, and our men are prepared for a siege. We will rout the enemy before they have a chance to enter the capital. You need not worry, Your Majesty. We've not been defeated yet. I agree with Lord Griss, Your Majesty. It is not the time to be thinking of surrendering. It is time to fight back and reclaim our lost territory. The war isn't over yet, Your Majesty. I deserve 1,000 deaths for my failures and incompetency. But I will give my last breath for you and Gaia. I will not let a single Celestrian lay his gaze upon you, Your Majesty. The king is silent for a moment as he gazes upon his subjects. Did he really? Yeah, he dotted, but he was already on the screen having dotted, so it just played the sound again. That's kind of weird. We have already lost so much, and I begin to wonder what has transpired all this conflict and violence, though I know it matters not. It seems we're all cursed and doomed to quarrel, and if not over one pretense, we're sure to find another as we pray over bloody daggers. The darkness of men, their cruelty and passion, it knows no gratification than violence and hatred. For love is not enough, or rather, there is not enough love, and so we brandish our swords for pretty causes and grand gestures. It's kind of weird that, like, also Trob being the name of a king, just King Trob. Alright. It's a little bit weird that, like, the main character's grievance is never really addressed. Like, did they really go on, like, a pillaging rampage and destroy all these towns? It's not super clear, like, from their perspective, that he seems confused that we're upset, you know? And it's not like the Batman Beyond thing that's like, you killed my father! And he's like, do you know how little that narrows it down? Like, this, they're just like, why do these people hate us? And the king's like, I don't know, the human condition, I guess. It's like...
To a degree, isn't that part of the problem we had with the story of Dark Deity at some points?
Yeah.
Like, the king is so evil, he did all this stuff, and we're like, did he?
Well, in Dark Deity... Welcome back, by the way.
Yeah, hey.
In Dark Deity, they tell us the king did bad things, but they never really specify what is bad things. They're just like...
Yeah, and he never, like, addresses it, really.
No. Here, I don't know if you saw the late block from last week, but...
I think I caught part of it, but not most.
He at least... Our main character at least says what they did. They went on pillagings, they essayed women, they, like... And I hate that I have to self-censor for YouTube, but, you know. They murdered a bunch of people. Like, they did a bunch of stuff. From our main character's perspective. We know what they did. It's just weird that they don't seem to know that.
You know the screen share with me, by the way.
Oh yeah, my bad.
It's all good.
Wow. He actually made a Discord, you know how it says what you're playing on Discord? He actually made a Discord icon for this.
Oh, interesting.
I do not see that with SRPG Studio games much. So, I don't know if you thought anybody would see that, Dev, but I see it, and I appreciate that you did that. And like prideful children, we know neither forgiveness nor mercy. We remain obstinate, despite knowing the flaws of our lesser nature. I would rather not feed the beast within us. If I could end this conflict at the cost of my life, then it is a price that I am willing to pay. But it is also my duty to listen to my subjects and heed their counsel. And since you're unanimous in thought, I must give way to your opinion. That is how being a king works.
Yes, 100%.
I leave it all to your good judgment, and I hope that Gaia preserve you and give you strength. The king's men bow and leave to prepare for the bout. Did you make the map long enough? Oh my gosh!
Pretty like big maps.
This is nuts!
It's like a Fire Emblem 4 map.
It really is. So, they finally come. Their numbers are small, but do not underestimate them. Our goal is to rout them before they reach the city. All forces, prepare to sally forth. We must protect our king. There is no retreat. Prepare to fight to the death. We will finish them here and now. They won't set foot in the capital. Long live Gaia, for the king! All troops are in position, sir. You look at your men behind you. You don't need any encouragement from me. Our whole purpose is before us. Seize it. Don't let our efforts go to waste. Ziff, signal the attack. Remember, if you sally forth, you have to Rachel 5th. That's so dumb.
It is. So am I.
Victory. Defeat the guy I mean, I'm the one playing this game, so... No, I'm kidding. I'm just being hard on you.
Playing this one, you could play as Tom Sawyer in France. Like my guy.
I reached out to him the other day, just so you know.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I asked for the book.
Oh,
Well-
good. I hope you get it.
I do too. I don't know if he still checks that email or whatever, but I do hope. We'll see.
If he doesn't reply, you should try like leaving a review on Steam mentioning that you want to get the book, because there's reasonable odds he might get like notified of that.
Oh, true. Actually, I'll do
If
that.
he doesn't reply,
I'll do that as well. Why do we have to do this? Oh my... Taya... No.
This looks super fun. This is what everyone loves in SRPGs.
I don't have to kill them, at least. But maybe I should kill, like... If I kill the first 3... This guy's not even doing anything.
He's protecting that one soldier.
Let's just start with what's in front of us. And I'm not trying to be, like, a hater or anything, you know, but... Oh, do we... Oh, you gave us generics. Okay. What are your stats? 8, 3, 3. Real
I
bad.
don't feel like it's being a hater to like point out that they're committing like a fault that everybody always hates in SRPGs, which is giant maps.
Hello, Nicholas! We did the finale of Shining Force 3 Scenario 1, and now we are moving into the finale of Sin Vengeance. This game also, as far as I know, has multiple endings. So if I save state at the end, we should be able to see all of them.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, we have a ballistician with move. Why are you giving me a character on the final map that does 0 damage?
Because it's funny.
What?
4 strength. What in the world?
What are we doing? My eyes love that happening. Where are they coming from? Oh! Okay.
What is your ballistician's attack, like, with his weapon?
What is what?
The ballistician's attack, like, including his weapon.
So that has 8.
So is that
So it's
enough to
12
do damage
total.
to anybody on this map? Because if he can't do damage to the soldiers, and that's
Leave
like,
him. So,
that's 12.
defense is 12. I can just... Yes. The named characters!
He can only deal damage to people's names, and he only does like 4. What in the world?
Oh, he does 1 to the king.
Does he even damage the other ballisticians?
Yes.
Okay, so he would do some damage there.
Okay.
But still so dumb.
He also gets 5 EXP from doing 0 damage. So,
He's got 2% crit chance, so 000.
game design is my passion. I don't like hating on indies and stuff, but, like... I get what you're trying to do, but, like... I don't know. This is a little bit rough. I have to be, like... I have to be, like, fair.
I feel like the thing is, like, I agree with not hating unduly on indies, but, like, SRPGs are so niche, and SRPG Studio is such a clunky engine to work with that you've really got to have a passion for the genre to finish a game.
Yeah.
In, like, SRPG Studio, and I feel like when you've got issues with the fundamentals, then I don't know, it really shows.
Ziff sucks. Oh, I was looking for
I'm always
Visa.
curious how much playtesting these SRPG Studio games get, because they feel frequently very poorly tuned.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, it reminds me of like RPG Maker games where it's like, did you just like play through this once and say, well, that's good, and then like ship it? Or did you actually have anybody else try this game?
I mean, there's some basic, like, script things that, like... I mean, I would have fixed for you for free. I don't know. I've pointed them out where I see them, like typos and stuff. And I appreciate if English isn't your first language, too. Like, I appreciate you even making it available in English. It's playable, for sure.
Mm-hmm. For me, when it was an SRPG game, I'm willing to give plenty of,
Oops.
like, grace on dialogue. Oh, goodness, reinforcements.
Yeah, I was fast-forwarding.
Stuff, but, like, gameplay is such a... And number tuning is such a big factor in SRPGs that's where I'm like, if you've got that way off, that's way harder to give a pass on. That just kind of feels like you didn't playtest.
Yeah, also, our ballistician is dead.
Well,
because we just had
and nothing of value was lost.
Ambush spawns.
Just kind of like, you know, the stuff with dialogue is like, okay, so you didn't get enough other people to play it. 'Cause
Yeah.
if you're replaying your own game, you're just skipping through the dialogue. You're like, I totally get not proofreading your dialogue every time you play it.
Yeah.
But the gameplay, if you're not going to have anybody else play your game, I expect you to at least play through it, you know, a good dozen times and realize your numbers don't add up.
Well, it's that some like, I think that each character needs a purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, I don't feel that in this game. Like, characters just kind of show up, they don't really matter. Like, they just happen. There's some characters that are totally unusable, like these guys. Like, I guess they're not named. But, like, Ziff is pretty unusable. I could have maybe leveled him slightly better, but not much.
Did it give you just, like, 2 nameless soldiers?
Yeah. At the final map.
And stuff like that makes me question, you know, like, why is it worth adding them? If you feel like there's enough enemies that warrants it, then just reduce the number of enemies and don't add these, like, nameless units we don't care about.
That ballista...
There's no reason this map, like, called for it.
That ballista is just like Sonic from FDK 1, super range and no move at all, except they apparently shoot bouncy balls. Yeah, Sonic at least did a lot of damage.
Yeah, Sonic was very powerful. He was also a healer, wasn't he? He had, like, aura.
Oh yeah, I did.
He had, like, aura and, like, a 9-range spell, so, like, he was definitely useful.
He just took forever to get anywhere. But yeah, this whole game has been my Thief and my Lord just soloing just about every encounter.
I don't even remember if Sonic's move was that much more than anybody else, or it was just the fact we didn't bring him with us for much of the fight, and then we had to wait while he caught up with everybody. There was just that one battle where it felt like it was really notable.
Well, that was a really long, winding map, and he had 3 move.
Yeah. It was like, I don't think his move was that bad compared to anybody else, because I think we were mostly working with 4s and 5s.
I think so.
We hadn't brought him along, and then we realized we needed him.
Yeah.
Which is, like, kind of on us, but also the map design was just poor, period, so...
Yeah, you could have
The fact it was as bad as it was kind of our fault, but the map was already bad.
You could have not had us wait through all that. And I mean, this is not the worst SRPG studio game I've played either. Like, this is something. I don't like it quite as much as Legend of Cena's been my favorite one. Because, and I don't think it was intentional, and I'm not trying to crap on the guy. Searsoul says, yeah, he had 3 move. But I think unintentionally, he just embodied, like... It's kind of like if you're gonna do crazy SRPG stuff, like, go balls to the walls. Get really out there. And that guy kind of, I think, innately at least, understood that. This is like... Oh, I keep fast-forwarding through that because I don't know that it's coming. Are we... How many did they just spawn? Oh my lord. Why?
I don't know, man. This is just a bad map.
Why did you have to say that, Nick? Nick said it could be worse. There could be around 1 unit every 4 squares. We getting there. What are we looking at? There's 119!
That's not the most we've seen.
No, it's not. If I had not played Falnarian Tactics, that would be, I think. Alright, let's do that. But, like, the optimum thing is just these 2 characters are gonna handle the whole thing. They kill all the stuff, and everybody else is just gonna wait for them to do it. $119 in a game with no AoE. Yeah, and it does, like Taya was saying, I don't know if I expect you to play your game through, like, 18 times. I don't know how many I expect, honestly. But, like, did you play this and think, like, this is awesome? I get thematically what you were going for. But, like, how many reinforcements do we need? I mean, I'm just gonna throw Vuln in there. Like, that's all that makes sense. You can stand nearby to heal that guy. You move up with Vaughn because you have heals.
I feel like the question for like a map like this comes down to like, if you have the size of the map and have the number of enemy units, do you lose anything of value? And I think the answer here is not really. Like, why do we need 20 enemy ballisticians? 10 would be fine.
Yeah. I think part of it is that he really wanted this, like, grand scale thing. To give him some credit, he's put more thought into the cities, I think, than a lot of SRPG studio guys do. And a lot of SRPG devs in general. Like, because I really appreciated that there was one city that we took, and then the next battle was in the city. That we just took, like, on the map. I was like, I don't know why we don't do that more often. But
I don't know, I feel like I struggle to name a lot of times in SRPGs where we are full-on capturing a city.
yeah, because usually we're the good guys and we don't do that.
Usually we're the good guys and we're a small group that's not going to be able to, like, occupy a city.
Yeah.
We're, like, 10 dudes with some swords.
Where's our... Okay, Tilt is the one we need to move up. He is our guy that actually deals damage. You know, we can probably move... Oh. Yeah, sure. There we go. I also don't know why, for SRPG Studio in particular, that, like, the skill spam... I hate skill emblem in, like, regular Fire Emblem, like, Fates and stuff. It was too much. Yeah, you know it's bad when, like, this is having slowdown. When I turn on enemy range, like, it has to process.
Yeah. I like skill emblem. Like, I enjoy Awakening and Fates skill systems quite a lot. I find it really hard to, like, keep track of and follow what skills are doing in SRPG Studio games.
Well, in this, he's not phrased them very well. So,
I
like,
think they're usually phrased pretty poorly, honestly.
there's one that says, like, negates damage, and what that means is it halves damage. And that might be on SRPG Studio, because, like, I think the last game said that.
Studio skills, like, so frequently are poorly worded or incorrect that I feel like it has to be, like, the default engine skills or something.
Like, this, will this do 40?
Every dev is making the same mistakes.
No, like, something is gonna happen. Okay, we gotta... I think that it's just... Oops. I think it's just that, like, I am so infrequently doing what my battle, what's it called? My battle, like, predictor thing? My battle forecast. I'm so infrequently doing what the battle forecast says will happen.
Well, that's where I think, like, well-designed skills aren't usually that bad. Because, like, if you look at Fates and Awakening, usually the prediction is more or less accurate. You've got a couple oddball skills like Soul or Luna and stuff, but most things, especially in Fates, are like hard adds and subtracts that show in the forecast.
Yeah.
So you don't run into that problem. I feel like SRPG Studio games are so prone to having chance-based skills that are major factors that it's just a huge nuisance.
Yeah, reducing half your skill, half your damage, and it's a 50% proc rate. Miracle being, I forget what that is. I think it's luck plus something % proc rate. And to me, Miracle could be a 50% proc rate. But it makes me wonder, like, Miracle in Fire Emblem is something, and this is the thing, it's called, what is it called? It's not Miracle. Do you have it? No.
I think part of the other problem I have with SRPG Studio skills is generally, like, here's your unit, they have 6 skills. Where in Fire Emblem, usually your unit starts with, like, 1 or 2, and you will slowly get more. But it's kind of like, here's a unit, it's got 10 things to care about. And it applies to enemies, too, where Fire Emblem's usually a bit more selective, and enemies have, like, 1 or 2 skills total.
Yeah.
And they're always along class lines, so you don't have to think about it too much.
This kind of started along class lines, but now everybody has everything as we've leveled up. So they at least started on the right track. But I was gonna say, Miracle in particular, in, like, other SRPGs, is given... Like, in Fire Emblem, it's given to clerics. Because they, like, if your cleric is getting hit, you know, you're in a bad spot. And so we're gonna give you a % chance they might survive. You might not get fully punished. But if they're getting attacked again, they're probably gonna die. So, you can't screw up too bad. It's just kind of like a little bit of a forgiveness mechanic. But in SRPG Studio in particular, like the very first one I did in Legend of Cena, he had it where like you would recruit a character if their health hit exactly 1. And then he started giving every big boss Miracle and had it proc at like a 70% rate. So all you would get is me save stating, and then we see if we get the proc, and if we don't, we reload. So I'm like, I just don't know why everybody needs Miracle. And in this, like, a lot of people have it as well. It's not quite that frequent, but it's still a lot of people have it.
Well, and I feel like it kind of goes into the whole, like, thing I was mentioning with huge enemy counts and huge maps, where just a more is better. Like, you know, everything in the kitchen sink. And it's something I've thought about with, one of the big annoyances with the Shining Force 1 editor for a long time, is that there's supposed to be a feature to let you add more characters than there are in the base game, right? But the more I've thought about it over time, it's like, in an SRPG, where you're planning on people recruiting everybody, and you can't lose units permanently, do you really need more than 30 characters? Are you really going to be able to make more than 30 characters that are all functionally distinct and interesting enough to be worth including? And my overwhelming answer is no. Like, no.
I think you're right. I think that it would be fun to add more characters to Shining Force, specifically on the fan end, because it's a game that we adore so much, and we've played it to death. So, like, if you add 15 more characters, like, can I wrap my head around that as a player? Yeah. I've known Hans since I was 8. You know what I mean? But like,
usually it's somebody's like, I'm making a new, like, mod with my own full cast, and I need 60 characters. Like, no, you do not. Like, not at all.
I fully get what you're saying. Sorry, it took me a sec. Nick said, at least they enemy phase themselves. Yeah, they do, and I need them to do that frequently. Depends on the skills, though. Small ones that give soul to your character is nice. Yes, I like personal skills. Like, you know, if your axe guy, like, I don't know, has, like, Gamble or something, that he has worse hit and does more damage. Like, sure, that's fun. I like that. That gives him flavor and maybe makes him different than other axe users. Sorry, what was the rest of that thought? Planning children like a Habsburg to max your double turn Dark Pegasi is another. I'm even kind of okay with that. I'm not into doing that, so don't balance for that, please. I shouldn't have to play your game fully optimally.
The option to do things like that is okay.
Yeah, I'm down for that. It's more about, like, in Fates I got frustrated that, like, I'm having to take a lot longer on my turns, having to constantly check every enemy to see if they have a skill that will just wreck me. And it's like, I don't want to check every generic every time I make a move to be like, is that the Astra guy? No. Is that the Astra guy?
I think Fates, like, did way too much. Because Awakening was really good about, unless you're playing on really high difficulty, enemy skills are strictly along class lines. And then Fates is like, hey, what if we gave ninjas lunch?
Yeah.
And it's like, that's not a ninja skill. So I shouldn't have to plan around that.
No.
Or it's like, you know, Rallyman's funny and all, but why does he have, like, skills from 4 different class lines? That doesn't make sense.
No.
And that's where I'm like, if you want characters to have off-class skills as enemies, as long as they're major named characters where I'm like, I'm paying attention to this unit already.
Yeah, go nuts.
See what they do. That's fine. But otherwise, I feel like your unit should only have class line skills as enemies for your generics. Because otherwise, it is just that, you know, analysis paralysis of like, I'm spending a half hour on this turn because I have to check what everybody on the map has.
What about the one lizard man with a heat axe in Powell Prairie? Serious Little asks. Well, yeah, but he doesn't use it to cast Blaze 2 on you. Not that I've ever seen, one. And
no,
two...
he does have significantly higher attack, though.
Yes. Which doesn't feel great. But if he did use it to cast Blaze 2 on you, I think it would be funny to throw that in once. In the entire game.
And there's also one armed skeleton with an Atlas in the Ramladu 1 fight.
I don't know if that I knew that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the case.
I believe you.
I feel like a lot of people don't ever see a drop because your inventory is full by that point.
Mm-hmm.
But he does have one. There's an armed skeleton somewhere, and I think it's in the Ramladu 1 fight.
I'm just gonna throw him in because I don't want to move him the entire time if he's gonna not contribute anything.
I think one of the other things that I appreciate about not just personal skills but class skills is because, like you were talking about giving personality to a character, I feel like giving flavor to a class is equally important.
Yeah.
Because one of the things is like you look at Fire Emblem, look at like Awakening for instance, and you look at here's a fighter or whatever the axe class is, and here's a mercenary. And without their skills, they're like the same class, but one's a sword and one's an axe.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, well, okay. But then you add their skills on top of it, and they become like vastly different units that you use in different ways.
Yeah,
and that's
I agree
one of
with
my
that.
big complaints about Shining Force, specifically prior to 3, is that your units have so little that matters. Like, if you are not a magic user, all that matters is, are your numbers bigger? There's nothing else you care about. Classes have very little flavor. Where it's like, your warriors are knights with force moves, so why would you use a warrior?
Yeah.
So having things that differentiate units from just being stat balls, I think are really, really important.
And your knights also can have 2 range.
It's like, as long as your knight stats are good, you're always using a knight over a warrior. Just period. So that's where it's like, I feel like skills can be a really great addition to an SRPG. I just feel like they need to be used in a way that makes sense and is player friendly. Where like you can look at a map and still know what 90% of the enemies do without having to check their status.
I think it's in the right clump in Ramladu 1, especially with palette swaps. Oh, yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah, the palette swaps definitely make it harder to get, like, a sense of identity. Yeah, and also just less is more. Like, I won't name names. If you know, you know. But I've had somebody ask me for feedback on skill systems before as well, and ask me, like, I think it was like 70 too many skills, and I was like, yes.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not, as a player, I'm not going to remember what half of these things do.
Yeah,
and like, do I want to check every enemy to see if they, like...
There's an SRPG studio game I played where to clear, like, the tutorial map, you were intended to read and understand the application of all, like, 4 of your character's special skill attacks.
I think that's fine if it's a puzzle map.
But this is, like, map 1 of what's supposed to be a regular game.
Oh.
And when I'm, like, sitting here on turn 2 being like, what do I do?
This is what happens when somebody that likes GURPS makes an SRPG.
No, I disagree.
I'm messing with you.
Because, like, as complicated as GURPS is, it will explain to you all the options quite well. And you know that there's those options going in. But when map 1 doesn't tell me I even have these special skills, much less when I would want to use them,
We are at turn 22, for those of you keeping score at home.
Imagine SRPG with only generic, so I guess that's just S, no RPG. I mean, that's kind of how I played Final Fantasy Tactics, actually. I used mostly generics for, like, 80% of the game, until I was just given such overpowered story units, it was just, like, a huge blunder not to use them.
It's also kind of Advance Wars.
It's kind of Advanced Wars, although you're missing, like, the level up aspect. But that is very much, that's just the S, no RPG.
Yeah. I think it could be fun. Like, you can make almost anything fun and interesting. It's just, do you have the skill to do it? Are you willing to put in the hours playtesting to do it, is part of it as well.
Well, to a degree, actually, like, with my arguments that I could fit XCOM into the definition of an SRPG, that would be one with, you know, their only generics.
I don't really
You can
fight.
name them whatever.
I don't really fight you on XCOM.
Yeah, but it's like I feel like that basically is an SRPG with just generics.
Hmm. I think
Like,
the point
you
though
have
is that
0 named characters that are story relevant that you actually play as.
Sorry, I'm like having to deal with hit rates.
Nope, I totally get it.
Are these name guys? Yeah, they are. Okay. So, yeah, you can negate some damage. Okay. That's why we're struggling for a sec. There we go.
Think one thing that is, in theory, interesting in SRPGs and doesn't get utilized a ton, probably, is skills that are kind of map-dependent, in a way. Which, let me explain. That basically would make you choose to field or not field a unit based on the map. I'm thinking about like the personal skills or traits that pop up in Valkyria Chronicles, where you've got ones where it's like, oh, this character has a huge affinity for the outdoors, and they get like a buff when outdoors and a debuff when they're in like cities.
Interesting.
And it, you know, makes you choose, okay, I'm going to deploy a different unit of this class because they won't be, you know, nerfed in this setting.
Yeah, because almost flavor text-wise, this guy just hates this location, so he's going to be a little bit worse.
Yeah, and I feel like there's some interesting merit there because
Sorry,
SRPGs...
real quick. Serious Little says, gotta head to class now, have fun? Thank you so much for hanging out with us and throwing so many interesting tidbits in.
Oh, yeah.
You are definitely making SF3 even more special and fun for my first time, so I greatly appreciate it. I hope class goes well. Alright, sorry, continue.
But I think it would be interesting because it would kind of break up what SRPGs tend to turn into, which is, here's my, like, 10 great units that are the only ones I think about.
Yeah.
Or if you're like, here's my 10 great units, and 3 of them don't work well in this map, so I need to consider whether somebody who gets a, like, benefit on this map would be a better option to take their place. And kind of reward / encourage rotating your units, where you can totally use the other one if you want to. You're just incurring whatever penalty or risk there is from being in this environment.
I would like that a lot.
So I think it would be interesting, and you like almost had that with Knights and Calves in Fate's Awakening, where you had elbow room and whatever the Knight skill was. I don't use Knights.
I forget too.
But it was like, you know, they got benefits indoor versus outdoor, and they did different things between the two games, which was kind of confusing. But you could see there was like the start of the concept there, but not really enough to make it worth using Knights over Calves. Period. I know Mahane would disagree with me, but
yeah. I think he's here. I suspect he's just being quiet because he's playing another game.
Well, you know, I threw shade at Knight, so if he's here, he'll pop in a chat.
True. I was talking about, too, while you were tending to the baby, that, I wonder if it's just coincidence, or if, like, you know, like, I'm probably a little bit on the spectrum. You are, like, some of the audience, a large part of the audience is. I'm like, with SRPG stuff, I wonder if that has to do with, like, I talked about, while you were gone, that, you know, Kaga really clashed with Nintendo and stuff, so it's really interesting to see Camelot doing the exact same thing. that I'm like, what is it with the SRPG guys that we just can't get along with? Is it just from a top-down perspective, you think, that, like, SRPGs are just kind of tough to understand?
I feel like part of it is SRPGs are not flashy and exciting as a general rule. That's
Yes.
not to say there aren't ones that do look good or have very flashy attacks, but in general, it's a numbers game.
Yeah.
And if you want to make a good SRPG fans want you to sit down and have really deep gameplay and interesting numbers. And when you're like a console developer, you want a game that's going to show off how pretty it is and draw in new players. And it's also a very foreboding genre in a way, because it's difficult. You have to think, you have to sit and look at a bunch of numbers. It's not an easy one to draw people into. Where it's like, I'm not a open world Mario-esque game fan, but DK Bonanza looks really fun and exciting, and I'm kind of interested in it just from watching gameplay of it.
Same.
But it's rare that I sit and look at an SRPG and I'm like drawn in visually and be like, wow, that looks so exciting.
Oh, for me, that happens with character design sometimes, that I'm like...
Oh yeah, there's definitely character stuff where I'll look at a character and be like, that character looks really cool. But that's not necessarily enough to make me get into a game, because there's plenty of like games I see characters who look cool and I don't play them.
Yeah.
I was gonna respond to Nick's point about problem with that is when the skill doesn't compensate for XP spraying among too many units. So in Valkyria, that's obviously counteracted by the fact that you level up entire classes, not individual characters. So like all your shock troopers are going to be the exact same level, and you can shuffle their equipment or whatever. But also, as a fan of the Tellius games, I'm assuming Nihil will be familiar with base experience, which is something that
bonus experience.
Bonus experience.
Yes,
that's what it is. But where you can have an XP pool that you can just give to units. Bonus XP is also an SRPG studio thing.
Yes, it is.
So there are ways to make it work where it's like, you know, if you came to a map and you're like, oh, I really need Joe Bob on this map, but he's like 2 levels behind. Well, I've got enough experience, I can just get him on board. So if you wanted to have that kind of mechanic in your game, there is precedent for ways to get around your characters being under-leveled and not being fielded. Could you use that to put 2 more levels into your character who's bad on the map and kind of counteract the penalty? Sure. But that's a player decision.
Mm-hmm.
And all of it comes down to player decision, because you could totally ignore the penalties and just use whoever. You know, I've done that in Valkyria, where it's like, I really just like this character way more, and I like their other skills, so I'm going to put up with their pollen allergy. That is actually one of the like traits people can have, is a pollen allergy, which is they don't do well outdoors.
That's fun.
I think it decreases their accuracy when firing, something like that. But there's a lot of interesting stuff in Valkyria, especially like VC4 gets some really fun skills. Yeah, there's options. Mahane heard his name and Night Slayer, but you preoccupied what you missed. I was talking about the fact that Elbow Room and whatever the Night skill is in Fate's Awakening, like aren't impactful enough to ever make me choose a Knight over a Cavalier in those games, even on maps where Cavs don't get their benefits.
And I figured you were otherwise preoccupied, but I was like, yeah, if you slander Knights enough, he'll pop up. It's like saying Beetlejuice in the mirror. Kind of like how anytime, you know, somebody in my stream, even if I don't always hear, somebody's like, Shining Force 2 is the best game ever because, I expect Taya to pop up and just be like, wrong! I keep forgetting I want to save. I want to make a state before we get into this final gauntlet. Okay. I'm surprised, like, I don't know why this guy's not named. He's the one Royal is he the one Royal Cavalry? Yeah, they're all Kingsguard. That look like the king. We also, we applied the paint effect to everything except them. That they must have been added really late in development. I still have no clue how he did that.
I'm looking at some of the potentials in Valkyria because now I was curious, and I did not realize how impactful some of these were. There's a character who I really think is hilarious in VC4. He's super duper edgy and talks really like dramatically all the time. And he gets the personal potential God of Battle, which is being surrounded by enemies gives him plus 40% damage versus infantry, plus 50% defense, and plus 60% accuracy.
Wow.
Which is wild. But then on the other end, you've got Love Troubles, for instance. Having men around is a distraction, lowering her attack power and anti-take attack power, which gives her minus 40% damage to everything, just for being around men. So it's like, I don't know that I would in an SRPG choose to make them as impactful as Valkyria does, but like, they do really wild stuff that make you really have to consider your team comp. Because like, obviously you don't want to field that character with a bunch of men. No. You don't want her to be near any of them. So you just have stuff all across the board that are just really interesting. And I feel like I'd love to translate some of what they do that makes you think about who you're deploying into an SRPG space.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Alright. We start the final battle. They don't appear to move. See, why I did 18 damage. Why did he just die? Oh, he's got 15 health. That's why. Why do they suck?
I don't know, dude. The balance in this battle, and it's just all over the place.
I mean, it's been this way for a lot of it. Okay. We're gonna save so we can see other endings. And we fight the king. I'll also check the dialogue that we totally missed. Did you... Okay, you did program at least him to attack. Okay, so what were they saying this whole time? Enemy ambush spotted. They're militiamen. Don't be afraid. Enemy ambush spotted. Do not falter. Keep steady and fight on. What? That's Lady Madame Yill. She was not even in this map. What? Yeah, Nick says, this battle, he says. Is this how it ends? Item get, vengeance. We've captured the Gaian King. Oh, is this not the end? Vengeance and sin. Surely it is. But why did we get a new sword? Why did you make the last thing, the last enemy's weapon droppable? Fire Emblem still does it too. They give you like chests and stuff on the last map with items you would never need, but... There is no hesitation, no speech, no theatrics. As soon as you capture the Gaian King, you behead him and kick his head down the street. Your men cheer. The remaining Gaian soldiers fight back in desperate anger and sorrow. Your men keep them away from you. You walk down the street with an empty expression. You reach the Gaian King's bloody head, and you kick it down the street once more. And chase after it as it makes a little trail of blood. Are we, like, 8?
Yes.
Is this what it's all been for? You give a bursting sigh of laughter. I don't know what that sounds like. As you kick the head and chase after it. Did I come all this way, killed all those people, just so I could do this? You feel nothing but dread as the realization sinks in. Nothing has changed. You still feel the wrenching pain in the abyss of your sternum. You kick the head, its face bloodied, bruised, and covered in dirt. Do you get bruises after death? I don't know.
That's a good question.
Expressionless, empty. And then you laugh, as one sometimes does while looking at one's own reflection in a mirror. Are you okay? To the dev, who hurt you? Also glad to see you're still the good guys. Always are. We really did it. Slip looks at the decapitated head of the Gaian King. I thought you would have a better reaction than that. What'd you expect? That I'd jump up for joy and start dancing in the street? No, but I would have certainly preferred that to be the case. Tilt arrives on the scene with his men. The city is ours. The last remaining Gaian troops have begun fleeing. He looks down at the head. I had a head start, but perhaps you would like a few kicks, Tilt. What? Why did we make him more of a psychopath right at the end? Spill arrives, appraising a bottle of wine to the bleeding sunlight. Dang it. I've got a little gnat that's flying around in here that keeps, like, bonking my face. It's making me itchy. Anyone want a drink? He notices the head of the Gaian king. He glances at it for a moment, smiles, and shakes his head as he crouches down to get a closer look. I thought he'd have a bigger head. Slip crouches down next to him and takes the bottle, uncorks it with an arrow, and takes a sip. That must just be his signature thing. Well, I guess this is it. We can go home now. You all stand in silence for a moment. Tulls eventually arrives on the scene and breaks the silence. Is this the vengeance you envisioned? He speaks in a low voice. There is no judgment, but he sounds dejected. It sure sounds like he's judging. Rawl approaches the group. Sir, it seems the mistress of Renal has arrived with her army. She's entering the city now. Bring her here. She was outside. I don't know how we didn't see her. Oh, maybe the ballisticians on the sides were for her. The mistress of Renal arrives on horseback with her subjects. Among them, you see the gold and green hair of Viridians. What? I don't know what that means, but I see that you've taken the city. You have my congratulations, Vaughn. I must admit, it is rather impressive. Rather disappointing for us, I must say. I had hoped that we would be able to contribute more to the campaign. And where is the Gaian king? You point at the head with your sword. I had hoped you would keep him alive so that he may face judgment before the people of Celestria. You may take the head if you like. It's common protocol to give a trial to even the worst war criminal. What you've done today is a gross misconduct. You alone did not have the right to seek justice from him. He had many more to answer to than you and your men. This utter selfishness is unacceptable. There's enough cause in this to have you arrested. You smile as you look at him. Arrested for what? Treason? You are scum. Do not think we haven't noticed the atrocities you committed in the Gaian cities you conquered. You're guilty of war crimes and crimes against humanity. You're no different than from the Gaian scum that started this conflict. You look over at Tulls. You two would get along well together. In any case, I've accomplished what I have come here to do. I gift you the head, Madame Yale, if you so desire it. If not, let the crowds and maggots do with it what they will. You turn to your men. Our purpose is complete. I hereby disband our troops. You're all free to do what you will. I shall return to Goan on my own. Inform your men. You turn to go. The walk back is going to be such a pain. The two begin walking away. It wasn't what I wanted, but I suppose vengeance is better than an injustice unanswered. Tilt puts a hand on his shoulder. Sometimes you just have to take what you can get. If Vaughn represented our collective wrath and hatred, you represented our moral intuition. Even if things didn't turn out as you had hoped, take comfort knowing that had you not been here, we would have done far worse to the Gaians. Thank you, Tilt. Come, let us tell our men to stop this madness and head back home. The two leave together. Madame Yale and her cohorts watch in silence. We must do something about them, ma'am. They can't be allowed to parade around like this without any attention to rule and to propriety. I agree, ma'am. This sets a bad example for everyone. An enemy king is still a king. To execute one without even an attempt at a proper trial. What I don't understand is how he managed to capture the city with such a small army. Everywhere you see Gaian corpses, but... They were lucky is all. Had we been here earlier, we would have captured the city flawlessly. Sir, what shall we do now? Well, we still were able to help Madame Yule capture Fort Yelso. I dare say that still counts for something. I, as one of the masters of the Celestrian Mountains, offer you our gratitude and extend our friendship to you. It seems another Celestrian has done the difficult work for us, but that doesn't change the nature of our alliance. They're treating this like there's... Taya, you're probably like, oh, I'm probably missing context. You're not.
Oh, okay.
He's treating this like there's more than one of these. I've just checked and there is not, I don't think. No, there's not. But yeah, it feels like they're talking like there is more than one of these. I just feel like I missed like her whole campaign or something. We will accordingly award you your share of Gaian territory as we progress in our friendship and beneficial relation. And I, as His Majesty's representative, accept your friendship and look forward to a future of mutual prosperity. And as for Vaughn of Goan, we shall let him be. He plans to leave the capital and disband his men. He's essentially done the difficult work for us. All that remains is that we settle things here and claim our respective interests. I mean, unless you, like, do maybe nothing and just show up, like, he might just put together another band of psychos and show up to kill you. And you might be like, what did we do to bring this on ourselves? And, I don't know. Years pass and you retire into a small cabin in Goan, where you live out your days in a monotonous pattern of absent-mindedness. You are celebrated as a hero, and while there's been many offers to make you a general or a knight, you turn them all down to live in obscurity. And one night, as you sit reflecting on your life, the emptiness of being, and the abyss that has settled around your soul, you are met by a creaking noise. The windows shatter, the door is forced open, and several men in masks enter, their brown hair glistening in the lamplight. You rise and draw your sword, the very sword that had beheaded the Gaian king. Meanwhile, in Viridi, the kingdom of Green Plains, compact castles and distant villages cradled between knolls. The Viridians take over much of Gaia's southern provinces in reward for their help. Did we just proc an ending? We did. Achievement get Sin Ending. 2.1%. God, my nose will not stop bothering me. Sorry, guys. Sin Ending. 2.1% of players have this achievement. 6.5% beat the ambush. So maybe that's how many stopped between the two, or maybe not. I don't know. Lord Souls was rewarded greatly by the King of Viridi, who gave him much of the newly acquired Gaian lands as his to rule. He rules benignly. He feeds his serfs and doesn't overwork them. He treats the Gaians fairly, and in return, there's less civil unrest. It amazes me, sir, how you've managed to accomplish so much. To think that Viridi would rule over Gaian lands one day. It is all but a matter of what you are willing to risk, and for what gain. You truly are a frightening man. And what of Rap? Is he performing his duties well? Yes, Teal is keeping him in line. I don't know any of these people. With Pan and Yip with him, I believe the Gaian rebels will be defeated within the year. Good. We worked hard to get this far. We can't afford to lose it now. It still leaves a bad taste in my mouth thinking about all that I have done. Like what? But a man of my station cannot lament on past degradations. All I have done, I did to better the future incarnations of Viridians. We did what we had to do, sir. It is rather queer, is it not? Kidnap a few Celestrians, kill them, dress them up in armor, and leave their corpses in a looted Gaian town. Oh. I see. Are y'all following?
I feel like I may have missed a beat.
So, that is why... Okay. I see what the dev did here. So that is why the king was like, what did we do? The king's men, the Gaian people were like, what did we do to make them hate us? Like, I don't know, dude. He is saying that he killed a bunch of Celestrians, which is us, killed them and dressed them up in armor, then left their corpses in a Gaian town.
Yeah, I'm following now.
So that's what he did to put all of these events in motion. The thing that pissed us off so much was a thing that he did. It was a false flag. So literally, yeah, while we were killing them, it was like, they actually were like, what did we do? These people are crazy. That was all it took to start a war. A tragedy designed for our benefit. I have no regrets, but one cannot help but feel like a scoundrel. Regardless of how you feel, sir, you are a hero of Viridi. Yes, but a villain of the greatest order to Celestria and Gaia. They are not your people. Lord Sol smiles. As he stands and approaches the window, he looks at the glow of torches below a starry night sky and the deep darkness between. Indeed, they do not share the color of our hair. But is it not strange, Weena? How when we grow old, our hairs all become colorless and pale. We become balder. And when the skin rots off us, we are just white skeletons. This reminds me of, like, the white egg and the black egg, and when you crack them, it's like we're all the same inside, and it's like, wow.
I feel like that's where it's going.
It's been a lot of that, honestly. It's like, I saw this on Facebook. Indistinguishable, equally lifeless, and empty. It makes me wonder for what reasons we erect walls and draw borders. It all seems so incredibly foolish and superficial. No, they draw borders and erect walls to keep people like you out. That did something so psychopathic. Such words can be construed as treason, sir. I implore you to be more cautious. I understand your sentiments, perhaps even share them to an extent, but we live in a world where people are indeed foolish and superficial. All we can do is adapt and do the best with the circumstances we were given, sir, no matter how tragic and unnecessary it might appear to us. I suppose that is the world we live in. Or, perhaps, that is the lie we tell ourselves to justify the hell we have built around us. What do you think, Weena? Do you think all of this violence, hatred, suffering, and sorrow was avoidable? She is silent, as is the night. The darkness deepens. And as the sun rises, the question is lost in the light. The end. Congratulations on beating the game. You will now start the game over, keeping your stats. An alternate ending is available if you escape the ambush instead of eliminating all enemies. If you've defeated both endings already, then congratulations once more. Thanks for playing the game. Oh, is that where we get on a different path?
I was going to be surprised if it was, like, just at the end of the final map.
I wondered where it was. Okay. Well, I do want to see the other stuff.
Mahan says this feels like some major philosophical stuff. Yeah, very much so.
Alright, hear me out. Do they do not scale. So, can I really quickly just end this whole thing by just like... Oh! And we keep the vengeance. We keep it... Okay. I like that, actually, that you give me a New Game Plus weapon to have fun with. What is the difference?
I did feel like we were going to struggle to find, like, an
Oh.
SRPG protagonist, like, more bloodthirsty than,
Thor.
But, we've done it.
We sure have. 69! Nice. Attack count 10. Okay, you know what? I can get down with this goofiness. It'll take just a second to do the run back to the thing, skipping everything.
Sounds good. I'll be right back while you do that.
Alright. Welcome to Steamrolling Central. Yeah, this is kind of crazy. The fast forward on SRPG Studios kind of nuts, obviously. But yeah, with Vuln like this, I don't have to play maps anymore. We can just buy. Take 198 damage for me real quick. Thanks. This is nuts. I wish I could stop getting items. Now, I'm curious too, it says both endings. There is a third achievement. Maybe it's for getting both endings? Maybe escaping from the left versus the right is different? I don't really know. Oops, I didn't save. Oh well. I like that song, the song that's playing now. Oh, well. We don't get it for very long, I guess. Some of our guys are actually gonna die if we don't kill a couple of these, so. Crit for 210. The last time I saw a number that big in an SRPG, Dimitri crit his atrocity weapon art. Yeah. It's pretty over the top for what we're doing. But I guess that's the point. You beat the game, have fun. Which I'm not opposed. When I was a kid, I would definitely feel vindicated, like coming back and being like, hey, now I just destroy you. But yeah, we just throw Vuln at all our problems. It's interesting too that that's where the split is. I forget how many I think we just have to escape with Vuln, I forget. You can probably just... We can use other characters to speed this up. It was Karna boost farming. Yeah, very similar thing, I think. One archer left. You guys know, though, I like to do my due diligence, see all these games have to show us. Ah, here we are. Alright. Ambush turn 1. So, we can escape to the right over here. Is there a left one? Oh, I think my... Yeah, there is. My 2 taskbars covering it. Right there. Okay. So, we'll go down first.
This is our route split.
Huh?
So this is our route split.
Yeah, it does seem to be. I wonder if there's a danger of us killing everything. I don't think so. I might need to have our thief retreat too, because if not, I think he actually might kill everything. Yeah, I was supposed to say, if we could get some double turns, that'd be great. It's not like that bad of a... I don't know. We'll see how much of the game is different now.
Yeah, I'm curious how much it'll deviate.
Who is that? Is that my good guy? No, it's not even my good one. That's crazy that he's living all that. Alright, I'll stay here. And then, yeah, we can just reload here. Okay. Alright, let's get out of here. You manage to escape into the night with a few of your men, but you lose touch with your captains. Without supplies, you're stranded in unfamiliar territory as you consider your options. What do you plan to do, sir? Ziff, one of the survivals in your troop, asks you in a firm voice and a steady gaze. Are we to retreat back to Celestria like this? No, but I won't stop any of you if you wish to take your chances on returning home. A few men exchange glances, but none move. I'm resolved to follow you to the end, sir. Our first priority is to get intel as to what happened to the rest of our army. Steal a horse and go to the rendezvous south of the bridge. Wait there a few days and see if you can find any survivors and then bring them here. The rest of you set camp and prepare to dig deep. We will have to raid a village for supplies, but until then we're in a survival situation. A week of hardship passes, where you struggle to find the means to survive, but the coming week brings progress. Ziff manages to steal a horse from a solitary farm, where you and your men kill the farmer and his family and take the supplies you need. Ziff rides off to the rendezvous. Your men settle and make a decent camp hidden deep in the woods. Meanwhile, you set off to the city to gather intel. The very city that you were going to siege, had you not been ambushed on the way. You disguise yourself and manage to enter the city, unharassed after paying the entry tax. Now to get some information. You wander the city without much success. You stop by taverns and inns in hopes of eavesdropping on pertinent info, but hear nothing of use. Just as you consider leaving the city for the day, you come across something that stops you dead in your tracks. Upon a platform in the middle of the city, you see 4 decapitated heads of blue and purple hair, aligned upon wooden stools buzzing with flies. You approach an armed woman watching the platform. Excuse me, but may I ask the origins of those decapitated heads on display? The woman turns with a frown, her eyes glaring and gleaming like sharp metal as she answers. They're Celestrians. Apparently, they were the scum responsible for the, of Vigoa. You pause and reflect for a moment as you struggle to keep yourself from shaking. You try to compose your voice. Vigoa? You mean that quaint little town north of the bridge? The same. They killed everyone they could get their hands on, even children. I just wish I could have been the one to capture them. At least they got what they deserved. It wasn't an easy death, I'll tell you. I saw all 4 of them scream as the guards tore them limb from limb. I'm glad. One of them got away, though. Their leader. We sent our best men in search for him, but we had to call off the search. Why? Didn't you hear? Another army of Celestrians crossed the bridge just the other week. I hear this one's not as big as the first one, but we were already weakened from the first army. We had to send damn near the entire city garrison. Isn't the city in danger, then? Only if our forces lose the battle north. God forbid. It's just me and a few other guards protecting the city right now. We're understaffed, but crime hasn't been an issue lately. Also, I love this portrait you're saying that Yuia has. I've seen this both used as a man and a woman, and it's really funny to me that different devs go back and forth with it. It's probably thanks to them. She nods to the 4 decomposing heads. The guards put on quite a show after all. Deters crime for a while. You look up at the 4 heads. They're beyond recognition, save for their hair. The blue and purple of Celestrian heritage. You try to piece together their mosaic, melted faces, bloated and split. The effort makes your heart palpitate as heat rushes to your head. I just wish that I could catch their leader and put his head next to theirs. I hope you get that chance. You look once more at the 4 heads. I'll come back for you, and if there's an afterlife, take consolation in the guidance I'm about to send your way. When you leave the city, you feel nothing but a numbing chill. It doesn't take long to prepare your troops. They're recovered from their wounds and fatigue, and they move with a restless vigor. You have less than 50 men in all, but about 50 elite soldiers are more than capable of defeating 100 guards scattered about a city. Still, you don't expect things to be easy, and since you've no way of discerning the exact number of guards in the city and their habits, the operation remains a dangerous gamble. Nevertheless, you believe in your men. But even more so, you believe in the chilling resolve of your hatred and wrath. You send your best men to scale the walls and open the gates. Security is lax, and the gates are soon opened. Spare no one. Burn the city down to its last structure. Paint it all black. We're under attack. What? I don't know how many there are, but a bunch of our men charged in from the southern gates. Could it be the Celestrians? Don't panic and prepare to fight. Just remember your training. Oh. I'm by myself. Okay. I thought I had 50 men. I prefer this. This is fine.
This is all we need anyway.
Yeah, I don't have to move. And you know what's funny? I was like, maybe I shouldn't like do this. Maybe I should see how he balanced it and stuff. But it's like, if I didn't do this, this would not be any different. I would have a slightly worse sword, and I would still be doing exactly this.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops. You Celestrian...
I mean, really, you'd have to restart entirely since you're New Game Plusing.
Yeah, but, like, even then, like I said, he would still be my carry, and I would still just be doing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
It's, you know, you've given me 1 unit, and every enemy has approach AI. There's only so many ways to handle this.
Right.
I miss Mahane saying, you ambushers suck. You can't even kill my bad archer, Vaughn, probably. Yeah. I feel bad for my thief, though. You Celestrian vermin. I curse you even in death. I will haunt you beyond the grave. You pull her up by her hair and decapitate her head in 2 heavy strokes. Something to console my headless friends in hell. You toss the head down to the street and walk on.
You really like chopping heads off.
I'm noticing a pattern with that. Dang, I did have to move. Rude. I'm curious if there's a difference if you have all your dudes escape. We can check. Like, I do want... There's only 2 more achievements, so I'm like... We should be able to perfect this game. My bad. I checked that. Alright, the guards are down. Now raid the city and kill all civilians in your path. Anything we can't carry with us, put to flames. Secure wagons and horses. Don't go overboard with luxury items. Gull and Fid, you two come with me. We're going to check their prisons. You enter the abandoned barracks and make your way underground to the dungeons. Is the author French? You know what, I should have at the start of this stream. I will link the game again. Sin Vengeance. Steam. I don't know. The dev is called Spaced Toad Studios. You now know everything I know. Oh wait, I could check. One other thing, I suppose. I can see what languages this is offered in. It is offered in English and only English. So, make of that what you will. Here's the store listing. There is a Gaoler on duty. Is that supposed to... Oh, Oh, we're just spelling jailer weird. I think I've seen that once before.
It's an archaic spelling of jailer.
Yeah. But he is dispatched, also not spelled quite...
That one's misspelled.
Yeah. By your 2 men with little effort. Grime covers the floor and walls, lit by apathetic torches. As the stench of body fluids and fecal matter collude to offend its visitors. I don't think I've read fecal matter in an SRPG yet, so... We're breaking new ground. Chains and torture tools lie about on bloodied tables, chipped and worn from abuse. You look at the prisoners intently, ignoring those that are Gaians. Commander Vaughn? You recognize one of Spill's men chained in a cell. Of course his name is Hills. You unlock the cell and his chains. Other Celestrians are roused from the disturbance. You order your 2 men to go free the rest, while you tend to Hills. Are you alright? I'm fine, sir, but Captain Spill, he was... I know, and we'll avenge him 100-fold. How many of you are locked up in here? I don't know, sir, but the guards, those sick bastards, took one of us each day to torture to death while the rest of us were forced to listen. My turn never came, thank God. But I don't know how long I've been here. It feels like it's been years since we were captured. It's been like a week. Can you walk? Yes, sir. I'm a bit nauseous and sore, but I can move just fine. You regroup the survivors of your army. Freed from weeks of imprisonment and mental torture, they gaze about in languid disbelief. You get them fed and hydrated in the barracks, where they chug and bite like beasts before picking up the arms and armor lying about. You don't need me to motivate you. We set upon Gaia for a singular goal, and our motives are daily redoubled, in sorrow and in wrath. A glint shines from your men's eyes, colder than icicles, harder than steel. Avenge yourselves upon the city. Hunt down every Gaian within its walls. Take all that is precious to them. Burn to the ground what you cannot take. The men roar, more ferocious than any wild animal, more to the purpose than a starving predator. You watch as the city screams and burns. The city is in ruins by daylight. Corpses litter the streets, and a hush falls over the city amidst the blood and the ashes. Wagons and horses loaded with supplies are waiting for your orders to depart. Sir, Vass, a newly appointed captain, has served under Slip and is one of the rescued men. We're awaiting your orders. Is there anything you'd like done before we depart? It was in reference to the characters going all out guillotining everyone. Ah, I see. I don't know that they guillotined them, but maybe. It seems like we use swords to do that. It's pedantic, but it always irritates me when people say I'm nauseous instead of nauseated. I won't knock him for that one. I would potentially write that way as well. It would be weird to say I'm nauseated. You look at the city around you. Charred wood, salt and pepper ashes, sticky red stains, buzzing flies, limp prostrate bodies. I was just thinking. If Tolls was around, he'd probably complain about this. Going on about justice as if it were some sort of mantra. He had a religious demeanor about him even as a kid. Sorry? We all teased him for it, but he was the best among us. I think even Spill would admit to it, if pressed to the point. Now that they're all gone, I wonder what they would have said in the face of all this death and destruction. Spill smiles, Slip shrug, tilts indifference, and Toll's firm grimace as he got into his preaching state. Oh, are these all their one traits? It is a fire emblem. You let out a faint fit of laughter that borders a snort. I regret not having asked what he meant by justice. I would try to accommodate him in memory of his noble character, but... You pause. As you look down at the hard gray cobblestone, it's too late for that. You head to your base in the woods and stockpile the supplies. The men return to the city to gather more, as you and your new captains discuss plans. We might as well make our way north towards the bridge and see what became of the battle there. If we're lucky, we may meet Ziff on the way, and he can give us the information we seek. As things stand, we have not enough men to push in deeper towards the Gaian capital. We'll need the help of this new Celestrian army. I agree, sir. We must go and help them immediately. I just hope we're not too late. If we leave early tomorrow morning, we can get there within 10 days, provided we march hard. And it's settled. We march to aid the Celestrian army engaged south of the bridge. We'll leave reserves and those not yet fit for a hard march here. Gather your men and make preparations for the morrow. 7 days into the march, you meet Ziff on horseback, leading a few survivors that he met at the rendezvous. They are weak, worn, and hungry from surviving in the wilderness while caring for the wounded. You give them what supplies you can to help them. How goes the battle by the bridge? Not good, sir. They're outnumbered, and while they're fighting bravely, the enemy is slowly edging out a greater advantage. I see. You did well, Zif. Lead these men back to the base safely. Yes, sir. Your stats are worthless anyway. You march on, and when you finally arrive a few days later, you see 2 armies engaged in battle.
So I just have to chime in, because I was looking this up now, on Mahane's comment on nauseous versus nauseated.
Okay.
According to Merriam-Webster, the first use of nauseous to mean the feeling of wanting to vomit is from 1857.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like the fact that it's been used in that sense for over 100 years now, I don't know. I can't really side with you on judging that, period. Like, nauseous has come to mean the feeling of needing to vomit.
I thought it was a grammar issue.
No, nauseous versus nauseated, it's not a grammar issue. It's a, like, pedantic word choice issue. That's why it's pedantic of him. Because nauseous originally meant something that causes you to feel the need to vomit.
Oh.
Nauseated meant you feel the need to vomit. But since 1857, nauseous has been used to mean the same thing as nauseated as well.
Nick says, just say I have nausea, and if people ask, add nose B as DLC. What do you mean, nose B? Am I dumb?
I think you just say it sounds kind of like nose A.
Oh. That's so dumb. That might be your biggest stretch yet. We're in position to hit them from the rear. Hit them hard and don't give them a chance to adjust their formation. Enemies have appeared from our rear, sir. So the rats recongregated, did they? No matter, we'll eradicate the enemies ahead before they reach us. I'm sure Lord Tig will dispatch some men to buy us time. There's been a report that enemies have appeared in our rear. Sorry, I'm 5. It must be him, the leader of the First Celestrian Army. We'll have to keep them away the best we can. Don't let them through without a fight. Did reinforcements just arrive for the enemy? Do we get her as a playable character in this route? No, based on the enemy's reaction, they must be on our side. Inform the troops that friendly reinforcements have arrived. Yes, ma'am. These are the enemies responsible for the death of our comrades. You feel a rising heat from the depths of your stomach to the very hairs on your head. Don't let a single Gaian escape. Eliminate all enemies. Vaughn and Yil must not fall in battle. Did you just give me a second? Oh, yeah, you gave us a second lord.
That sure tells you what it does.
What do you mean?
I'm saying it... Oh, it's down at the bottom. Okay.
Yeah. Increases hit rate of all units, increases all units damage by 1. So she's got, like, leadership stars, essentially.
I was just looking up at the top where it says the name of the skill, assuming the description would be in the same box.
I mean, it's not great.
I'm not quite as SRPG Studio literate as you are.
I don't know that there are many people who are at this point.
That is very true.
So
I feel like the number of people who make SRPG Studio games may be higher than the number that play them.
Maybe.
That's the implication I'm getting by some of the games you're playing.
I mean, we've checked on some of these. Like, I know Captain has checked numbers at times, and it has seemed like Sin Bears, I think I was the one that owned it. It was, like, number-wise, it maybe was 2 people.
Yeah.
And that's not SRPG Studio, but, you know, this is another Sin game.
It's a similar, another Sin game.
It is.
That's your new, like, channel genre. You move from Shining games to Sin games.
And somebody's like, do you mean Sim? No. No, that would make more sense. Pretty much everybody but Vaughn just has to not die. That's all I require from you.
Yeah, I wanted to say, like, I don't inherently mean it in a negative way, but this is, like, the edgiest protagonist I've ever seen in anything.
Is it for me? I think so.
And like, I'm a big Metal Gear Rising fan, and I don't think that Raiden was as edgy in that game as Fallen is here.
I don't think so. It's also just the way, like, the narrator phrases things, that it's like, he took the head and he kicked it down the street.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a, 14-year-old's idea of what it means to be edgy. But there's
I'm
also...
curious how old the dev of this game was.
I'm thinking not very. There's also glimpses, though, of things that I think are, like, show some promise. I guess, yeah, we can do this, and she can defend herself. And then, yeah, this is our healer, so we can... There we go. I need y'all to continue to just not die. Do that, protect our healer. Vuln will get there soon. That's the win condition, just hang on till Vuln arrives. If you don't include Vistaria Saga, then maybe. Yeah, that would up the count considerably. I mean, if you're just talking about things made in the studio, then that absolutely tips the scales, but it's also like, what is it? Symphony of War, the top-rated game, is SRPG Studio. The top-rated SRPG on Steam. It just doesn't look like it. They've changed it a lot. Okay, so we can... At least she's got a lot of health. Alright, yeah, we do this, and is that... Okay, it's still Forest Drain. The amount of, like, we're not doing any damage because we're just... Are we proccing Miracle over and over? Yeah. Yeah, we just got 2 35%, and then you also have Miracle. Yeah.
Perfect.
It's just silly. Like...
Nick, when you're saying that game, which makes more sense in reality, are you talking about this game, or are you talking about Metal Gear? I'm unclear which game you're talking about.
I think it's, Metal Gear. He's saying makes more sense in
That was
reality.
my original assumption, but I wasn't actually clear.
No, this makes a lot of sense. If you're... I don't know.
I mean, like, when you're trying to tell a story that's, like, as grim as this is trying to be, like, some level of edginess does make some sense. That's why I'm like, it could be... Oh, Nick's is saying this one. So...
I actually do, too, like, to give some credit. I do like the twist of it all being based on a lie.
That's what I was saying, like, I'm not saying it inherently is a bad thing, but it's so edgy.
I think it's too much. I think it starts to, like... When you do that too much, it starts to be goofy and, like, undermine the seriousness of the plot.
Yeah, well, and I think that's part of it, is, like, it lays it on too thick too fast. It's like, if we'd worked up to Vaughn being this, like, disconnected after, like, 9 or 10 chapters, then sure. Like, we're sympathetic towards him, and then he has this, like, fall into where he is. But he just starts like this.
Pretty close to it.
And it makes it really hard to, like, empathize with him.
He doesn't start quite as messed up as he was at the end. I kind of felt like this seems to be the darker route, and I feel like he had that Vuln at the end of the other route suddenly, whereas this route, it makes a little more sense that he's, like, messed up.
But it's still just, like, we're only, what, like, 4 chapters deep or something?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, that it just feels like too much too fast for me.
True.
That's where I'm just like, if it were a slower descent, it wouldn't come off as, like, comically edgy as it does.
Yeah.
Like, you need more time to build those stakes and see, like, this character that we've started to empathize with falling into that darkness, to not just feel like edgy for the sake of it.
Yeah, I very much agree. Yeah, if you snowballed it, it would be better. Jebister says, Google is telling me RPG Maker. I think part of the problem is, in Google AI would probably make this mistake, is that a lot of people use SRPG Studio and RPG Maker interchangeably. And I think that's just because one is far more common. Like, I literally was watching, like, some Fire Emblem stuff yesterday and heard somebody they brought up Vistaria Saga, and it was like, oh, I don't like it because it's made in RPG Maker. And it's like, it's not, but close. So I'm like, I think I listened to an interview with the Symphony of War guy, and he said SRPG Studio. But I'm not positive. It's been a while now. Also, you can make a good game that starts on a false flag. That's basically Suikoden 2. I mean, it also, maybe, was Shining Force 3. We'll see. Fall back. All troops retreat. Your army gives chase to the fleeing Gaians. Don't let them escape.
I mean, we actually kind of know that already for SF3, because the whole Emperor kidnapping by a fake Benetrim was orchestrated by the Bullsome sect.
Yeah, that's very true. It was also kind of the calls coming from inside the house. It was arrogant as well.
Yeah. I'm seeing, like, human-written articles talking about Symphony of War being made in RPG Maker.
Oh, okay. Maybe I am wrong, then.
Which, I think it's VX or VXA, which I've used SRPG engines for before, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah, maybe I just am remembering wrong, then. You lead the pursuit with a bloody sword gleaming in the dying light. Ugh. An arrow pierces Pjol's shoulder as he staggers from the impact. I don't even remember who that is. Pjol, are you alright? Silk stops and runs over to him. I'm fine, hurry and run. Come on, get up, we still have to... An arrow pierces his temple and Silk falls like a tree struck by lightning. I hate when a tree strikes my lightning, Taya.
I didn't even catch that. Oh my goodness.
Silks! You come across a wounded archer trying to rouse a corpse. He notices your approach and charges at you with a dagger in hand. Ooh-ah! You put your sword through his stomach. He paws at you with his dagger, but it carries no weight. Oh! You put a foot on his ribs and pull out your sword. You continue your pursuit. It's night by the time the Gaian army manages
Are there's just, like, two totally irrelevant people who we just, like, had die for no reason?
They're not irrelevant. They were enemy soldiers that, don't you feel bad for them? You knew them for literally tens of seconds.
Just, like, they exist just to, like, show more how much of a psychopath our main character is.
Yeah. I kind of hate that you had to specify human-written articles. Well, like, I brought up AI, so it's probably in relation to that, but I do think that's going to become more and more of an issue. And the worst part is, a lot of the times I worry will not be that much more inaccurate. It's night by the time the Gaian army manages to outrun its pursuers. Wounded and weary, they march on towards the city at a sluggish pace, looking over their shoulders into the darkness in fear of pursuit. Those damn rats! We'll regroup at Nalno and fortify the city in preparations for a siege. Let's see how well they fare against a wall of raining arrows. We should slow our pace, sir. Our infantry can't keep up. No. Maintain this pace. We'll go on for another mile and set up camp there. They're just crapping on their own generals' classes. Yes, sir. Armor knights get left behind. Farther back in the ranks, Lord Tig led his army with Lord Gig's infantry. Another defeat. And here I thought only you could lead with such incompetence, Tig. No one could have anticipated an attack from the rear. We can't blame Lord Gig for the defeat. I mean, it's also, like, the names a little bit undermine the seriousness of the story. It's kind of like, who are the two? Tweedledee and Tweedledum. It's a little bit that energy.
It feels like you, like, took an alphabet poster and threw darts at it.
Yeah. A little bit. And we only were going to go up to 4 characters.
And it's just like, it's so many characters with such random names so fast, it's really hard to care about any of them.
I very much don't. I wouldn't mind taking over command if every disastrous defeat could be swept away by such excuses. I don't see Pjol or Silks anywhere. It seems they didn't make it. I see. Damn it all! It's a bitter defeat, but we must not despair. We need to gather our strength for the defense of Nalna. You're right. And if there's one thing I'm confident in, it's my ability to defend a city. Either way, it'd do us good to sleep on a real bed for a change. As darkness settles, you call off the pursuit and return. I believe I haven't had the pleasure of your acquaintance. Voln of Goen. Well met. I am the reigning mistress of Renault. Goen, isn't that the little mountain that nearly got destroyed by the Gaians during their last invasion? Mind your manners. Kia? Chia? You're talking of someone's home. My apologies, ma'am. I wasn't aware that another Celestrian army had launched an attack here. I was quite surprised when I came across the ruins of Vigoa. Is that your doing, Voln of Goen? Yes. The knight's brow contracts into a fierce glare. What you've done there is no different from the work of a common bandit. You disgrace Celestria with your conduct. In spite of yourself, you smile as an uncontrollable snicker splits through your lips. Do you think I jest, you? I didn't mean to offend you. What you said just reminded me of an old friend is all. Though, I admit, I don't know why I found that so amusing. What, Taya? This is cinema!
I'm in the same boat as him. Just find something funny. Just when they said an uncontrollable snicker escapes your lips, all I could imagine was like somebody's lips slowly parting as like a candy bar just comes out and unable to be contained. Just envisioning this uncontrollable Snickers escaping their lips. And it's the stupidest thing, but I can't stop thinking about it.
What does he say? That happens. Do you think I jest? I didn't mean to offend you, it just happens sometimes.
Anyway, carry on.
No need to be Sir Hostile, Sir Raz. Sir Voln had just delivered us from a grim situation. And while I share your concerns, we must save our complaints for another time. For now, let us focus on matters of immediacy. The knight bows and says no more. Is this all of your men? No. I have a few more soldiers near a base in Nalno. That's quite close to the enemy's territory. How did you manage to set up a base there? You relate the history of your campaign. The victory of taking Vigoa and the bridge, the ambush, the devastating losses. The revenge. Ra's chest rises and his lips tighten and tremble as you talk about the capture, destruction, and massacre of Nalno. He seems on the verge of shouting, but looks away and keeps himself silent. That's horrible, what you did to all those innocent civilians. The people of Goen were innocent civilians. Even so, repaying an evil for an evil. Isn't that why you've come with all your weapons and men? Don't lump us together with the likes of you. We've come here to enact justice, to rightfully seek reparations for the damages they've caused by an unjust attack on our people. We didn't come here to indiscriminately kill civilians like you have, you child-murdering scum! Reparations? Did you come all this way for something so petty? Unless they can bring back the dead, I'm not interested in what they have to offer. The two of you glare at one another in the faint darkness. Now, let us compose ourselves. We're among friends. Sir Raz, this is hardly the time to be discussing these matters. I ask you once more to save your complaints for another time. Also, Mahane says, at least the armor knights can take the hits, unlike the cowardly calves who have to have better running away stats. Fair. Not when we're done with them, though. We'll kick their heads like cans down the street. Sir Raz.
And the horses' heads, too.
We'll use those like weird yo-yos with their hair.
I thought it worked real well.
As I eat my Snickers. Sir Raz bows and rides off some distance from the rest of the party. And Sir Voln, I'm no knight, you needn't address me as sir. Then, I'm just a common soldier, though my father was a general. A common soldier? Could your father have been General Terz? No, though equally famous. My father was General Hayes. Wasn't he the coward that surrendered without even putting up a fight? So people are fond of saying. Is that why you behaved so cruelly, to compensate for the cowardice of your father? My father was the bravest man I knew, and that's all I'll say on the matter. Yeah, it takes real courage to surrender without a fight. Watch your tongue, Kia. No matter your opinion of him, he was still a general of Celestria. I fear we're digressing needlessly. So you're a common soldier by all rights. I shall call you familiarly then, Voln. I hope that is not objectionable to you. Do as you please. Is that how a common soldier should answer to the mistress of Renault? The mountains of Celestria are free. Gone owes no higher address to any besides its own master. What kind of insolent... Silence, Kia. I allow it. In any case, I would like to enlist to your service. We have a common goal, and given our respective situation, we have only to gain from mutual effort. What say you, Valen of Gone? Now, Kith. I was hoping his father was General Mills. You know, it is 4 characters. It would fit. For, I'm assuming Nick, and I don't know who else. That's a cereal company here. I mean, among many other things, but... I accept your offer, but reserve my right to independence. Yale smiles with a gentle nod that seems to glisten in the moonlight. I have no objections to that. We will set off to your base in Nalno to resupply. We can discuss further plans from there. As you wish. With things thus settled, you help them set camp for the night, and the next morning you march together to your base near Nalnoa. It was Nalno the whole time, don't think I'm gonna forget. After marching for 2 weeks, you finally arrive at your base, where your men await you with alert eyes suspicious of the newcomers. Glad to see you well, sir. Status report. Yes, sir. Our scouts observed the enemy return to the ruins of Nalno. They entered the city for 1 night before setting off again. We have scouts tailing them. They were last seen headed east. As for our situation at camp, we have stockpiled as much supplies as we could in your absence, and our wounded are nearly fully recovered. This is rather impressive. She observes the camp with its neatly arranged abundance of supplies. With these supplies, we'll be able to march for a while without concern. Zif looks at the new arrivals with a calm grimace before looking at you for clarification. Sir? These are our new allies. They're Celestrians from Renault. We will be joining forces. Yul gives Zif a serene gaze, her silver blue hair glowing in compliment to her armor, the very picture of radiant elegance. Zif gives her a bow. Then it was nighttime. I guess. After everyone settles in, the leaders of your coalition gather in conference to discuss the next course of action. The enemy is currently retreating east towards the capital, though it is unclear if that is their destination. I believe this is a built-in map to SRPG Studio, so it's interesting that he's making use of it. I think that's fine, but... Where is that bridge we were just at? Yeah, no. I don't know. It's a little weird.
Good question.
They can stop at several towns along the way, but if they have any concern for their citizens, they would likely have them evacuate and move on, which means that the most likely place they would stop is here at Fort Yelso. And what is known about Fort Yelso? We have yet to gather intel on that, ma'am. We're not exactly equipped for a siege. What's your strategy for taking the fort? We will need more intel before we can make any definitive strategies, but waiting them out is not out of the question given our current supplies. Enemy reinforcements will likely come to relieve them before we're successful. We need to prepare for a decisive battle early on. It won't take long to engineer some battering rams and ladders. The question is how many casualties we're willing to suffer that deep in enemy territory. There's nothing more foolish than bleeding to capture a fort we can't defend. We could ignore the fort. Everyone pauses for a moment, looks over at Rolls. Who let this puny child in here? You're the least qualified person here to make a disparaging statement on height. I was talking about your short-sighted intellect. It's obvious that we have to take the fort. To ignore it would be to expose our backs to the enemy. If we raise every village and town on our way to the fort, we can ensure that no more supplies will come to the fort from the west. To the east of the fort, there's a thick forest. To the north, there are mountains unsuited for transporting supplies. And, what's your point? If we can stop supplies coming to them from the east, we can starve them out. Yes, according to the map, the only reliable road from the fort to the eastern provinces are between the forest and the mountains. And if we were to secure that road, we not only deny the enemy supplies, but we gain more for ourselves in the process of intercepting their supplies. You bumpkins really don't have a clue, do you? That plan will never work. Exposed on the road, the enemy would send an army from the east, and the garrison in the fort would sally forth to pincer us from the west. If the enemy can successfully communicate the perfect time to launch a pincer attack, it would be doubtlessly impressive. Needless to say, we will need to have scouts patrolling deep into the east so that we're not caught off guard. The alternative is to face heavy casualties in a siege we may fail, and reinforcements will come from the east regardless of our decision. The room falls into a pensive silence for a moment. It's unorthodox, but it may work. We don't know how big the garrison and the fort is. Trying to take the fort by force may be disastrous. You can't serious, sir, to follow the plan of this child. Kia, your elitist mindset is unbecoming of you. The young soldier raises a fair option for us, while you do nothing but try to insult him. Plus, you're named after a car. It's no insult to me that she speaks her mind openly. I don't presume that my plan is beyond criticism or ridicule. It may very well be a blunder. Are there any other suggestions? What are your thoughts, Madame Veli? The Madame Knightess. Knightess? Okay. Who you have yet to hear speak opens her lips in a cool deliberation, her voice clear and ringing with a touch of frost. It's my opinion that we should remain here and fortify Nalno. There's nothing but loss ahead of us. We have sufficiently avenged ourselves. Now is the time to seek diplomacy and demand favorable terms in the treaty. We have a foothold towards their capital, which gives us leverage. If my madam's wish isn't conquest, then I would advise we hold the city of Nalno and town of Goa while we engage in diplomacy. Silence falls once more as everyone takes in her words. You look steadily at her amethyst eyes. Diplomacy is not an option. And as far as I'm aware, Celestria can make no treaties without a vote from all its masters and mistresses. I'm well aware such is the case, and will undoubtedly be a long process, but I believe the vote will go in favor of peace than war, given favorable terms. You misunderstand. I will fight on alone if I must. There can be no peace between me and Gaia. And what do you plan to do with your meager army? If you plan to go around pillaging villages and towns like a bandit, I will cut you down right here. The room becomes tense, as if Voss and Tyr draw their weapons in unison. Oh god, I missed the Kermit cultist. Now Kermit the Knightus. Yeah, the cultist really dropped off in SO3. We kind of started dealing with other enemies for a while. You dare draw your enemies against... Kia is stopped by Yil raising her hand. I must say that Sir Raz was out of line, but this is quite an overreaction. Wouldn't you say, Volm? Sheath your weapons. They comply wordlessly as you gaze from Raz, Veli to Yil. Sorry, just restarting the track is funny to me. It's like you tell the bands to play again. A big part of Celestria's... This is a long cutscene.
Yeah, it's quite lengthy.
A big part of Celestria's success in this campaign has been to your credit and sacrifice. I have no wish to engage in diplomacy should you not desire it. At the bare minimum, your opinion should be taken into serious consideration, and so, it must be asked, towards what end do you fight? It ends when Gaia is no more. Your hatred is so misguided. Not all Gaians are responsible for the tragedy that befell Goan. Most of them have never even set foot in Celestria, and yet you... I have no pretensions to justice. I ask for neither sympathy nor understanding. But I am vengeance in the flesh. Gaia can have no peace while I breathe. I just feel myself, like, growing edgier. Your emotions blind you from the meaningful progress. It's a tragic flaw in a leader, and I fear your men will suffer for it. My men and I are of the same purpose. All the more tragic. But that is your privilege, and perhaps to our mutual advantage, as it is my desire to earn a Gaian surrender. However, I will not tolerate a needless massacre of Gaian civilians. Inevitably, casualties are part of war, but we're not here as senseless killers. When the Gaians surrender, I will leave in your charge those responsible for the massacre at Goan, but you must relinquish all other claims. There are more things at stake than your revenge, and frankly, this campaign has greater implications than your gratification. Do you find these terms agreeable? Is it in your power to promise me every individual related to my grievance? Give you my word as the mistress of Renault. Then I accept your terms. You make a most sensible point, Madame Veli, but I didn't come all this way for a diplomatic victory. It's time to show the world that attacking Celestria has dire consequences. I am but your sword. Do as you wish, ma'am. So, then it remains to be asked what our plan of attack will be. Given that we're committed to an invasion, what do you suggest, Madame Veli? There is no secure strategy. Even if we were to have enough supplies to outlast the Gaians in a siege, we have no answers against reinforcements. We must attack what is vulnerable. To attack their supply line, as the young soldier there has stated, will be a good start. But the target will always be one of two armies. Either to ambush their reinforcements, or to force the garrison of the fort to sally out. It's risky, but with our numbers, we must make bold movements that can create decisive victories. Anybody else have any other suggestions? Room is silent. Then we will proceed to the suspected supply line east of the fort, between the mountains and the forest. Make the necessary arrangements. We march as soon as we are able. Thank God we're out of there. 14-year-old me is loving this, 34-year-old me is cringing at 14-year-old me for it. Yeah, kind of same. After 3 days of preparation, you break camp and march your forces to the east.
I don't know, I mean, you know, there's a time where I was into some edgy stuff, but I feel like this is beyond even a little what I would have enjoyed.
Yeah. I mean, also, I am very... Did he just sit down one evening and was like, I'm gonna write this scene, and it's gonna be great? Like, that was like 10% of my total playtime in this game, my man. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not trying to, like... I get what you're going for, but, like, that was long.
Yeah.
Your army razes town after town, leading to the fort. At the demand of Mr. Steele, you spare the civilians, but take all their belongings. Left with nothing, the civilians all flee to the fort, where the gates are firm, the walls brimming with archers, when your army gets there. Your army ignores the fort and moves on to the eastern road between the mountains and forest. There your army moves into the forests and set camp, while sending scouts to the east to watch for reinforcements. Scouts to the west are also deployed to keep an eye on movements from the fort. Weeks pass, and you successfully intercept and cut off supplies to Fort Yelso. Your scouts report silence from the west, but from the east, a large army approaches. You prepare to ambush them. This war council over map.png will be my magnum opus. We played this map before! We're recycling maps! We'll hit them from the rear flank. Take out the archers first. Our archers are ready to fire, sir, awaiting your orders. Wait for Madam Yield to signal the attack. Madam, cavalry are in place and ready to charge. Infantry is in place, ma'am. And see, like, you don't need these two people to say the same thing. They're all saying the same thing. Signal the attack.
They just need to include everybody, I guess.
What? Assume defensive formations. Fall back to the rear and cover the archers. Call back our cavalry. It's too late, sir. Here they come. Archers, fire at will. All units, charge. Oh my gosh. Alright, we're finally in. Oh. I'm fine with long dialogue stretches. Path of Radiance is, gosh dang, a visual novel. But, like...
It just feels like peak everyone needs to say their piece.
Yes.
Regardless of whether it adds anything to the story. It's just like, all these people are here, so they all need to talk before the battle starts.
Well, I think it's also the characters are just so forgettable that it's like, I don't care what they have to say.
Well, we've met, like, 90% of this cast in the last two battles. Or, you know, it's like, it's not like we've built any care for this cast.
Yeah. Oh, he's got the same sword I do. Or before I got, like, the good sword, you know. Holy crap, what is this? Gameplay and my arduous revenge story with overtones of war? Bad. It did take a long time. And this could be interesting. Like, I like the... Here's something. I like the idea of redoing a battle with a completely different cast of characters. Like, that could make it really interesting. But the characters are so, like... It doesn't matter. They are essentially... They may as well be the same characters, even though they're not. I need to remember that she is also a game over condition. Do we care to watch, like, the turns? I feel like not really.
Not particularly.
Okay. Nobody within 1-2 range is hurt. Like, we'll do our turns out, but, like, all the rest of it is just gonna be Vuln soloing everything. And like I said, I was tempted to try it to see if there's, like, interesting changes, but, like, it would be that anyway.
Yeah, like, that is how you did the first route, and that's how this route would play out.
I appreciate that some of the other units are doing something. I wonder if we're gonna kill them in the end. Or have the chance to. We also still have not capped Vuln, which is crazy to me. Let's get Yill a level in case. It would be crazy if they, like, had it where... They could put me in a position where Yill is by herself or something and make it really tough.
It's true.
After defeating the enemy reinforcements, you hold another council. Nah! It is Halloween! Scariest sentence of the night. It will take time for the Gaians to organize another army. They'll also be a lot more careful in their advances, which should buy us more time. According to our scouts, the fort is showing signs of unrest. Undoubtedly, they've run into supply problems. I forgot his voice. They didn't spare the civilians out of mere mercy. Their useful weapons and draining enemy supplies if employed correctly. Now is the time to surround the fort and resume our siege. We must prevent them from escaping and finding a way to resupply. That's kind of interesting, yeah, that they're going to run them out of food faster. Thus your army marches back west and surrounds Fort Yasol. After several days of the siege, according to our scouts, civilians are rioting at the gates and have forced them open. Apparently starvation have got the best of them. The soldiers seem well enough. They were probably rationing supplies with the army while letting the civilians starve. In any case, this is our chance to attack. Ignore the civilians and charge the gates before they have time to close them. All the gates are open, sir. Civilians are flooding out the gates. We can't stop them. Ungrateful bastards. Our numbers are still superior. If we let the gates remain open and lure them in, we may be able to win. Are you insane? That defeats the whole purpose of our defenses. We don't have supplies to last us more than a week. This may be the last chance for us to fight at our full strength. Any word on reinforcements, Lord Gig? No. And frankly, I'm sick of waiting for rescue like some damsel in distress. We're going to fight this through ourselves. And what's our strategy? We do as Sir Wiv suggests and lure them inside the fort. No point in exposing our archers on the field. So it's finally come down to this. Heh. I suppose it's preferable in its own way. We'll avenge Piol and Silks. This ends here. It seems the Gaians are opening the gates due to a riot from the civilians. This could be our chance to charge in and overwhelm them. Very well, signal the attack. Yes, Mom. Flares launch into the air, signaling all units to charge. Oh hey, they did the thing I just said that they might do. They've put her by herself. They also gave us the unnamed ballistician again. Oh, he does 7 damage this time. Let's go.
Yeah, that's a huge improvement.
I hate that you're not joking. We had roll last time, I think, as well, so that's why you can do like 29 damage.
Oh, so their stats carried over too?
Yeah.
Gotcha. For some reason I thought it was only our dude, but
Oh.
I guess it makes sense.
We have guys on all sides. Do we at the top? Oh, we totally do. Who do we have? Oh. Is this a route? Yeah, of course it is. This is also a cool idea that potentially could have been executed a little bit better. The return of Ballistician A? We are being treated this Halloween, yeah. Oh, nobody moves, it's fine. On the other hand, though, like... do I really... Am I gonna have to move to kill all of these guys? Am I gonna have to player phase all of them? I kind of hope not. We've breached the defenses. Does that... No.
You know it's a bad sign when you're trying to not interact with the game.
Somebody said something. Sorry, what did you say? When you're trying not to attract what?
I would say, like, you know it's a bad sign when you're trying not to interact with the game.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. No. You know what? Just go inside. I don't care. Let's just get our archers, and we'll do the thing. Oh, you move now. Okay. That must be what they said. They were waiting to lure us inside. Okay. That's fine. You guys, if you die, it doesn't matter. You are totally gonna die, because you're way worse than everybody else. I'm gonna try to, get into the fort. Or, sorry, the forest. Alright, let's hide behind you. Yeah, we gotta deal with y'all. The Knight S. You're not great. Generic Soldier number 1, go! Also, Boo, another map that would be fun to defend map. We'll give in to the enemies. I don't mind. I like the idea of splitting into 4. It's just that it's, again, like, I don't have enough identity with the characters, so, like, I don't really get what everybody's capable of, and it doesn't really matter to me very much. Oh, I was like, who have I not moved? I do need to be careful of Yield dying here, though. Like, I actually am gonna have to use a little bit of strategy. I like the enemy turn music so much more. Yeah, everybody that's particularly scary, Vaughn can just get rid of for me. Where is the amount that I need? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you. I'm just gonna feed all my kills to Generic Soldier A. Oh dang, I accidentally gave it to Liv. Reloading? Oh, sorry, I missed, redoing a what am I even saying? Redoing a map with a different cast is neat if you didn't have literally have a singular character invalidating the entire thing by being super OP. I'm not even sure that that's a feature of our Lord. I think it's just that any character that I fed that much might be that way. I don't know, it might be a feature of our Lord.
I mean, you were saying that you would invalidate, like the way you would play anyway is just giving everything, so...
I'm just saying, like, that's who I chose. I don't know. Well, the Thief also could do it.
All those no damages. You're not kidding about the skill activations.
Yeah. Like, I didn't check. He probably had, like... let's see. It might, I don't know. He probably had, like, super that. Yeah, he has it too. Okay, it only procced once. But yeah, I guess it was 75% chance, so... I can't believe, too, because it's a route map, I actually am gonna have to go around and, like, get all of the guys off the walls. I don't care if you win or lose, just settle that battle, please. There we go. Yeah, and then you can start moving in. Oh my lord. Okay, at least our horsies are capable of doing this. Oh, okay, I was like, I keep looking. Who have I not moved yet? I guess this is a good chance to level the rest of the cast. I should never, like, SRPG, like, how-tos, you should never be mopping up like this at the end. This is really goofy.
Yeah, it never really feels good.
Maybe if you really want to min-max or something. But, like, give me a C's.
Yeah, very much so.
Let me just take the Taj Mahal over here and let it end. Oh, he actually got that kill. I'm kind of surprised. I did not think he was going to get that. Yeah, we'll use this to level other people for a minute. Like our ballistician that is Mahane's favorite character. Okay, I'll watch her health, but I'm not particularly concerned about it. Oh, she doesn't even one round. The other, like, even the other knights do. Yeah, let's just feed her EXP if she's that bad. Because I'm worried it's actually going to put her by herself, and then she's going to have to make do.
Yeah.
This one, obviously, the answer is yes. I do wonder, though. I've still got a lot more of these games in both my Steam and my itch library. It's like, am I ever going to get to one that, like, you actually cannot reach the end?
I don't know.
Has not happened yet.
I thought there was one we ran into problems with.
I mean...
But then, oh wait, I think the dev, like, patched it or something.
Oh.
I don't remember.
Yes, I think we beat it. That was...
Because I was like, there was one we actually did run into an issue with.
Yeah, that was Paula, and I believe that was just an ultimate ending that the flag was not triggering for some reason. We did make it to the end, though. That one was actually really good. That was really well written, and I liked that, like, the characters leveled, like, and lose stats. Like, that guy clearly had a very interesting concept for a game. Is that the best one on SRPG Studio I've played so far? I've forgotten about that one. It might be. That uses, like, the default assets, I'm saying, as well. Like... Because I'm not counting, like, Walk with the Living in with that, because he had custom music, custom sprites, he had custom, like, everything.
Gotcha.
I hope he's doing well. I haven't talked to him in a while. I love a good generic unit. I had a general on Alencia's final defend map in Radiant Dawn hold the staircase all by his onesies. That man became Soldier A in my heart and gave me a love of NPCs. I think it can be fun to, like, have them, but... Because I know in, especially... I think it's the Fire Emblem GBA games, you don't ever get a soldier that, like, just is a guy with a spear, and I was like, I kind of want that. In Sacred Stones, at least, you don't. Your army surrounds the enemy at the center of the fort. What shall we do, sir? If we wish to fight to the end, I will follow you. Don't be foolish. I have no intention of dying here. Group up our remaining cavalry. We'll break our way through. And what of our infantry? Baron Tig and his lieutenants have horses. They can follow us if they choose. As for the rest, if they run fast enough, maybe a few will make it. This guy sucks. Inform them of our intention and prepare to charge. We haven't much time to spare. Yes, sir. The message is relayed to Baron Tig, most of whose army consists of infantry. You should go, Tig. The battle is lost. There's nothing for you to gain by remaining here and dying with us. Holes. My favorite character, Holes. He's right. You've seen what these Celestrians can do. You're still needed in the defense of Gaia. That goes for you too, Lid and Wiv. I couldn't. You must. Lance gets up onto a horse. Don't get sentimental. It's the only rational conclusion. Part of a leader's duty is to survive at the sacrifice of his men. It's a perk to the cowardly leader, a burden to a weak one. But a good leader must brave these moments with resolve. I will not abandon my men. Lance is right, Tig. Don't be childish. This is the reality of war. We knew what we signed up for. Don't waste time and insult our duty. We must get going. They're preparing the charge. Go, defend Gaia. Protect her citizens, then my death will be sweet. A horse is brought for Tig. Wiv looks impatiently at him, and the cavalry grouping up near Lord Gig. There's no more time. Tig mounts his horse, his face and shoulders low, as he looks down at his men. I will never forget your valor, and I swear upon my soul to not let your sacrifice go to waste. It's been an honor serving under you, sir. Oh, it's the generic soldier A. Several soldiers salute him. Holes gives a mix of a salute and a wave. Go on. Tig, Wiv, and Lid return the salute as they ride off to join Lord Gig. Aren't you going to join them? He asks Lands, who is still mounted on the horse, looks at the three, ride off with a little smirk. And leave you in command? I'd rather die right here and now. Yeah, you know, I never did like you. Well, maybe if we're lucky, we can see each other die. That actually is a good line. I actually like that one. The cavalry charges, and a roar of galloping horses and shouting men fill the fort. I'd rather not have you be the last thing I see. Lance spurs his horse in front of his men and addresses them in a clear, ringing voice that cuts faintly through the noise in the foreground. If we kill 3 men each, we can not only survive the day, but return home as heroes. I realize the odds are against us, but I'm here to cast the die with you. Whatever the result, take comfort in slaying one more Celestrian scum, one more in the defense of Gaia, one more for her glory. The men roar in approval. The dialogue there was actually pretty good. Capturing the fort proved more difficult than expected. The enemy fought with all the desperation and might of a wounded beast. Casualties were high, but not unmanageable. What troubles you is the dozen or so that managed to break through your lines and flee. You stand upon the ramparts of your recent conquest, and you look out towards the east, seeking the phantom trails of your enemies. You don't seem pleased by our victory. Yule walks up to you, unseen. You acknowledge her with a small bow before turning back to the east. There's only one victory for me, the one that you have promised under your name. All else is but a step forth to that end. She walks up next to you and follows your gaze into the vibrant dark plains and forests that murmur and whisper in unknown languages. And what lies beyond that end, that darkness you look at so hungrily? What will you do once you've consumed it? You pause and ponder for a moment. You remember your home in Goen, the wooden mansion you liked to pretend was a castle. To look down upon the whole mountain and its many wooden cabins, smoke mixing with clouds and white slopes of snow. You remember exploring its many caves and mines, hunting rabbits, deers, sorta, goats, bears, and yaks. I'm just messing. Learning to swing a sword with your father. Playing war games with your friends, kissing your first lover. Laughing at the jealousy of your little sister. Planting a kiss on her forehead. She was also your first lover, by the way. No.
I honestly wouldn't have put it past this game for that to be what it said.
I'm just making sure y'all are paying attention. You remember patrolling the mountains as a soldier, hunting outlaws, leading a squad against bandits, killing, watching your comrades dying. You remember the blood-soaked snow and burning cabins, armed Gaians, screams and shouts, corpses. You remember fighting against desperate odds, helplessness, despair, sorrow, wrath. The naked, defiled corpse of your little sister, your ransacked home, your father's unkept conditional surrender, his death, your wild abandon. You still feel the aching scar on your back, an unlikely survivor, waking up to hatred, breathing only for vengeance. And what is to come after? You stare into the darkness. I need nothing beyond it. Whatever evil... Was that... what? Wow. We really... She asked that? I thought that was like the end of the scene and we were doing that. Like, wow, she really asked that, and we went full Sasuke, like, for
Yeah.
15 minutes, and then we're like, I need nothing. Like, we respond to that
A
at
little bit much.
the end of that sentence. It was disappointing since I expected, like, something like a halberdier to be a thing, but we didn't get that till Nephany. That's what I'm saying. It took a long time. If I had a nickel for every SRPG Maker game that had an incest plot, I'd have 2 nickels. Rest of meme here. Yeah, it is kind of weird that... What was the second one? Falnarian Tactics, yeah. What was the other one? I don't remember. You'll have to remind me. Oh, unless you're saying this is. I was just inserting that, though. Whatever evil has befallen you, do you not think it best that all you... What? Whatever evil has befallen you, do you not think it is best that you do all you can to prevent it from happening to another? It would be nothing but hypocrisy. That is indeed the nature of vengeance. Man instinctively demands harm for harm done to him. An eye for an eye, an ear for an ear. But we must be greater than our darker instincts and lesser sentiments. As the old adage goes, love is wise, hatred is foolish. What? It is never too late to correct yourself. If you must avenge yourself, then so be it. But what comes after you must dedicate to a higher calling. It is both the elective privilege and essential responsibility of being a man. After I give you what was promised, I want you to join me. We will rebuild Gaia, end the centuries of petty rivalry and war. You will learn to forgive and be forgiven, and from atrocity and tragedy we will make a gift to future generations that will not suffer as you suffered. Silence comes between you as you ponder her words in the darkness before you. You notice an unfamiliar feeling filling the hollows of your heart. For a moment, the burning ache dissipates, and you breathe freely for the first time in what seems an eternity. But in less than a half-dozen breaths, the ache returns with renewed heat, as you stifle your breath in an effort to prevent screaming. At length you recover yourself. You let the darkness swallow your pain, as it offers your silent promises hidden in its embrace. If you fulfill your promise, I will indulge you. I will take that as a promise. She smiles when you turn to look at her. And despite your suffering and inclination, you feel a little relieved by the soft light on her moonlit face. While your army recovers and reorganizes, you lead a war council. No! We captured the fort with tolerable losses, and although the fort had little supplies left, we have enough to advance from our previous raids. Our next target is Vorlon, Gaia's second largest city. Our scouts report that the road leading there is safe. There was also a report of Gaian armies and militia forming all across the land. They appear to be headed to Vorlon, though it is unclear. We must strike quick before they have the time to fully form their defenses. It won't be an easy march, but I suggest we leave on the morrow. It hasn't been a week yet since we've captured the fort. Our men still need time to recover from their wounds. Now is the time for us to reorganize as well, not to mention we also need to leave men behind to defend the fort. It's not the time to leave hastily. Our reinforcements should arrive in a week or so. We must at least wait for them before we go deeper into enemy territory. Reinforcements? Yes, we received word from the Viridians offering aid to our cause. They're from Viridian City, you know, Pokemon. They have been attacked by the Gaians as well and have been planning revenge. Their numbers are small but elite. I'm sure they will be invaluable to our attack on Vorlon, which sounds like a sci-fi city if you ask me. Maybe a sci-fi race.
Yeah, it gives much more race vibes than city.
I mean, the way that was worded back then, kissing your first lover, jealous sister, sounds like an incest plot to me. I don't think it was jealous sister. But... sorry, what did you say, Taya? Sci-fi stuff?
I was just saying it sounds much more like a race than a city to me. I agree.
Yeah. Or like the Power Rangers advisor. I'm sorry, I'm just flying through this because at this point my brain has just melted.
Yeah.
A large part of our success in this campaign has been our ability to continue our advance rapidly without giving the enemy a chance to organize. A fully prepared Gaian army will be greatly to our disadvantage. We must push the attack while there is still time. It's too late. They have had time to prepare since we've laid siege on Yelso. Trying to press a fleeting advantage is a sure path to an avoidable blunder. I agree. That's assuming they expected Yelso to fall. Our scouts tell us the facts. They have yet to group their troops. This may be our only chance. Facts is really a weird word to use there. This may be our only chance to advance on Vorlon without facing heavy opposition. What are your thoughts, Madam Vale? Veli, sorry. It's a question of risk versus reward. If we attack now, we may indeed have an easier time arriving at our point of interest. However, this begs the question of whether we are sufficiently prepared to take the city and at what cost. The alternative is to fully prepare our troops and wait for our allies, which gives us ample time for the Gaians to fully fortify and regroup their army. I cannot answer for which plan will yield the more advantaged conclusion, but I find myself partial to the latter option, which affords the least risk. We need not fear the Gaians at their best, when we are also at our best. I trust in my men and your leadership, ma'am. Murmurs break out in agreement as you watch Yill in silence. It appears that most of you are in favor of refitting our army here while waiting for our allies. I find myself of the same opinion. I understand I cannot force you to comply with my wishes, Valm, but surely you can concede on this point given the rational opposition. It's the only thing to be done, sir. We cannot march our men alone. This war has become greater than your sole dictation. Looking around at all those gathered around you, you suddenly realize your place is a distant second in command. Yill leads the bigger army and superior soldiers. You depend on her army more than you depend on your own. The alliance is paramount in achieving your goal, and accepting her promise has already put you under her authority. It appears I have little choice in the matter. I must do what I think is best for us all, including you and your men. We will refit our troops and advance when our allies arrive. Make all necessary preparations and be ready to march at a moment's notice. The Viridians arrive late in the afternoon on the 9th day after the meeting. We apologize for being late, but we bring with us additional supplies as well as the finest soldiers we could spare. We're glad to have you. I'm Yill, one of the mistresses of the Celestrian Mountains. Well met, I am Lord Sulz, of the leading commander of the Viridian forces. If you please, settle your men as you like and join our council inside. Now that you've arrived, nothing keeps us here. We plan to march on the morrow to Vorlon. I hope your men won't begrudge another march so soon. Not at all. My men are not so weak to need a day's rest for merely marching. Glad to have such reliable, resilient allies. What is your strategy for taking the city? That is a matter for us to discuss here and now before we march. I see. Well, are there any suggestions? He looks around at his lieutenants. Please do not have all of them speak. Ugh. We just got...
I'm gonna have to duck out.
That's fine. It's pretty
Enjoy
late.
the rest of this riveting story.
Thank you, Taya. Hopefully we reach the end. If there's a... like I said, there's 2 achievements to go. I don't know what we have to do to get the third one. Sorry, the other one. We'll figure it out, though, hopefully. They both are endings, I think. I can double check. They are called Vengeance Ending and Forgiveness Ending.
I see.
I'm realizing both players... maybe it's the same route, because 4.3% of players have both. So maybe they trigger together. I don't know.
Well,
but thank you for co-hosting SF3 and a lot of this. Good night. We just got here, sir. We could at least be briefed on the situation before being asked our advice. Madam Yill, perhaps you could. Of course, Valm, tell them the pertinent information. You relay a concise account of what is currently known. I was really afraid we were going to write that all out. We've never been good at either end of a siege. This is Viridian's first invasion of another kingdom in nearly a century. You've never been at the offensive end of a siege, yep. Oh, that's right. The young lieutenant smiles with an embarrassed look. Our strength lies in a battle on an open field. We could spare only a few archers from our garrisons, so our troops consist mostly of infantry and cavalry. It couldn't be helped. We're not a big kingdom, and our archers are the most effective in protecting the few cities we have. Man, you make it sound like the rest of us are expendable, Lord Souls. We're all expendable for the greater good of Viridi. In any case, it's unlikely the enemy would meet us on the open field, when they can turtle inside the city's walls. On the contrary, the city's walls are short, its gates frail, and its city of commerce... oh, it's a city of commerce, not suited for defending. The problem is that the road leading to the city from the west funnels to a narrow point surrounded by mountains on both sides. We've had 2 battles there already. They will undoubtedly be waiting there, heavily fortified, and ready to ambush us every step closer to the city. Not to mention, we're almost certain to be outnumbered. It would seem the circumstances are against us. In some respects, yes. But if we were to win this battle, we not only destroy the greater part of the enemy army, but we also secure a way to the capital. A surrender would not be far away. This may very well be the decisive battle. I suppose the question is if we can manage to win. No, the question is how to win. Losing is not an option. Well, Owena, care to answer that question? Don't be a smartass, Rap. There's no golden strategy that can guarantee a victory. We must charge in head-on. There is no other way. The best we can do is spread out and send scouts ahead to watch for ambushes as we advance. Are there any other suggestions? No one speaks as they look around with various expressions ranging from doubt to disinterest. Then we will do as Vaughn suggests and send scouts on ahead to skirmish and search for ambushes. We march on the morrow, make the necessary preparations. On the morrow, the army marches east. The sole road to Voilon leads into a valley with sloping forests, cities, and cliffs and hills. We've lost contact with our scouts. We can't keep marching like this without at least a change in our formation. We must send a bigger scouting party, one that will be able to beat the enemy skirmishers and possibly draw out their main forces. No golden strategy, says the protagonist with the New Game Plus sword. I mean, it's not even just that. It's that even before he had that, like, he just one rounds. He's defeats everything. In other words, you want to use some of our troops as bait to lure the enemy out. The alternative is to march in blindly. If you're afraid to send one of your own troops, I will volunteer myself and my men, and save me time of moving you to the front. All I ask is that you successfully counter the ambush and not let our efforts go to waste. We might not be able to save you in time. Are you sure you're willing to risk your life and the lives of your men in this gambit? There's one thing I've learned as a soldier, it's that hesitation is worse than an uncertain venture. Hesitation and uncertainty, is that not? Oh, no, I guess it can be used differently here. Very well. Lead your men on ahead and scout the path for us. If you manage to draw out an ambush, we'll be right behind you to flank them. You march your troops onwards at a faster pace than the main army. You spread your formation thin to secure as much vision as you can. As you suspected, in less than 3 days, you're surrounded and ambushed by a significant number of Gaian sharpshooters on top of hills. That sounds like we don't enemy phase them. There's no escape. You try to manage as best you can in the rain of arrows as enemy infantry charges you from the flanks. Don't panic, we expected this would happen. Take cover in the woods and try to hold your ground till reinforcements arrive. We won't make it until they come. I don't want to hear any complaints. Get into defensive formations. They're everywhere! Everyone, take cover! Their numbers are too small to be the main force of their army. No matter, we will crush these insects before their main forces get here. Do not underestimate them, Gig. Your last loss was the result of that very hubris. If the reinforcements for Yelso didn't so pathetically get defeated, these scum would have turned tail back to Celestria long ago. They also wouldn't be here if you didn't lose, and I'll know. Let's go, men. Don't let them escape. It's time to avenge our fallen comrades. We were caught off guard last time. Let's redeem ourselves and kick these Celestrians off our land. We have a score to settle with these scum. We'll end them right here and now. Seems Vaughn has successfully drawn out the enemy ambush. All troops charge their flank. Finally, I get to paint some Gaian blood. This isn't a game rap. Take this seriously. I plan to seriously enjoy myself. Show them the might of Viridi. Is he a game over condition too? No, just deal. Okay. Oh, they're yellow units. You don't see that too often. Yeah, we're just gonna bring them down as much as we can. We should be fine. I just need to make sure our other lord doesn't die. I think I'm good for them to just chill. I appreciate you not making the green unit a game over condition. Vaughn's actually taking some damage here. Kind of surprising. I probably want to move him down and just deal with these guys with, yeah, our ranged units. I might be able to do that here if I get second turn. I didn't. Yeah, we're just gonna get in the brush and hide. Yeah, that fits. Yeah, they're probably gonna take those guys down. Hopefully that doesn't matter. I really thought I was at the tail end of this game. I think I am now, but I thought starting stream I was at the tail end. I was a little bit wrong on that. Ah, perfect. You take a step back, shoot whoever you want, it doesn't really matter. And I'll move up and take out the rest. I guess we killed them all. That skipped like a whole thing. What? Whoa, okay. What did we just miss? Excuse me? What? Okay, I'm just gonna reload that. Hold up. I'm sorry? Okay, I can skip this easily. Yeah, when you do it that fast, it really shows how much text there is. It doesn't help the route split was map 4. I thought it would be at the ending. I didn't realize there was, like, a route split. But, yeah, let's not fast forward quite like that this time. Because I have no clue what just happened. It kind of bugged. Yeah, I guess we gotta, like, let stuff kind of play out. We'll see if it does that again. I don't really understand. Is it route? Vaughn survives the ambush. Okay, it doesn't tell us how long we have to be. I don't know what that means. Just that he survives. This is going mildly better. Just think, though, this means we get to enjoy more Warbad. Yeah, we do. It's not even just Warbad, it's very much Vaughn bad. So I'm sorry, did I just have to survive like 3 turns? Let's take you out again. We've defeated you like 10 times. Who else is named? I wonder if it was defeat a named person that I wasn't aware of. Okay. Now, if it really is to survive 3 turns, it's gonna be this. Yeah, they're not bringing him down. Oh! There it goes. You cut down man after man, but the enemy keeps pouring out of the forest on all sides. Eventually, you are separated from the other troops and find yourself surrounded. Rallying what troops remain around you, you flee into the forest. Don't stop to check your rear. Keep running! Without concern for directions, you lead your men blindly onward, deeper into the forest. Screams and hissing thuds of arrows follow. You finally evade pursuit as darkness settles. You lost many of your men, but you have no time to lament their losses as you look about the darkness. What should we do, sir? We'll set camp a bit further in, and then find a way back. For now, no fires. Keep close and quiet. The full moon offers just enough light to keep moving without being completely blind. To your surprise, you manage to exit the forest and find yourself looking at an open plain with the flickering lights of a small town. You motion to your men for silence and stealth as you lead them into the town. The town is empty as it is silent. The only thing that convinces you that the buildings aren't empty are the lights that leak from the windows. Subdue the civilians without making a sound. I don't want to hear any screams, not so much as a broken window. Kill them if necessary. Your men nod and vanish into the shadows of the town with drawn swords. What if, like, the other group occupied this town, and we just end all of them? You sneak in with 3 of your men to the largest house in town. You hop the fence without difficulty. You peek into its many windows. Servants roam the halls unarmed, but most rooms are empty. You make your way to a back door and test the knob. It's unlocked. Creaking it open slowly, you and your men rush in. What kind of nice house is this? In coordinated movements, you subdue the servants one by one with your men. Painless, silent, death sweeps into the dark corners. As you make your way upstairs, however, you're confronted by a few armed guards, 2 of them drawing arrows. Don't let them upstairs. Protect her ladyship. One of your men takes an arrow to the knee as he collapses back down the stairs. As you retreat, I see what you did there. Don't think I'm letting that go by. As you retreat back downstairs, you hear shouts above, but they give no pursuit. What should we do, sir? There has to be another way upstairs. Go back out into the town and bring all the men you can back here. I'll stay here and keep an eye on them. Whoever is in this mansion must be important if they have armed guards. Hurry back before they escape. Yes, sir. You leave the wounded men in care of the remaining man as you look for another way upstairs. Go back into the town and bring all the men here. Yes, sir. You leave the wounded people with the remaining man and look for another way upstairs. What? A Skyrim joke. When did this come out? This game released February 25th of 2019. So, you know, what, 8 years after Skyrim? 7 years? You find an empty, smaller staircase and rush up with a cautious look about you, only to turn the first corner and be met by guards, ready to pounce. There he is! Don't let him escape! You run back towards the corner and slip into one of the rooms in the hall and lock the door. I'm more interested in the plot now. We're doing something different, at least. You hear the guards rushing past the staircase. Your goal is simple. You need to keep the enemy confused and disorganized until your men can close in on the mansion. You hear the guards return as they search the rooms in the hall. Finding one of the doors locked, they begin pounding on it to break it down. You push a table to hold the door in place and open the window. It's not a fatal jump, but it'd be foolish to injure yourself by jumping. Leaving the window open, you retreat to the farthest corner of the room and hide yourself in the shadows of an armchair. The door gives in. The guards rush in, and seeing the open window, rush to look out of it. There's more coming from outside. Inform her ladyship's guards. The guards rush out the room in a panic, and you bide your time silently with a thumping heart. When you hear the guards shout in the hall, along with the ringing of metal, you emerge from the room and attack them from behind. Even alone, you manage to cut 3 men down before the others try to subdue you, but by then you did your job and disrupted their formation. Your men do the rest and put the guards down, securing the stairs. It doesn't take long for your men to take the rest of the mansion. The enemy is reduced to barricading themselves into a single room, which your men break down in due time. We could have made this a map. Inside, you find 4 women and a dozen guards. 2 of the women seem like bodyguards, while the other 2, one young and the other old, are dressed in the garbs of nobility. Stay behind us. We won't let them take you. Damn Celestrians. What is all this disturbance, dear? I'm quite frightened. Everything will be fine, madam. Zoa and Biss will protect us. Please remain calm. It's not good for you to become so excited in your condition. I don't remember if that was a man or not. It's hard to tell with the effect. They've destroyed the door. I rather liked that door, you know. It had a little drawing of a dog that I etched as a child. We can etch many dogs on a new door, madam, if you please. No, that won't do. I'm far too old to be indulging myself in that way. But then, what are all these men doing in my room, dear? Surrender yourselves. The town is ours. If you give yourselves up peacefully, we will grant you the rights of a prisoner. Oh, he has changed a little bit. At least we're not doing another war council followed by a brooding session in front of the effervescent darkness. Oh, so true. That's why I'm, finally taking a breath. Not a step farther, you dog. Leave this town immediately before I put an arrow through your skull. Oh, dear. If you wish to fight, then we will take no prisoners. We lose nothing either way. Consider your next words very carefully. The woman gnashes her teeth and is about to draw an arrow when she is stopped by the young noble in her simple but pretty dress. I'd rather my aunt not be subjected to bloodshed. Indeed, I'd rather not see anybody die at all, though it must sound incredibly naive to all of you. Therefore, I bid you, sir, speak frankly. What is it you desire of us? If you've come for material gain, all the house is yours for the taking. Take what you will and let us be. I give you my word that we shall not stir a foot outside this room while you go about your business. Seems the most valued prize in town is you and the old lady. If the two of you consent to be my prisoners, I give you my word everyone in this room will be spared. Not a chance, vermin. We'll die before we let that happen. The two archers draw their arrows. And those two ladies will die alongside you if you lose that arrow. You order your men to drag in one of the wounded enemy guards. Blood leaks from his mouth, his eyes glassy and hollow. He gasps in lieu of a groan as your men push him down to his knees before you. I'm not here to play games. You put your sword against the man's throat. And I don't break my word. Surrender yourself and you'll be given the rights of a prisoner. Refuse and you will be slain. You dig deeper into the man's throat, causing blood to spill down his neck as he shivers in gasping fits. Oh dear, that poor man! Someone stop him! You mustn't look, madam. Please don't excite yourself any further. Look at the pretty laces of cushion you're so fond of. There. She manages to calm the old noblewoman before turning to you. Despite her soft eyes and frail figure, there is no fear as she watches you. I've seen enough death to know that the man you threaten is about to die from a mortal wound. Spare him the facade and let him die with dignity. I am neither afraid of you nor of death. I will not be coerced, but I am willing to be diplomatic, if you're willing to be fair and honorable. My word is as good as yours, but don't mistake my assurance of integrity as an assurance of kindness. I am not here to be charitable to you. I'm under no illusion as to that, sir, and I will offer myself as your prisoner for as long as you'd like, so as long as no one else is taken captive. Your ladyship, you can't! No, Zoa, I must. You mustn't let an undesirable circumstance blind you from the best option available to us. But my resolve is firm. Do not attempt to shake in it. It'll be futile. The young lady looks to you with a steady gaze. You have more to gain having me as your prisoner. You gain nothing by my death, though I guarantee that my death won't come cheaply to your men. My aunt is unfit as a prisoner, as you can see yourself, and the guards here can be no threat to you with me at your mercy. I make you a fair offer. I must entreat you to take it for both our benefit, as I have no wish to see anyone here suffer more than they have. Very well. Have all your guards drop their weapons and stand against the walls, particularly those two at the bows. The two female guards look fierce and on the verge of screaming as they drop their weapons. I'm coming too. Me too, you're not taking her without us. So, this. You don't have a say in this, your ladyship. You can't possibly be any more selfish than you've already been. We can only indulge you so much. Makes no difference to me if they want to come along, but they'll be left behind or killed if they prove to be a nuisance. With things thus settled, you take custody of the 3 women. Rivy, my dear, where are you going with such uncouth men? I'll be fine, madam. Don't worry about me. You should go up to the capital like I suggested. Divna is not so safe and quiet as it used to be. Yes, I think I'll do that, dear, but then I couldn't possibly. The air is so very horrid in the capital. It's quite out of the question. You must, madam, or I shall never forgive you for not paying a visit to my father, who so dearly wishes to see you. You let the two talk on for a moment longer before separating them. Your men had gathered sufficient supplies, and you let your men rest in the mansion as they take turns standing guard. At the first light of dawn, you leave the city and head back into the forest, heading west toward the battlefield. Okay, yeah, now we're at that. Tell me your name and title. My name is Rivy of Laka, the daughter of Count Riel. And who are you, sir? You need not know who I am. I know that it is improbable that we should ever be friends, but do let us be civil and try to understand one another. We are put at odds by circumstance, not out of personal grievance. It's no use talking to a barbarian like him, my lady. Celestrians have no concept of proper etiquette. Don't speak like that, Zoa. Makes you seem ignorant, portrays Gaians in a negative light. Speak, sir, I insist. I'm in your power as a prisoner, but if you are a man and not a beast, I insist that we be civil and behave like humans. I'm Voln of Gone, son of General Hayes. You say that we are at odds based on circumstances and not out of personal grievance, but you're wrong. Probably got one more chapter in me, and then I gotta go to bed. This is a lot longer than I thought it would be. All Gaians are hateful to me, and my grievance with them is personal. And what have we done to deserve such unjust hatred? Those precious to me were subject to senseless violence by your people. I will do unto my enemies 1,000-fold. There will be no forgiveness. I make no pretensions to justice. I am vengeance incarnate, and I will be satisfied even if I am forever remembered a devil. And for a moment, you forget your promise with Yil. Your sweat, you sweat hatred and breathe anger as you walk with brooding, stiff shoulders. Zoa and Biss glare with fear and uncertainty as they look at your darkened face. But Rivi looks at you with those same soft eyes that exudes a calm compassion and unflinching uprightness. I'm sorry for your pain. Even as you declare your hatred and desire for vengeance, I see that it hurts you to do so. I believe hatred is love corrupted, and while hatred festers, love heals. I hope that you may see that one day before you satisfy what is an evil yearning. Don't speak as if you understand my suffering. You know nothing. Oh, I get it. This girl is the reason he turns good and stops his plot of vengeance incarnate. Maybe? You might be right. Don't speak as if you are the only one that has ever suffered greatly. It's juvenile, sir, and unbecoming of a man in your station. Your head pumps from anger, but you remain silent as you lead your men onward. With the sun up, you advance much faster than when you did during the night. You manage to return to the familiar scene of your ambush. Are we doing a third map on this stage? In the same campaign? You can see the battle still raging on in the distance. Oh my gosh, we are. Ziff, take a few men and march with the prisoners at a safe distance. The rest of you follow me. Yes, sir. We must hold the center at all costs. Avoid engaging them directly and hold your ground. We must not let them through. Yes, ma'am. Charge forth and do not falter. Don't give them a chance to escape. You heard him. We finish them here and now. We will clear the enemy before us and hit their center from the rear. We mustn't keep our mistress waiting. Yes, ma'am. Force enemy retreats. Don't let Yil die. Okay. So we gotta run straight for her, I think. I kind of wish we had boots. Oh, we eat these guys for breakfast. This is not too bad. Maybe it's good that we gave people some levels? I don't know. Oh, Roll is still here. He was supposed to be with us. I thought. He was one of our men that escaped with us. He was next to us at the beginning. I can't let them through, allegedly. I wonder how, like, tight this actually is, or if it is. I'm wondering, too, I did what felt natural, but I'm wondering if, the thing was to escape, I guess. So I wonder if now we're in the main campaign and we were on this weird side path before. I'm kind of thinking that's the case. The green unit... Oh, they're green units also, not yellow this time, which is kind of interesting. I wonder why they were yellow before. Ah, excellent. Our invisible dancer giving us another turn. Okay, can we actually win this? Not with misses. It ain't going great. Might just have to have Yil hide behind people. Yeah, they kind of wreck her. I gave her a lot of levels, too. That's disappointing. Come on. The whole thing with the mansion feels like a fever dream in the middle of a map. It kind of does. I'm not really sure why we did that, other than just we need to, like, have our hero meet a woman. Okay, so she got the defense up skill that increases her defenses? I don't know if it increases hers or everybody else with her. I don't really know how this works. It's frustrating, though, that our guys kind of suck. Like, even actually leveling them. I don't know, the balance just feels odd. I don't know that we're gonna need our Lord, though, actually. I think we've got it. Well, the north looks pretty bad, actually. So maybe not. Maybe I was looking... I think, maybe judging too soon. Ugh, she's so bad. Skills make it not work. The skills. I just have no clue what's gonna even happen. I think we just need to heal, you. What is your percent of that? Survive 35%. And then maybe we're having it and rounding down? I don't know. You're only missing 1 health. I probably just need her to retreat. Yeah, we're gonna need Vaughn to come clean everything up. I'm really glad the green units are not game over conditions. Alright, let's put you in the forest. You can keep running. Oh, we finally got that guy. I'm trying to get yield levels still. Okay, thank you for getting another kill. Can I belly maybe get a kill? No, she gets doubled. Alright, our healer got away. So that's good. Actually getting kills, nice. I don't really need the battle, the move range. We're fine. Oh, you have like 3 health. Let's move you back. Oh, you have like a drain arrow. Okay. That's a doctor. Alright, let's just wait. We should be good. I don't know that he's gonna make it, but they should just end themselves on us now. Oh, we're falling back. You can't be serious. If we pull our reserves, we can rout them here and now. Those reserves are not suited to fight in terrain like this. They were trained to fight defensively on fortified grounds. We'll only lose more men. Because they had one more guy show up. Nonsense, we can... Gig, don't be emotional. You must know your army and know their capabilities. That's the first rule of military success. Send the retreat signal. We're pulling back to Vorlon. Yes, sir. The guy enforces retreat. Another defeat. Damn them! Following the guy in retreat, you regroup with your army. Vaughn, I'm glad to see you're well. Our victory couldn't have been achieved without the valor and sacrifice of you and your men. The enemy is retreating. Are we giving pursuit? No. We will advance to the end of the valley, where we will have Vorlon in view, and then plan our siege from there. Very well, I prepare my men to march. It's dark by the time your army exits the valley and sets up camp. A distant flickering of lights is all you can see of Vorlon. You attend another war council. There is much optimism and praise. Vorlon is expected to fall easily, and a few caskets of wine are opened. As soon as you get the chance, you leave the boisterous tent to attend to your prisoner. If you had anything to eat? No. You order one of your men to bring some bread and water and give them to her. Thank you. I'd very much appreciate it if Zoa and Biss were allowed a meal as well. Where are they? They were taken away and forced into a tent after they tried to escape. I hope you won't punish them for it. You're free to go in the morning. You should be able to return to the town we took you from within a day. I see. There's a moment of silence as you watch her eat, her hand slowly holding a large loaf as she bites and chews slowly. You took her and we're just gonna let her go? Oh, I missed Mahane saying, I know Miracle can be ridiculous, but like a flat 35% chance to just not die is not good balance. No, because it means over a third of the time, your attack is just not gonna work. It's very silly. Oh good, we skip the council and go straight into the damsel subplot. I'm here for it, honestly, but I am very confused that it's like, we took her and now we're just gonna let her go. Why did you make me your prisoner? I had thought that you were planning to ransom me. I took you as an insurance in case we were caught during the return to my army. I figured a noblewoman's life is a worthy hostage. It's horrid, isn't it? How naturally you can say such things as taking a human life hostage. I suppose it's the nature of war, but wouldn't it be wonderful if everyone dropped their weapons and returned home to their families and friends? I have no family or friends to return to. The Gaians have taken that pleasure away from me forever. I'm sorry to hear that. Don't be. I will be avenged 1,000-fold, and you will hear no sympathy or apology from me as I look upon my victims. All the more I'm sorry for you. For not only will you suffer as a victim of evil, you shall also be the wretched villain you so abhor. You give her a bitter smile. I'd rather be the devil than be the devil's toy. I don't ask for your understanding. All I see is satisfaction. All I seek is satisfaction. No. That one's rough. That one is like, I'm 14 and super edgy. There is no satisfaction for hatred. It will starve you. It will fester, and you will crumble from its poison. You scoff with annoyance and condescension. It is as if you speak from experience. Zoa and Biss's fathers and brothers were killed by Celestrians, as was my uncle and father. They were part of the invading army, so I place no blame on their enemies, but they were loving men with wives and children. But the subplot on the other line was that never happened. They weren't invading. That was fake, I thought. My aunt lost her sanity from the loss, while my mother passed away from grief. My aunt still believes my father and uncle live, away on business. I lived there with her and took care of her as my last living relative. The servants and the guards at her estate were my friends. Many of them had come out of concern after hearing of the invasion. I tried to get my aunt to go to the capital, but she's rather stubborn. These truly are some of the lines of all time. They are. I get what he's going for, and, like, I like it. It just needed a little bit better execution, I think. If I pause to think of it, all the dead people I cared about were killed by the Celestrians, either directly or indirectly. Sometimes I feel hatred, angry and grief, beyond words. And I have wept and cursed those invisible beings that have given me so much suffering. Still, I don't pretend to know your suffering, but I do know what it means to suffer. And all I have learned from that suffering was the futility of hatred. It is nothing but a destructive self-indulgence, nothing but a pitiful weakness. And despite all that is wrong in the world, there are things that are right. There are still things worth loving, if you are willing to search for it. At least, that is what I have chosen to believe. She becomes silent and pensive for a moment as you look at her. But it's a struggle, and I would be lying if I said I didn't feel some contempt for you. I'm not quite ready to forgive you, but I hope that I may soon. And I hope that you will also be able to one day forgive all those that have made you suffer. Not because they deserve to be forgiven, but because you deserve to feel more than hatred. You consider making a snide remark at her naivety and flowery sentiments, but nothing comes to mind. You feel deplete and restless as you contemplate her words with a sudden stuffiness in your chest. It's getting late. Get some rest. We leave at first light. Good night, sir. What do you mean we? You said you're letting her go at first light. She finishes her bread in silence as you leave her for the night. On your way back to your tent, you are stopped by Yil, who questions you about your prisoner. She's a Gaian noblewoman. I took her as a hostage, but she's of no use anymore. I plan to release her in the morning. She knows too much to be set free. We are in a critical stage in our invasion. We cannot risk her giving away any information about us. What could she possibly reveal that the enemy doesn't already know? Carelessness is the foundation of defeat. I had thought you were wiser than this, Vaughn. So what are you proposing that I do? Execute her. We can't accommodate prisoners during long, fast marches, especially not a noblewoman. Normally we'd ransom her off, but she pauses when she notices the expression on your face. Is there a problem? I've given her my word that I would release her, and I intend to keep my word. You do understand the risks associated with such an act. I will take full responsibility. That's not very reassuring, given that we may all perish from your careless decision here and now. She's a woman of no consequence. I thought it was against your policy to harm civilians. Yes, but civilians seldom get to reside at our camp, where we are preparing for an important siege. All the same, I intend to keep my word. Mahane says, yeah, I get it, but it really gives off I am 14 and this is deep vibes throughout most of Vaughn's lines. Like, someone is trying to write for Batman without realizing what makes Batman Batman. You know, yeah, actually. That is kind of what it is. I had not considered that. I see. She walks off with a ponderous but serious expression. With mixed feelings, you walk back to your tent. When morning arrives, you lead your prisoners to the forest to set them free. As promised, you're free to go. I recommend you stay away from Vorlon in the capital. Zoa and Biss look around suspiciously. Are you really letting us go? Wow, Yill's had a hell of a heel turn just now. Miss prisoners are more useful alive than dead, suddenly jumping to kill her. Yeah, I don't... Sorry, I'm a little tired, so I'm not noticing. I'm not, like, pointing out all these things. But yes, you're right. I should comment on that. Yeah, she, like... It was that, but also, like, we're not hurting for supplies. We could totally just keep them in as our prisoners. Like, we don't have to just kill them. And also, it's weird for him to be like, she's a noblewoman. I thought we'd ransom her off, and then be like, well, she's of no consequence. It's like, both of those things are not true. Character assassination in 2 chapters? Yeah, but I don't feel like she has enough character to assassinate that much. But yes. You're really letting us go? Yes, now move along. You have a long way to go before it gets dark. Come on, let's go before he changes his mind. Thank you for keeping your word, sir. And despite our circumstances, I hope that you will be well. Also, like, I get, like, you're making this his love interest, but, like, do you have to? Like, this is... It's already the default protagonist. Can we not do the default, like, love interest, too? Please don't casually commit treason, my lady. This man is still an enemy of Gaia, and it was just the other day that he massacred our... You don't stay to listen to them bicker. After a slight nod to Rivy, you turn and walk away. You don't walk very far before you hear a piercing scream that echoes among the leaves. The scream continues and comes from where you left the 3 women. You rush back there with your sword drawn. The 3 women lay on the forest dirt, their blood making reddish mud, as you kneel next to them. Who did this? You bastard. Zoe glares at you, clawing at you with her dying breath. Biss is dead, but Rivy looks at you with gasping breaths that reek of copper. A large gaping wound on her chest soaks her dress in blood. She looks at you and mouths inaudible words. You try your best to read her lips as she mouths again the same words. I forgive you. Tears leak from the corner of her eyes and wets her cheeks. She tries to give you a smile and raise a hand toward you. But before you can catch her hand, it falls by her side. And she is no more. You kneel there, stunned for a while. The breeze, the insects, the chirping birds all fade into an abrupt silence as you hold your breath. Then, with clenched fists, you sprint back to the camp. At camp, you burst into the main tent, where there is a war council taking place, to the surprise of no one. All the members look at you with surprise as you march in with a drawn sword. Instantly, you are stopped by Roz, Veli, and Yule, while the Viridians look at you with alarm. Sheath your sword. Another step and I will strike to kill. What are you? Yikes. You did not just yikes him. Oh my... Okay, I don't even think it's a love interest. It's the person who is personifying the enemies, making them people to the guy who only wants death. I don't know. It, like, the fact that it's a pretty girl, though, that it's like, I have to let her go. I don't know. You know what I'm getting at. Vaughn is going to change now and feel bad. Maybe. What is the meaning of this, Vaughn? I gave them my word they were free to go. Why did you? And you kept your word, Vaughn. I ordered them to be executed, not you. Their deaths are not on your conscience. Okay, yeah, she, like, is not even just being pragmatic anymore. Like, that's crazy. Why would you even try to piss off the guy that, like, single-handedly conquered most of the continent for you? After all those innocent civilians you've slaughtered at Vigoa and Nulno, now you suddenly care about Gaian civilians? What, you suddenly don't? Yeah, and what about you? What happened to your rule of not harming innocent civilians? They're unavoidable casualties. Those women would be alive if you didn't take them hostage and bring them here for your protection. But the moment they set foot on our camp, they had to be eliminated to protect the interests of our troops. You led those women to their deaths, and now you throw a childish fit and dare to march in here with a drawn blade. You should be executed here and now for treason. That is quite enough, Sir Raz. Lord Souls, I apologize for the unseemly disturbance. Vol and I will talk with you after the council is over. In the meantime, I suggest you calm yourself and wait outside. You notice all the eyes in the tent regarding you as if you were some sort of despicable madman. Without much choice, you storm outside of the tent. Yul comes to see... I could take all of you. I am a Sith Lord! Yul comes to see you before long, escorted by Veli, Raz, Yul, and Lif. She dismisses them, but they linger by at a little distance, just out of earshot. I suspected some frustration would come about this, but I find myself rather astonished by your reaction, Vol. Did those women mean that much to you? You find yourself confused and at a loss for words. Okay, so everyone in the story is a hypocrite, and there's no single character who's worth rooting for. Who is this story for? I see what he's trying to do with, like, complicated, morally gray things. But, like, yeah, it does kind of feel like we're constantly put in situations of right and wrong, and people just kind of do the wrong thing. I mean, I think he says he draws inspiration from Fire Emblem, if I'm not incorrect. I can double check that. No, he doesn't. I don't know. I'm not sure who it's for. Has one user review. I just noticed that as well. You were not supposed to find out, but now that you have, I expect that you will not make this a bigger issue than you already have. I value your talents highly, but I cannot have you drawing your blade against me, nor it does not bode well for the rest of our army. As punishment, you will be held in public confinement till we begin to march. I take no pleasure in doing this, but we cannot have any concerns of order and discipline, especially during this critical juncture. It is the lightest punishment at our disposal. I suggest you take this time to think carefully about what you are here to accomplish. Yul gives you a light pat on the back and turns to leave. At her signal, a few guards escort you to a cell, where you are to sit in full view of the army. These people are changing positions more on their values and opinions than politicians. I mean, they're also doing it, though, at, like, their own, when it's convenient. So, in that way, they're the same. Technically, they are politicians anyway. Like, they are making the political decisions of how this war will be done, and they will make the diplomatic decisions when it's time. You ignore the curious stares and faceless snickers from the soldiers. Still thinking about the sudden snickers. You close your eyes and reflect on her face, as she mouthed her dying words to you with tears and a smile. It haunts you. It makes you feel utterly defeated. And now, for a moment, you feel neither hatred nor anger. In her forgiveness, you find restless grief and yearning for peace. But when the cage door opens and you are let out, you find yourself once more confused. You feel as if you were standing on a thin rope in the sky, on the border between two conflicting feelings, both giving you vertigo. Can I choose who I fight now? With such feelings on your mind, you gather your men and prepare to march. Alright, if this is the last chapter, then I'm fine. We can finish. Yul promotes new lieutenants for the siege. They are inexperienced, but every bit counts in this battle. As Vorlon comes into view, your army prepares to charge. This may very well be our last fight before we march onto the Gaian capital. The end is almost nigh. Grant me your strength. Shouldn't that be the end is nigh? Dude, 9 hours? Wow. Yeah, we're going crazy tonight, Lord Volsey. I did not think this game would be this much longer, honestly. But I've also really flipped my sleep schedule, so, I've always been a night owl anyway. Enough men have died for or against our cause. Let us put them to rest by giving them a definitive conclusion. Let there be no vagueness. For the glory of Celestria, let us siege this day in this city. Let our victory vindicate all that is lost. For Celestria! For Celestria! Hope you're doing well, Falsey. The soldiers roar and chant for Celestria as they get into formation. The chants strangely disgust you, and you spit on the ground with a heavy frown as you look on at the city. Sir? Prepare the troops. Yes, sir. So we've made it all this way. Rather amazes me to be this deep into Gaian territory. I suppose I should thank the Celestrians, but we cannot lose to them in merit. Fight bravely, men. Show them how fierce Viridians fight. Your Horde Lord's souls, glory to Viridi! Glory to Viridi! The Viridian soldiers begin to chant for Viridi. Looks like the western flank's getting fired up. It's the first offensive siege Viridi has had in a century. A little excitement is appropriate, wouldn't you say? Well, we can't seem dispirited. Glory to Viridi! Glory to Viridi! All the necessary preparations have been made. Protect the gates and the archers. Don't let the enemy enter the city. We'll meet them in the open field if necessary. Our archers will provide cover for us. This is our last stand. Oh, this is not the end. Okay, yeah. I don't think we're going further. This is our last stand. If they get past us, they'll head directly for the capital. Remember your families and friends. Remember what it is that you fight to defend. Losing is not an option. Long live Gaia. Long live Gaia! I refuse to run any longer. Either I eradicate every single Celestrian outside those gates, or I die killing as many as I can. Holes, I hope I can honor your sacrifice this day. Long live Gaia. Long live Gaia! Move onwards for Celestria. Alright, yeah, I think we end here. Oh, because, yeah, I didn't get anything to eat in between. I'm going to do that now before I crash. But, yeah, I just thought that we would wrap this game up real quick, and then it had more to go. But thank you all so much for tuning in for both the end of Shining Force 3 Scenario 1 and more of Sen Vengeance. I really didn't think this would be a 3-stream game, but apparently it is. We will try to finish this probably next week on Late Block with, maybe we'll do a Late Block for the Halloween special? I don't know, and then I'll cut it into one thing. Or a series. I don't know, we'll figure it out. I'll stitch it together later. But that's going to do it for me tonight. Thank you guys for hanging out, Mahane and Lord Falsey. Yeah, this is one of the longer streams I've done. But I'm doing pretty good. Rest well. Thank you guys. And I will see you next week for whatever we decide for Halloween. Stay tuned to the Discord to figure that out.